source. Oh wait, it's not. No room for women. Oh god. So this guy just isn't a nice person.
I'll get you.
Can you give me like the cliff notes? Where am I supposed in this page? Where am I supposed to find the?
Okay, I'll get you
material.
More. No problem. No problem. I'll get you more.
No. I just want within. No. Wait, if I may, with the link that you just sent, where in this link am I supposed to find that stars move at the same speed?
Oh, you got to read what she discovered.
Well, you've already read it, right? So you tell me where I need to, because there's a lot of fluff here. I don't really care about who this woman was and what her life was like. I just want to see.
Do I need to highlight each section? Is that like a hand-holding exercise?
You do, because if you've read this, then you should.
How old are you? Have you not?
A coward, dude. You are a coward. You're gonna how old? That you haven't even fucking read.
Oh no! I've read many sources on this over the years.
Where is it? Hold on, dude.
Excuse me, young man. I've read many sources on this. It's just I'm finding you the latest layman one that you can understand, because it seems like you can't comprehend what's happening, and so I'm trying to give you an easy one that you can grasp. I'm not going to give you some Cornell or some university one. You can't understand the university ones. It seems like. So I'm giving you the PBS version, the Sesame Street version. Does that make sense? But you can't even read the Sesame Street version.
Yeah, well, I don't think that you've read this version. If you can't point
I said, I discovered this. I read this stuff 10 years ago. This stuff's been around since the 60s. And you're new to this. You're very new to this.
That's
why you're emotionally.
That's cool. That's cool. Anyway, again, where in the link does it talk about? Where in the link does it talk about?
Asking you to
where in the link that you just provided that I'm looking at right now, astronomy.com, science, how Vera Rubin confirmed dark matter. How the fuck does that have anything to do with what we were talking about?
That's how they explain stars are moving at the same rate.
Where? At what point in this page does it explain that? Prove to me that you know this material. Prove it. You have the burden of proof right now. You're disagreeing with me. Provide a claim.
I'm not I'm telling you, they in the 60s and 70s, these two people, Ford and Rubin, they observed that galaxies were doing this with the stars.
Where? Where in this article does it state that?
Okay, bro, I got you. I can read it. I can read it out loud for you.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
I can read it out loud for you.
I like how, again, I get muted. Why? Why did I get muted, Quad?
Because you're emotionally outbursting for these odd reasons that we're trying.
Outbursting. I'm asking you to provide a claim.
An uncontrollable temper.
You are also talking as much as I am, man. I'm sorry. I get a little bit more louder than you do. I'm sorry.
Do you hear the elevation of our voices?
I quoted it.
I don't think that's relevant. Okay, let's look at another link.
Let's have a reading session.
Let's look at another link, which is the same fucking link. It's the same thing that he said, bro. What? It's the same fucking link.
Dude, didn't you click the link? It's highlighted text, you moron.
Where?
Yeah, you're kind of unraveling. This is an unraveling right now.
Yeah, so highlighted text. I don't see highlighted text anywhere in this. Maybe that's my browser. I don't see any highlighted text.
Okay, I'm using Chrome, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm using Chrome also. I don't see any highlighted.
I can read it if you want.
Is it this?
No, read it.
They concentrate their observations on the hydrogen 2 regions, areas of ionized hydrogen gas where stars have recently formed at different distances from the galaxy center. But no matter how far out they looked, the HII regions seemed to be moving at the same speed. They weren't slowing down.
Don't give them don't do their homework for them.
Well, I don't know if you can comprehend what's going on then.
Robert, why couldn't you have just said that?
Because I've already this.
Also, that is not an answer to it. That does not explain it.
Yeah, it's not an answer.
Do you understand why that? Because everything in space is relative. Do you understand why that is not an answer? I don't think that you do.
So are you saying their observations don't match reality, and what you actually see is the rotational speed is slower on the outsides and faster on the insides? Is that what you're saying? They adhere to Kepler's laws. That's what you're claiming.
I'm saying
why don't you?
Go ahead.
Why don't you? So I mean, is there a claim or is there a proof to back up your claim that stars do move at different speeds on the outside?
No. I'm simply saying you provided a claim and could not back up your article whatsoever because I don't think, in fact, you read it. I think you focused on buzzwords and you don't actually understand how celestial objects work within space-time that is considered to be relative.
Well,
Wait,
that
Brubber did say it was a like in his words the Sesame Street of such. So if you could please provide us with actual evidence like calculations and shit that prove this stuff,
Anything
that would
reputable.
be very
Yeah.
real sources.
Peer-reviewed source.
Okay,
But I
so
understand
what
that
are you? I don't
couldn't
know what
prove
you're
this.
denying. Are you? I need to know what you're denying. Are you
I'm
denying that?
I'm denying the read this
No. I'm
article.
saying, are you denying the observation that they took that stars
You don't
do
even
not?
understand the observation if you can't explain it to me.
I
Yes,
can. I can understand that
yeah.
these two people, and then also Fritz. Fritz is another one. He also said, "Look, stars are not moving at the rotation that we're seeing that we should expect under
What does
Newton's
that
and
mean to
Kepler's
you?
laws."
What does that
But
mean?
you guys,
Explain that. Explain it. Explain what that means.
Explain
What
why
that means.
stars.
If you understand that, explain what that means.
Okay, from what I've learned from Kepler and Newton, planets should be rotating around a central object in space-time fabric, even warping from a heavier object in the middle. It should be going faster the closer it is to it, and slower the farther away. So
Yeah,
why doesn't
congratulations, good job.
why doesn't that apply to observing stars?
It
When
does.
we see
It does apply to
wait a
stars.
minute, when we see galaxies, not the ones in our Milky Way, I'm talking about another galaxy separate from our galaxy. They're seeing the stars rotate around that center at the same rate. Has it connected yet? Has that connected or clicked?
Okay, so first of all, a galaxy is not a solar system. A solar system is a.
I understand that. There's solar systems in galaxies.
Then why are you comparing our observable solar system to galaxies? That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous claim to make.
Young man, because they are
Call
observing.
me young man. That's fine. That doesn't. Okay, use an ad hom again. Okay, go ahead.
Look, have you been watching too much Destiny or something? Because you sound like you debate like Destiny. Is this how people talk now? Are you fidgeting with your hands like him?
Super emotional.
Okay.
No, it's because
it sounds
you
like you watch a ton of Destiny, and it's really hard to communicate with someone like this, because every time I go to say something, you're emotionally attached to an idea, and you can't detach yourself from it without being emotional.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm getting tired of listening to this Spurg meltdown. So what was the claim that he wants validated? Can you just lay out the claim exactly? Actually, let's get him to tell us what he thinks the claim is. Intro, what's the claim that you need him to prove?
I really don't care. I keep getting muted for.
Okay, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what he's asking you to prove. So this guy's an absolute waste of time.
That's what I'm saying. It's there's too much
Mute me
confusion.
again.
Yeah, I will mute you because you're adding nothing of substance to the dialogue here. You're spurging, melting down, you're rejecting anything that's given to you, ham waving anything that's given to you. You don't even know what it is that you want given to you at the end of the day. Maybe we can try this again. What is the claim that you want him to back up?
First of all, I didn't make a claim. He was the one making.
No, you fucking idiot. What is the claim you want Brubber to back up?
I love that. I love that you joined this.
Okay, so what is the claim you want Brubber to back up?
Can anybody else see this?
Yeah, I own this channel, so I'm your last stop, boy. What is the claim you want him to back up?
Yeah, listen to Big Daddy.
Okay, what is the claim that I want him to back up? If you won't mute me for like fucking 5 seconds.
Okay, as soon as you talk about mutes, that's a mute. So what's the claim you want him to back up?
Astronomy.com science/how verify.
Yeah, what is the claim Brubber made that you want him to back up? See, he doesn't even know what he's asking you to prove, and he's just going to rail against anything you give him while not even knowing what he asked for. This is the idiot we're talking to right now.
All right, so the claim is, he said that stars move in the same pattern, in the same trajectory, same velocity, same acceleration, throughout galaxies. That is untrue with the source material that he just gave me. It is absolutely untrue.
Well, it says in the late 1970s, Vera Rubin and Kent Ford of the Carnegie Institution of Washington stared, confused, at the punch card readouts from their observations of the Andromeda Galaxy. So they've been reading these punch cards. The vast spirals seem to be rotating all wrong. These people have been observing this, much longer than you've been alive, probably, and they viewed something very odd.
That doesn't prove anything to what I just asked you to provide evidence for.
It proved that their observations went against Newtonians and Kepler's laws.
That does not prove that stars in different galaxies move at the same speed. How can you not understand that? That doesn't prove a fucking thing with your claim. You provided an
Rubin.
article.
It's Vera Rubin and Kent Ford's claim.
I don't give a fuck. That doesn't prove a goddamn thing. You looked something, you Googled something, didn't read the fucking content, and said, and now you're gish galloping, and this fucking asshole keeps muting me for no fucking reason.
What do you
I'm muting
deny
you
about
because you're a sped and you can't like these guys keep pointing out you can't control your emotions. You're spurging all over the chat. You can't keep it together for a coherent conversation, so you just need to be muted. Or at the least controlled.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you're denying about their claim is. What don't you agree with their claim?
I like how the manipulation tactic is open.
Yeah, just shut up. We're gonna just talk about the subject matter and nothing else. Your feelings just get you muted, okay? I guess you're not picking up on how this works, but maybe you'll get it eventually. So it says, but no matter how far out they looked, the HII region seemed to be moving at the same speed. They weren't slowing down. So that means they were slowing down, or what?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
We absolutely know that celestial bodies move at different speeds. We know that to be a fact.
Okay, so no matter how far out they looked, the HII region seemed to be moving at the same speed. They weren't slowing down. So that means they were slowing down?
You know what, dude? I'm not interested in having a conversation.
Okay, well, you are, because this is what you asked for. This is what you asked him to back up, and then you've been going on a giant spiral just to say, nuh-uh, ever since he gave you the citation to back up what he said. So if you're not interested in what you asked for, then get the fuck out of here.
I will gladly leave because you are a dickhead.
Yeah, see ya.
You're not a cornered animal, man. Don't treat yourself like a cornered animal. I don't know if you've heard that, but they just panic or something. It's like,
Sorry, I know it was your conversation, just couldn't listen to him anymore. He was painful.
oh, I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at some point there, it breaks.
Yeah, it was just horrible. Okay, anyway, back to business. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. I just think it's fascinating. A lot of people haven't heard that, and so I think it kind of wrecks their known reality of what do you mean objects move at this rate?
Wait a second. You're wait. I'm gonna bring it back to what you said before. Didn't you say that this is one of many sources? You seem to be. You seemed like in the claim you were really directing it towards that source.
Well, Rubin and Kent are the first source. I mean, they saw it first back in the 60s, 70s. So I just put astronomy.com because people know astronomy.com, and it's about astronomy. So that's why I did that. I mean, but so Washington State. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can you explain like how they figured it out rather than just saying they did figure it out?
Well, like we just said, the observations on the outsides of the arms of the galaxy showed that there was no difference of rotational movement as the inside ones.
Right. So how did they figure that out? Like how did they come to that observation?
It's your model. You tell us.
My model? What? I'm asking him. He's making the claim. He's making the claim. The article doesn't say how. The article you literally sent me the article with the highlighted main thing in it, and it said nothing about what I'm asking.
Yeah, they applied their model of use, or they applied spectroscopy to do it. So I don't know if you're familiar with shifts of light that change, and it shows like their relative distance based off of the light that they're emitting back. They apply that.
Explain a bit more.
I'm not an expert at spectroscopy, so I can't explain it to the length that you might even. I don't know. I feel like that's a self. You're gonna have to self-discover that yourself. Even I mean, I can only do it so much. But
no, but
I know that's what they used, and I feel like that's a thing that's used in that field. And if I don't know, it's just a weird thing. Just you want more sources like do you want the actual one from their university from Washington in the 60s and 70s?
Sure, I want to see like how they came to this conclusion.
Okay,
And
because they
then-
won prizes for this, and it's not. I'm just saying, in this community, in the heliocentric community, in all this, they actually do believe this, which is why they had to come up with dark matter and dark matter and dark energy. So it's all leading to this is what we were talking about, which is why the models keep changing. This all came back to models, and we were saying when you go outside of the world, the models start to break down. So,
oh my god, wait.
and this was a reason. This is what all this started, was that this thing broke down Newton's model, Kepler's model.
Atheism promotes online mod abusing culture. Wow. That's insane.
Yeah. Have you is this your first time kind of looking into the heliocentric model more, or do you remember it in school much?
It is definitely not my first time. The other day I wrote like a 12-hour document on that kind of shit.
On the heliocentric model?
On hydrostatic equilibriums, if we want to be real.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the calculus.
Did you do any real experiments with hydrostatic?
Trigonometry.
Did you do any real experiments instead of just formulas?
I figured out how to calculate like the radius and like the temperature of the sun, and then just apply that same logic to other celestial objects. Because
I thought you just said hydrostatic. Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking about hydrostatic pressure for a second.
I was just saying. What?
I don't know. I didn't hear you go off onto celestial measurements because you just said you were doing hydrostatic equilibrium, and I said, did you do any experiments? And then you went into the
I was just using the term. No, I wasn't talking about. I was just saying. Hold on, let me pull up my thing on my bob here.
You got 20?
What I did. Hold on. Yeah, I figured out how to find the mass of Sagittarius A star, and then also the size, the temperature of our sun, and then I just
did you? Okay. Sorry,
what?
Did you do the because I found that the temperature of the sun. I learned that the surface of the sun is hotter than the core. Did you?
No,
it's actually
not. It's actually
it's not. So when did that change?
I don't know. That you asked ask the calculations.
Oh my god! Did you not know that either?
The surface of the sun is not hotter than the outside. It's significantly colder. Like significantly.
Man.
Dude, it is hold on. It is roughly 5,778 Kelvin or 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. What's
this thing?
Super cold.
Maybe not on the surface. Hold on, what is it? Let me see what it was. Maybe it's not on the surface.
Yeah, on the surface, it's 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That is cold.
Hold on, let me see what it was. I might be misunderstanding. Hold on.
And I did look it up to make sure that I was correct, and I was. So. Yeah, I don't see how the outside.
No, it was. Hold on. It was something else. Oh, that's what it was. I misunderstood. So the atmosphere, the corona, the outermost part of the sun's atmosphere is hotter than the surface of the sun, which is kind of interesting, right? That's kind of interesting.
I mean, the sun is like emitting like gases and heat like all the fucking time, so I wouldn't be surprised.
What is that phenomena called? Where the atmosphere, the corona, is hotter than the surface?
I don't know. You tell me. I have no idea. I didn't look into that.
Yeah, I learned that. That's a big confusion with the core. I didn't mean the core. I meant the corona.
I'm sure there's an explanation. I would just go look it up. That's what I use, bro. Dude, I don't mess around when people just tell me like for instance, I was trying to figure out how like things were able to like absorb and reflect light, and all I kept getting was, oh, they just absorb and reflect light. No, I wanted to know how they did it. So I did
Yeah.
research on that, and I figured and you can go deep to the point where you can't ask any more questions.
So you got to look up the coronal heating problem. The coronal heating problem. They're telling us that the
You look
sun's
it up.
no,
I don't know.
I have looked it up a while back, but you've never even heard of it. And now you're saying for me to look. Why wouldn't you want to look this up? This is fascinating. For you to just disregard that is pretty strange, man.
I wasn't
I mean-
disregarding. No, I thought that you. No, sorry. I was under the impression that you just figured this out because you just figured out that the corona is
Oh.
hotter than the sun. That's what I thought.
No. This is an actual puzzle in solar physics that the coronal heating problem exists. That the atmosphere is hotter than the surface, which you'd think wouldn't happen. They're saying this is puzzling because of all the the fusion happening closer to the core. Why is it that the surface is cooler than the atmosphere of the sun?
I don't know. I don't know. Just look it up. I don't know.
Well, it's just another. I mean, that. Yeah, you could just look it up. It's still a puzzle. That's the whole point. It's still a puzzle. Just like dark matter and stars rotating at the same rate. There's things to the heliocentric model that you can't just chalk up to. Just look it up.
Have you looked up ways to debunk that though? Like, have you actually?
There are no ways. They have to add new forces or new maths to the model. They had to create dark matter to make all this work. That's what the whole
there
point
are
is.
things we don't know? No way.
There's so many. I mean, that's the best kind of humble ignorance. That's what Plato said. Humility.
But there are things we do know, right?
Intellectual humility.
Right.
I
just
know when you
still
think it's weird
Epistemic
that there are
humility.
things we don't know.
No, there's things I'm saying that when you apply to the model that they speak with so much conviction that if you question it, you're a retard. That's where it's getting to the point where wait a minute, why can't we be skeptics when
No
some
one
of this
does
can
this.
change the model?
Robert,
Yes,
Robert.
a lot of people that talk to anyone who questions Earth, they immediately go to their intellect or they go to their their IQ level, whatever.
Robert,
So it's just fascinating.
You realize that after you making that claim, like I'm gonna be honest with you, you still haven't like provided me with how. You realize that I'm going to be doing my own research to figure out what the fuck you're saying because
About the
you're
coronal
not-
heating problem?
No, not about that. I could give two.
About the stars rotating at the same rate on the
at
outside?
same speed because you still haven't like.
I know because you're
the math?
because you're denying the spectroscopy that
No,
they took.
I'm not denying.
Yes,
I'm
you
going to
are.
look into both sides. I'm going to look into both sides.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, and we're going to see whose math is right, if there even is any math for your side.
This isn't my side. This isn't my side. This has nothing to do.
I understand. Listen, I understand it's not your side, especially since you're a flat earther, and I know.
No, again,
I'm
see,
aware
stop labeling. You got to stop labeling people.
No,
That's such a lame label, though.
Fine,
it's very
then
lame.
Do you believe the Earth is flat, proper?
Well, then I'm inferencing that you believe that the Earth is flat because you're trying to take our evidence and turn it against us.
I believe the model that we've been told has been misrepresented, misrepresented, or it's been intentionally hidden from us. I don't know what the model is, but I question the model we've been given, just like most people are doing.
Right, but you understand what I'm trying to say, though.
Heliocentric cosmos, that stars are billions and trillions of miles away and apart from each other, and the immense sizes and black holes, all that stuff I question.
I know about the black holes, but the problem is you kind of present it as the model, quote unquote, which isn't really true, but conventional science has all these things that it knows, but your counter argument for that is literally that science has no answer for why coronas are definitely hotter than other parts of the sun, right?
Surface, yeah.
Well, other parts of the sun, there are no there are two hypotheses I think for that, but no one has a conclusive answer or an answer to call conclusive, right? But that's just that. If anything, that is epistemic humility, right? That's scientists saying, "Well, we don't know."
No problem with that. So therefore, I can apply that to the model that I live on. So there's nothing wrong with that.
What?
There's nothing wrong with thinking you live on an infinite plane or a Pac-Man or a hollow Earth or a concave Earth.
Well, yeah, because that's just wrong. Like the monster.
Well,
No,
then-
it's wrong.
Wait,
It's
wait.
wrong
It
to a
doesn't
degree
fit in
of
so
what you
many
think
things.
is society says is normal, because you've been taught what society says is normal to think and to believe. So you can you can operate machinery, you can have a job, you can do anything, unless you want to work in the space programs, which is very hard to do. You can believe whatever model you want to believe. And you're ostracizing people for even questioning a model. And you laugh and snicker. You laugh and snicker because you're so attached to the model that there's no other consideration. You're so attached to the ball model.
No, I see your side of the argument. You realize, like, I see it, and I see why it's wrong, though. Like, you
Well,
are.
I mean, yeah,
again,
you
and
have.
I'll say it again. You're going off of an agnostic, solipsistic view. That's what it's what it is, and it's stupid, especially when you think about your logic when you're religious. Like, there's no way you can apply
Oh
that.
no, that's
same
absolutely
logic.
wrong. That's
No,
absolutely wrong.
see-
I don't
see-
approach it religiously first.
I know
don't
you don't.
approach-
I know you don't
Yo,
approach it
Auburn.
religiously, but I'm talking about the people who are religious and then also have the audacity to say that the information told to us about Earth is falsified. That is just the dumbest shit ever.
Well, they do that with other fields, though. I mean, are you saying that? How is the space program?
Contradictive. That's
How are space
contradictive.
programs? How are programs the only institutions
really-
that aren't susceptible to corruption, and that the science can't be corrupted? That no
Reckon,
one's
I'm
in it for
not
self-interest. They're all in it because
Wait, did
it's
Auburn
the
say
humanity and the good of science, for the humanity and good of science. But that's how that seems like that's the light that you're putting on them, is that NASA would never corrupt science ever.
Wait, well, like, what is like corrupting science? You're talking these like vague general terms. Like, I don't know. Like,
Oh, it's
all
the
I want to
ideal
say,
model.
right, about a model that you're disagreeing with, which is really just a set of models, right? Like, if you accept all those models, right, they give you like your like computer and whatever, right, make all these predictions that turn out to be true, then you kind of have to accept like a round circle Earth that like is heliocentric, right? While we revolve around the sun and the sun revolves around the galactic core, you kind of all have to accept that. Because otherwise, like, what predictions does your model make? Whatever you test that contradicts this. Like, what predictions can you make? Can you make a computer based on that? I don't think so, right?
No, people were using predictions, based off of their own local maps, that they didn't even need a globe.
I'm just seeing that you're not answering my question.
Sailing's been done. You're talking about a tangible program as opposed to a conceptual program. Okay,
No,
you're saying
I'm just talking about
computers.
making
You're saying
prediction.
computers. Prediction off of what, though? I mean, what prediction are you referring to?
From your model, okay? You make a model, right? Like, you kind of suck it out of your thumb, right? And then you look at what that sucking out of your thumb, does it actually contort with the real world, right? And how do you do that? Well, your model needs to make certain predictions. And if those predictions turn out to be, like, correct in a holistic sense, then nice, that's a very usable model. And then I'll go and adhere to it, because like I like the things that can predict, right? I like being able to predict things about the world. The problem is, like, anything I've ever heard in this channel, like, there's no predictions here that are like better than standard accepted science. It's like, I don't know what you guys would adhere to this.
The predictions you have for your model, though, also requires an extra layer of belief, though, to make those predictions work. Yes, they do.
Predictions are just the predictions. You don't have to believe anything to just observe whether the prediction is false or not.
Okay,
right? You
but
don't have to believe anything.
The predictions we see work on geocentrism or heliocentrism. So it doesn't matter. Yes, they do.
True.
Yes, they work for thousands. Yes,
do you think gravity is real as accepted in common science?
Exactly. See the other layer of belief. I don't believe. I believe it.
I just
I believe the rate of.
together.
I believe the rate of fall that we see. Sure, I believe that objects will fall at a certain rate, but why they do? That's the question.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, you cannot build a modern computer without believing in quantum gravity, for example.
But again, you need a rate of fall. That's all you need. They already calculated the rate of fall.
To build your computer that you're using right now, you do need to believe in quantum physics. Yeah, and quantum gravity.
So what do you put in? A 9.8 meters per second? What does that have to do with how it
what you put in is that, like, all of a sudden you try and make your transistor so small that, like, all of a sudden, like, your transistors are like being a 1 when there should be 0, and then you're like, why the fuck is that happening?
Exactly.
And then, like, you discover there is something like quantum tunneling where, like,
are you putting in the mass of Earth and this and all that to do this program, or are you just putting in the 9.8 meters per second squared? Because no one's disputing
I'm
that.
not putting in anything. Like, I'm just explaining you like a fucking model. Like, I don't know why you cannot conceptualize that. I'm not saying
I do.
anything about
When you
putting
say
in
a
something
model,
into a falling thing, whatever.
you just said. I thought you were talking about like a video game or putting it into a program where if you
No,
want to
I
put
am
gravity into a
talking.
program.
I'm talking about we live in a world where we all use these amazing things we got through science, right? You're on some kind of computer necessarily to use
Yeah, using
Discord, right?
electricity,
Like,
electromagnetism,
yeah,
sure.
and you get that from the general accepted model of science, and like everything there kind of has to work together. You have the standard model of like physics, right? Which like includes like all of these things. Sure, there are some problems. No one claims to have a perfect explanation
Well,
of the
there's
natural
quite a
world.
few. It's not just some. There's quite a few that add
Well,
up and it
yeah,
compounds. It
but it doesn't
compounds into
matter because
contradiction after contradiction, and that's why people have
no, it
skepticism.
doesn't. No, it's like areas of knowledge we cannot perfectly predict that. But like all the
People have had
things we can
skepticism
predict,
since
though,
the
we
moon
can
landings,
predict.
man. This isn't like a new thing that people are
But
skeptic of the
like
space
all
program.
these,
They've been
yeah,
skeptics
I know
since they
they're
started.
retards. Sure.
No, see, that's the thing is you appeal to authority no matter what. It seems like other people are
Well,
skeptical to
like,
authority.
do you think every appeal to authority is fallacious? Can you tell me how
If
my
you can't,
computer works?
if there's no, that's different. We're talking
That
about.
is not different. That's
Yeah,
the same
I
kind of
think it
thing.
is.
I have to appeal to authority to like be able to use my computer, okay? If I don't want to appeal to authority, now you like I don't know why you're on the computer. If like right now, if you don't want to appeal to authority, you would have to be able to perfectly explain to me how your computer works. And I know for a fact you cannot do that because you didn't even understand my earlier arguments. So I know how a computer works better than you even, but I don't even appeal to my own authority on that. I would appeal to like engineers on that.
Well, I think more of an appeal to authority is when like an expert or a claimed expert is
Can you
endorsing
answer
it
my question?
I think you're conflating an appealing to
No, I'm
authority
not.
with a computer as opposed to someone or an organization
No,
or
you have to
entity
appeal
telling
to
you
the
something.
authority of like the thing working, right? You don't know whether the thing works or not. The only way you know that is by either your own investigation or believing someone that did the investigation, right? And I choose to believe people who do the investigation because it all contorts with what I see around me, right? Like gravity makes sense. All of these theories are the best explanation we have. Are they like perfect? No, but like clearly they do something, right? Because like
Okay, I
we
mean,
got to the world we are in right now using those
you kind of have a
theories. But
point.
what do you have under like flat Earth? Absolutely jack shit.
Okay,
You cannot
okay,
predict anything
you,
because it's all bad.
Jesus Christ. You kind of have a point when it comes to, yes, someone made it, the authority made it. And now if my software keeps bugging out and I keep finding contradictions that go against the software that I thought was right, I'm going to start not using that software anymore. I'm going to start questioning more, which is what's happening to the heliocentric model, and that cosmological model. So
But what doesn't work?
we're allowed to question authority whenever we want.
I mean,
You're
I
making
don't
it seem
control
like
you. I'm just saying it's retarded.
it's not
The way you do
retarded to
it.
question.
It
It's not
is.
retarded. Not if something keeps breaking. You're saying
What
if your
keeps
software
breaking?
keeps. Wait a minute. If your
Nothing
excuse
at
me.
the basis of this keeps
If your
breaking.
software keeps having glitches or you notice something that's off about your software, you're going to keep using it.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Well,
So
it
I
does.
wouldn't use
We just
broken
told you.
software, but
We
it's not
just
broken.
told you. We
Well, you
just told
allege
you
that, but you
we
agree with me
just
that you
told
don't
you
have
there
a
was
better
an odd.
explanation. So I
We
don't know
just
why you're saying this still because you're just wrong.
Bro.
we just told you there was an odd.
I hope you didn't just say that computers don't ever not work and software doesn't ever not work.
Or if you think you said that, then like you're just backing up my claim about being a retarded.
We just told
here.
you that the model showed stars rotating at a different rate, which would be kind of a glitch in the software, which we're like, wait a second, that's odd. That doesn't go along with the software that
what
we've
do you
been
think?
taught.
I wasn't there for that, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I see.
You just mentioned the imperfections.
I mean, you can re-explain if you want, and I can try and explain it to you. But like, regardless, like
Oh,
you don't have
well-
a better model. Well, like it still wouldn't matter. So like, you can like, I'm not gonna censor you or anything. But like, you
It's
don't
not-
have a
it's-
better explanation for it, right? So as long as like the sending explanation works the best,
For
much like
what,
the whole
dude?
Corona thing, right? I can say yeah, like we don't perfectly know why Coronas are hotter than the rest of the sun, right? But like that all is like not very material to like whether like what model explains the world the best, right? Like no one's claiming science like explains things perfectly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing experiments anymore.
Well, I hope you, as a scientist, would question more rather than just accept and move on, because
What do
some
you mean?
people are.
Science this question all the time. That's
I know,
literally what
but for you, it
means.
seems like philosophically, you're just saying, well, we don't know, but it's okay. The rest is figured out, and
Well,
and
I don't
we'll
really
work,
question
it'll work
things
itself
that we
out.
have known for 2,000 years. Yeah. Like if,
No,
if you
didn't.
want to
You
like
didn't. That's the
question
thing is, you
specific
didn't know the
things-
coronal. You didn't know the coronal temperature was hotter than the.
No, I
than
did know
the
that
drift.
actually,
So
but
that
like I wasn't
changes.
there.
That
Like
changes,
you're
and that's
confusing
just
me with someone
one.
else.
Well, that's one of many examples that shows some things that are off on the software.
No, it doesn't though, because like scientists are honest about this. They don't proclaim to know like how this works, right?
Okay, but using your little Jedi denial tricks don't work. Like you can say it and deny, but it's not.
There's
It doesn't
waffling
mean.
right now. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying we can provide
you are.
some contradictions. We can provide things to the model that shows. Wait a minute, is this really the model we're going to believe?
Well, if the
But
model
you'll
says
deny
that
it.
it doesn't know, then I don't know why you would use it against evidence of the model not like being false or like being like dishonest or something like that. That's like such a weird way, like such a backwards way to think about it. It's kind of ridiculous.
How can
Skepticism has been
models think about this?
You can
Man.
be
How can a
skeptic, but
model?
like you don't have
Hey,
infinite
yo,
time to be infinitely skeptical.
how can a model be dishonest?
Or can a model be dishonest? Well, I don't know. Like
Yeah,
honesty is like a human quality. You would have to like ascribe that to a model. I don't know what you
right.
specifically mean by that.
That would be a logical fallacy called the pathetic fallacy. Right. So models can't be dishonest. Follow.
Very cool. Hey, I wasn't arguing this. Like, I don't know what you're talking about this. Sure. I mean, go ahead. Have
Yeah,
fun.
you said it. You said it, dude.
Wait, what do you think I said?
Dude, you said out of your mouth models being dishonest, perhaps accusing the other person of making that claim.
No, I negated that actually. Like I said, models can really be dishonest. But I mean, I'm glad you're keeping up. Good job.
Oh, you mean you said can't?
Yeah, can't exactly for the reason that you're trying to portray. But like, I
Yeah,
understand
no
why people
problem.
want to say models are dishonest. Like that
Yeah,
can
no
like that
problem.
can kind of mean that like people use it in a dishonest way. I don't want to like nitpick language like that. Okay, so.
Well, it matters, does it not?
As long as you convey the idea and I understand the idea, I don't think the language used matters. No.
Well, for example, models could be useful for certain purposes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they correspond to tangible reality, right?
Kind of, I guess. Maybe in art or something like that. I don't think that's true in science. Unless you're talking about math. But that's not like observational science. I don't think you can have that in any science that includes like experimental observations.
What?
So
Experimental
any
observation?
science that includes
What's?
experimental
Hold on.
observation.
Yeah. Cool story. Yeah. What's an experimental observation? What's that?
Like detecting gravitational waves by using a laser and looking at the fluctuations in the laser light. That's an experimental observation.
Oh, you mean conjecture?
No, I mean experimental observation.
Yeah, I gotcha. Conjecture.
Do you know what conjecture is?
Yeah.
Can you tell
That's
me?
exactly what you just described, dude.
Can you give me a definition? What you think it means?
Yeah, what you described is conjecture.
Okay, I think you're using a private language.
Yeah, no, it's called an opinion, right? That's based on inconclusive or incomplete information. Okay. So in other words,
what's
they have a bunch of
incomplete about?
assumptions. They have a bunch of assumptions, and then they look at their stupid laser, and it does wiggly woggly things on a readout, and then they say, "Aha! Look, we got a gravitational wave." That's
Well,
not an
no,
experiment,
not
dude.
really. No, like the whole gravitational wave, that's not observational experimentation, right? That's like people interpreting
This
the
thing,
data.
Holmes.
If I develop
Yeah,
like a
there you
laser,
go.
right, and
There you go. It's an
right,
interpretation, dude.
yeah, like do you think I would
Hold on,
disagree?
I'll
A
be back.
model is an interpretation like about reality, but one that contorts with reality as best as we can, and one that makes predictions that are like testable and
Contorts.
verifiable.
Yeah, you
Right?
said it right. Contorts.
Yeah. Like I don't think science is
You're
reality.
looking for
Like I'm not
You're
retarded.
looking for yeah, dude. Listen
Yeah,
to
but you
your
don't
own
have a
work.
better explanation. Yeah, dude, like of course. Like I'm not retarded. right? But like, you don't have a better explanation, right? Like I welcome you to like do a PhD thesis or
Better
like a
explanation
research
for what?
into anything that you want to do. But the problem is like people probably laugh at you because you don't know like what you need to know to like start doing all this experimental stuff, right? You just sit here on Discord, talk about things that are nonsensical.
If anyone's laughed at me, I haven't noticed.
Well,
Did
I'm
you
laughing
really know
internally at you right now, so of course you would notice that, I guess. I mean,
Did
like,
you
if
even
you
know
go
the
outside and you say you're a flat earther, people probably do laugh at you, right?
Jealousy is a terrible thing.
I mean, regardless what the reason is, I just claim people would laugh at you, and they do. So you've now contradicted yourself. Congratulations. Yeah.
So exactly what is the insinuation of some lame insult got to do with all this, dude? That we
I don't
go
know. I
outside and
didn't
people
start
laugh
off
at
with
us.
some lame
Does
insults,
that
I'm just
undermine our
piling on with
credibility
them.
by any chance? The fact that some people may have the stupidity to laugh at another person because of their opinion, does that undermine our credibility?
I don't think it's stupid to laugh at a stupid opinion.
But would you say it's stupid to assume that an opinion's stupid unless you've researched it fully?
Depends on what you mean research fully. I mean, if you're like well informed and you can recognize that an opinion is stupid, I don't think to like determine it to be stupid is stupid. Like, I mean, you guys do this all the time, but like globe earthers, right? You guys laugh at opinions all the time, but like the globe earthers are like correct even if they cannot explain it perfectly, which is like very ironic to me actually that you're now making this argument like, isn't it stupid to like laugh at someone who has like an opinion
Well,
even if
it's
it's dumb?
fine if they're just
That's what you
sharing
guys do here all
opinions.
the time.
Yeah, I would never laugh if someone was just sharing their opinion.
Now, what do you laugh at then?
I don't know, Wes Anderson films. I laugh at the fact that they think that what their opinion has like a bearing on reality.
Yeah, isn't that what people usually mean with that opinion? Like, do people have opinions that they think doesn't actually contort reality? No, right? It's always the implication of having an opinion. Outside of some super, like, niche academic usage or something like that. Okay, well, it was fun dunking you guys. You guys haven't banned me yet today, so I appreciate that. But yeah,
you
I
weren't
kinda
you weren't
gotta do-
spazzing out, which was good. Some other guy was spazzing out. Couldn't handle it. Thanks for at least having some composure.
Hey, for sure, as long as I don't get
Listen.
overtalked or, like,
Hey,
unfairly.
well, look into
space.
some more of those contradictions. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, hey, I can't wait until the scientists discover some new evidence or come up with a better explanation. That will be really based. But yeah,
So
have
there's
fun.
water above us or something, or I don't know. You never know.
Is there water? Well, I mean, if it's
I
raining,
don't
there's
know.
water above you, right? So,
Sometimes, I mean, maybe they said they found tons of water below us.
I mean,
Lots
really,
of
if
water
anything,
below
there's
the
always
ocean.
water above you because
We got lots of
there's
water.
moisture in the atmosphere. So,
Yeah, electromagnetism. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on what water does and the behaviors of water, and learn more about that. Kind of set gravity to the side for a little bit.
well, no, gravity is really important to reconcile with the standard model. So I think they'll be focusing on that for a while.
Maybe the 9.8 meters per second squared. That's cool. But other than that, they're kind of unraveling once the farther away you get. I mean, if they're going far away. But yeah, I guess the farther away they think they're observing, unravels. Same as you go.
That, but sure.
Same as you get inward too. I mean, more self-discovery, buddy.
I don't know what ideas you're referring to with that language. Is what I mean.
Oh,
so there's nothing for me to discover here based on what you're saying because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Look up the galactic rotational rate of stars on galaxies. See how strange that is, and what they're saying is the cause.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. We'll see. But you getting into trouble, or what? You going to work or school or something?
Me? No, just to play some video games.
Oh shit! You get paid for that?
No, not necessarily.
Damn. Only could be a tester or something.
Tester, QA. I mean, they famously have it bad in the gaming industry, so I don't know.
Are you able to? Because I see that you can put your face into games now and your whole body. I saw not David Stern. the NBA commissioner put some random guy into even NBA games. I don't even know if you can do that with video games yet. I'm sure you can. Can you do that?
Give it random characters in a video game. I mean,
Can you put yourself and scan your face and play as a character in your game?
Yeah, you can.
Well, if the game
that's
developer allows it and implements as a functionality, I guess.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Peace.
Peace out. Man, that sounds cool.
Used to have an old video game where they took out a webcam and you scanned your face, so you'd be one of the players. Your face would be on there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, the way it's moving now, you know, I couldn't believe what I saw where this is a real game. This is a real NBA game, and they put someone's body on a player, and it showed the player moving, slam dunking. I mean, it was kind of pixelated, but still, it's a process. I was thinking, damn. It's, you know, the avatars were one thing, but now we're able to put our avatars in real space and time almost, you know? Very interesting.
You seen the performance from Tupac, like after his passing?
Oh yeah, that was only 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, something like that.
It's got to have updated by now. I'm imagining in the future you're going to have holographic plays, concerts, to where you're going to go to you're going to go to your local show or whatever, and you're gonna see your favorite band. It's going to look so good and real. Tickets might be half off, but you're not seeing the real thing.
I think the Eagles are already doing that.
Really?
Oh, well, no, that was a lip syncing joke, but yeah, they got caught lip syncing. But yeah, they're close. They're halfway there.
Yeah, I saw there was a soccer stadium that wanted to try to do that for one of the either World Cups or something. Maybe it was Japan. Some sort of holographic field projection. Man, I think it might be VR stuff more than the holograms. VR will take off where you're going to kind of see it in your living room more than going to a field.
Apparently AR has more future than VR.
Something the last guy said couldn't.
Go ahead.
Something the last guy said couldn't be any more far from the actual reaction of people in reality when flat Earth is brought up. It's not laughter; it's rage.
Yeah, there is some rage. It's like a Joker laugh. It's almost like raging laughter in a way. Yeah, it's a strange reaction to something I've never seen.
Oh yeah, it's interesting.
Out of every subject, they act like a Jewish person when you talk about the Holocaust or something not being real. It's like, what? That's not what I'm talking about. That's the amount of rage I see.
I think it's funny when they say like flat earther and they use it in the context as if it's like a negative thing. To me, when somebody says you're a flat earther, it only proves that you're a critical thinker and you wouldn't take anything at face value.
Ooh, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, you're open to questioning. You know, some people are afraid to question, isn't that? That's just wild to me.
Have you ever seen that the movie The Matrix, and then the very first one, and then you see Morpheus introducing Neo to the Matrix in the first simulation, and then they walk around, and it's the lady with the red dress, and then Morpheus says specifically, some people are locked in the Matrix so much they're dependent of it. It's their fundamental. And if
they'll
you
fight so hard to protect it.
Yep.
If you mess with that, what? Sorry.
Ignorance is bliss.
Oh yeah, that's right. Where he's eating the steak. He's that bald guy. Ignorance is bliss. Oh my God, it's kind of true in some places. People don't want to know. I mean, there's so many things. Would you even want to know what they're really doing? All the hybrid cloning crap. If they were doing that, I wouldn't want to know any of that stuff. All the experiments they do, and oh my God, it's too much. You know.
Correct, friend. Now, let me talk about that. There's another very interesting thing in the Matrix, right? That actually speaks to a sociological phenomenon. The purpose of the one, Neo, was a system of control designed by the architect, right? He wasn't a messiah. He was a control system. Why? The architect knew that the permutation of human expression needed to be aired out enough to where there was a plausible challenge to the system. So what they would do is they would allow a certain amount of people to be given the truth and to be given a hope story, and by that they exercise the hope out. But what do they do at the end? After the hope runs its course, they put a stop to it and they start the process over again. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of people think that they're truthers now, that they've come to the truth and they're free from the system. But many people who think they're truthers or think they're flat earthers or think they now know what the way things are, they're just as being manipulated by a system as they were before. They weren't coming to the truth on their own volition. They were handed something on a silver platter, usually from social media, right? In other words, most of the people who think they're free are still just as much puppets of the system as they ever have been.
Yeah, but you need that way of critical thinking within society instead of being a blind sheep who follows whatever's being said. That's how we develop critical thinking. You need to challenge the quota. The status quo.
No. Not we. We don't need to. That's what you missed. Only enough people need to be doing certain things in order for society to be quote unquote progressing. And then you got to define what progression means. Okay, let's talk about how we progress. Let's talk about how we progressed as a society. You ready? Okay, we've got kids that don't live with their mom and dad, that are neurotic, depressed, going nowhere, have no clue, no value system. Yeah, we've progressed all right. But we've got cell phones and we've got electronics and we've got automobiles, so I guess that's progression, right?
Yeah, I think
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
we might be going back to that family value stuff though, because what you were saying kind of hits home. The family life kind of changed, but I wonder if that's switching. At least in America, maybe more. When I say conservative values, I don't just mean politically, but I don't know, making families cool again. Having that, because that really does shift the way people are educated, the way kids are raised. I don't know if you're seeing that at least, but it might take some more time. But it's almost like they tried it for the last 4 years to get rid of the nuclear family and change all that. But I think all the education system, all that's changing. We're moving into a completely new paradigm. Because I've never seen more anti-establishment rhetoric in my life.
Right. What happens when the establishment is upturned? People now don't have an establishment. And then what happens? You have a vacuum of establishment. And then what happens? A new establishment enters.
Yeah.
And then you're back in the same cycle.
Well,
right?
if you can get a different, I think you need order to the chaos. I think you need some sort of established set, but the ones we have now, yeah, you got to weed out the corruption. I don't know if you've seen what's going on in Argentina, but they're trying a new system over there where they're completely rearranging the way money's allocated, and he's now based the currency to level out, and they're no longer in the red. And so hopefully we're just in a trial run right now in all these countries and showing what not to do.
Want to know what's funny about the Matrix movies? No one ever made it out of the Matrix. That's what's funny about it. All the things that happen within the Matrix movies are set in a simulation. Even Zion itself is a simulation. The people who are jacked out of the matrix system that you think is the first level, they're still in the matrix. How do we know that? Because Neo was able to manifest powers in the quote-unquote real world, meaning he was still in a level of the matrix. But they all played their parts, winning, losing, struggle, right? All under the auspices of a system of control that not even the agents of the system understand. I had a kid the other day, right? Just like every day. Ask, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Why would they lie? Well, who are they? That's the real question.
Yeah, I would agree with you. The question is, why do you never answer it? Who are they?
Yeah, who are they? You tell me.
Well, you're the one who's saying they are lying. I think you'd have to know who they are, right? Because I don't know who they are.
They're
I looked
liars.
around. I've looked for them. I can't find them anywhere. So you need to tell me who they are.
Well, every time you turn on NPR, those are some liars in your ears.
And how do we know that? Because you said so?
Yeah, let me know the next time they have an ounce of good news. They're the most pessimistic group of people in the history of Western civilization, Scott.
You never listen to NPR, do you? All right.
Well, I've listened to it for 3 decades. It's barely recognizable to what it once was.
What was it once?
Stories about Abner's wife making a quilt the size of a football field, things like that. Accomplishments of humanity. It wasn't just total propaganda, wall to wall, appealing to the sensibilities of the sanctimonious bootlickers that have it tuned in.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. It doesn't surprise me you're not able to recognize a lie, Scott.
Well, doesn't surprise me. You just make them up. So, you make up all reality. What's wrong with making
What lie
up a few
did I
lies?
make up?
Nope. What lie did they say yesterday?
What lie have I made up, Scott?
You listened to them. You said they lie every time they speak. What lie did they say
said,
yesterday?
who are they? Well, the liars are lying. The powers that be.
What lie did they say
the
yesterday?
original liars are all gone. These are descendants. Maybe they don't even know they're lying.
Well, then it's not a lie, then, right? You have
Well,
to
the
know your
lie
lie in
was
order to
sowed
be a
once
lie.
upon a time.
Okay, so what lie did they say yesterday? These horrible people
on
NPR.
NPR, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
I know. I guess you have. My guess you haven't been listening for forever. I think you just lied right there when you said you've been listening for 3 decades. I'm guessing that's a lie.
Yeah, okay.
And so I think we found the liars. You guys. You lie about what you do. You don't listen to NPR. There's no way you listen to NPR.
So how do I know about that football-sized quilt that Abner's wife quilted?
I have no idea. He made it up. I think he made it seem like
Have you ever heard of it?
Dudes, this is a retarded argument, okay?
Okay. Well, he started it.
National public retardation. I agree.
What is the best argument for the Earth being flat?
No, that's not going to happen, man.
What? This is literally called 24/7 flat Earth. I don't know. Maybe I've rolled up in the wrong fucking place, but apparently you guys think the Earth is flat.
Well, not all of us.
What the fuck are we doing in here?
Talking to the flat earthers.
He's hyping NPR.
NPR was NPR.
All right, who cares about NPR? He asked you why is the Earth flat. How about give him an answer?
Yeah, give me an answer.
Ever been around some water?
I've been in water.
Oh, okay, so you've had water around you. Does the water around you show any similarities to the water ball that they've printed in textbooks?
So you're talking about the difference between a 2D and different dimensions? That's what you're talking about?
I'm asking if the water on Earth that you've been swimming in,
yeah,
does that seem to comport with the water ball that's been hyped for a long time now?
I am not reading what you're putting down, my guy. So you're basically saying if I open a book
around water,
okay,
perhaps just acknowledge the nature of it,
okay,
and then see if it matches up with the water ball that's embedded in your psyche.
The water ball
embedded in your psyche. It's sinking in.
Yeah, so if I think of a water ball, so not the one that's in the textbooks as you originally stated. So what I should think of now, right? When I think of water ball, what is it I'm imagining? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, how big is this water ball you're imagining?
It's not that big, but it's big enough.
Well, could you be a little less vague?
Okay,
since you're the expert who knows you're on a spinning water ball chasing a dying star, how big is your water ball?
Okay, wait, so now we are talking about the Earth, if I'm getting that correct.
I thought that's what you were asking about when you came in here.
No, my guy, you presented me with a hypothetical. I imagine you were trying to make an analogy of why the water.
I asked you if is it hypothetical that you've been in water?
Well, my guy, you're supposed to try and explain to me why the Earth is flat. You don't necessarily need to be relating to the Earth. You can use a hypothetical to explain your argument.
Perhaps you could explain it to yourself the next time you're in water.
Yeah.
You acknowledge the nature of water, what it's doing around you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And see flowing. Flowing to where?
It depends on the current underneath the water, and on top of the water, the direction of the wind.
What else causes water to flow?
I can imagine. Okay, that's about as far as I know. Like underneath the water.
How about a drop of Mountain Dew that reaches the sea? How did it get there?
A drop of Mountain Dew? What the fuck is Mountain Dew?
A dewdrop on a blade of grass in the mountains next to a stream.
Amazing.
It eventually may reach the ocean. Why?
You've convinced me that the Earth is flat, my guy. Congratulations.
Okay, next.
Oh my goodness.
Holy shit. Yeah, the grass blades on the mountain base.
Okay, I'll give you one, dude.
Please do.
Now, don't everybody interrupt me with their gayness, all right? You understand? I'm just going to give this. Now, it could be true or false. The propositions could be challenged. The premises could be challenged. Okay, let's just run this and see if it's a presentation of an argument. Okay, arguments aren't necessarily leading to the conclusions, because if you attack the premises, several will, as being untrue that support it, right? So that all being parsed out so that nobody has a heart attack. Okay, what Homeboy is trying to say to you is that the alleged surface of the Earth is covered in 70% water, and the nature and physics of water is to seek an equipotential surface, right? Lowest equilibrium. In other words, you fill a cup container with water, it's going to fill the bottom, and then the surface of the water is going to be at a certain level, right?
Right.
So if the Earth is a sphere, that must be curved around the surface of the Earth in the manner in which they claim. However, if water is indeed flat and level, when at rest, obviously, then the Earth can't possibly be a sphere. So if you measure water to be level and flat, using, let's say, a laser transit methodology, right, then that would validate that the Earth is not a sphere and is therefore flat.
Okay, so
Now,
you're basically.
hold
sorry.
on. We're
You're not
on.
finished. Okay.
No, well, I've got to bow out for a second, but I just want to parse or set the table here. So now I've set a bunch of particulars, so now you can, ask questions of particulars, and then hopefully someone here will be able to answer. But hopefully that's a starting point. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the first thing I'm thinking of, obviously I don't have a direct answer to this. I'm not a fucking scientist, but I'm just curious. Okay, so I would probably say it has something to do with pressure, I can imagine, meaning that from every single direction from outer space or within the atmosphere retaining to the Earth itself, there is levels of pressure that are being pushed against the Earth, in other words, making water seem stable, or you could theorize that it is stable. So that takes care of Earth not flowing, depending on the rotation of the Earth. That would take care of that one, I think. Or if not that, then you would think of gravity, considering that water does have mass, and therefore the center of the Earth would be pulling the mass of water towards the center, as it does everything else, and thus you would have the effect of water, going down if there's less water, and then going up if there's more water. So that would take care of that. Then you've also got the shapeness of water, and we can perceive this while you can't see it in a glass of water. This all goes away when you increase distance. So if you were to be able to observe water at a further distance than the naked eye is possibly capable of doing, you would eventually come to a point where you would start to see the water shaping off, as in the surface of the Earth. And the way we know this is because if you are looking at a distance, an incredible distance, using some really high-tech binoculars, let's just say, and you're looking at some really tall buildings, then eventually you'll come to a point where you'll see those buildings shape off, even though you could call that an optical illusion of sorts. At the same time, they are
will
still...
Will the buildings be pointed away from you?
I can imagine if you were able to be able to perceive...
I'm not asking what you could imagine.
No, it's not about imagining. The word I used was perceive, okay? So you might not be able to perceive them moving away from you, but
do you perceive the antennas of the buildings
Depends
pointed
on
away
how far
from
you are. How far away are you from
example. We're using your example. Since you decided to be vague.
Yes. No.
In your example, do you see the antennas pointed away from you?
Given that there is enough distance, that's number one criteria.
That was a yes or no, but that's fine.
Okay, the answer is yes under two conditions. Would you like to hear the conditions? Would you like to hear the conditions by any chance?
I would just like to see it.
Or would you just like to be an obnoxious piece of shit?
I would like to see what you've perceived.
Okay, so you're choosing the second option. Fine.
No, I'd just like to see what you've perceived. I understand you can imagine it.
I'm sorry, did you mistake the word imagine for perceive?
Well, you used imagine earlier.
No, the word I used was perceive, but you would like to say it's imagine because that agrees with your narrative. So how about we use the word that I actually used instead of the word that you want to use? How about we do that, my guy?
Do you perceive the buildings pointed away from you? Because they're on a curve, right?
Yep.
You perceive that?
Given that there's enough distance, one, and two, my eyes are capable of perceiving that.
You perceive this.
Now, under
Okay.
those two criteria, as long as those two criteria are met, then yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Amazing. So the answer to that is when you find yourself at a great distance from those antennas and those buildings, and your eyes and now have superpower capabilities to be able to see those buildings in the first place, then you would be able to see them angled. The problem is you can't because there are limitations to our eyes. And second of all,
So you're not perceiving them after all.
Amazing how you came to that conclusion. That's
you have been
phenomenal.
imagining.
That's phenomenal. Amazing that you came to that conclusion. But yeah, cool.
That was your conclusion.
Okay, my guy. If you're so convinced of that, then good for you, my guy.
Well, I hear it in your chuckle.
All right, Mike. Interesting conversation. Thank you, guys. You've enlightened me.
Yeah, it was a lot of wishful thinking on your part. That was brilliant.
A lot of gaslighting on your behalf, but let's not talk about that. No, we don't want to talk. No, we don't want to talk about that.
You're the one that you're the one that pranced in on a horse.
It's okay, my guy. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay for people to walk in and ask questions, considering that the name of the fucking channel is 24/7 Flat Earth, and somebody asks what's the best argument for fucking Flat Earth, and you are incapable of even talking about the subject. But that's okay, my guy.
Listen, do you take?
Yeah, that's okay, my guy. Go to sleep tonight, dreaming about the rabbit holes you've been down the last 3 fucking years, where you've been incapable of doing anything but figuring what life is about.
Excusez-moi.
Yeah, good job for that.
You take issue. You take issue with the nature of water, then.
No, I have an issue with your framing of my explanation of the subject.
Then don't worry about what I have to say about it. Go out and acknowledge water. Yeah, you can figure it out yourself.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure I stand firmly on my ground. As for you, I think you've got a lot more figuring out to do.
When I asked how big the Earth was, you got real vague.
I mean, my guy, the moment you started talking about drops of water on blades of grass next to mountains, relating to rivers and seas, at that point I'm thinking to myself, is this guy coming from a logical perspective, or is he just like trying to pose the most irrelevant fucking question ever? Yeah, that's okay, my guy.
You brought up currents, and I asked what else makes water move. That's all.
Okay, I'm more interested in what AI Overlord has to say. I'm pretty much done with what you have to say. You seem incapable of engaging with the topic.
That's fine.
Does that obnoxious attitude get you anywhere?
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Does that obnoxious attitude get you anywhere?
Excuse me?
Does that obnoxious attitude get you anywhere?
Oh, I'm sorry. What part of me coming into this channel asking a relevant question, considering that the name of the channel is Flat Earth, and being engaged with about things that are, not so relevant, but then somebody else actually poses a real question and I totally engage with it on a good faith basis, but then you choose to look at my behavior towards only one of those sides? What happened to the one where I was totally okay with AI Overlord, considering that he was coming to me in good faith, while the other guy seems to be the most unhinged motherfucker available on Earth, and I treat him likewise?
Obnoxiously, yeah.
That's obnoxious? Okay.
Yep.
All right, fine then. Yeah, I'm an obnoxious motherfucker then. Holy shit, yeah.
You don't have a problem with it.
Would you like to start over?
Oh no, I'm pretty much done with you, my guy. Unless you have anything of substance to add to the conversation.
Not with me.
Yeah.
Just carry on. I was just
admiring my capabilities of speaking. Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah, I was just highlighting the fact that water seeks equilibrium.
Okay,
reaches the seas. Yeah, it reaches the seas.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all. No need to get upset about that.
Nobody got upset, my guy. I don't know. Can you see me through the voice that you hear? I didn't know we could
Well,
see things through
I
like
don't know.
sound waves.
Once someone says the most unhinged MFer
Oh,
available, that sounds sort of upset.
oh, okay. It seems like you talking. Okay, I'm pretty much done with you, my guy. You're just annoying at this. I don't even know if you're trolling what it is, but yeah,
No, dude.
I'm
Just
bored.
no.
Yeah,
I was just trying to. I was
with
just
you.
trying to keep it simple.
No, you're pretty annoying. That's about
You were
it.
upset about the idea that we're not on a water ball, so I said, "Well, don't be upset about it. You've been in water. You know what it's up to."
It's a shame when they start an argument like that and then it devolves and then they just end up leaving the VC thinking they got the high road.
Yeah, and the last guy said that flat earthers make the world laugh. I'm still waiting for the laughter.
I apologise if I created any ill feeling there. Calling him obnoxious. It's just what I got from him. My bad.
Well, to be fair, the other party was pretty heated in the manner in which they presented, right? Now, you could say, well, the content of the argument is more important than the delivery, but the problem is that humans react to delivery, do they not?
That's true. I fall short with 90% of my delivery.
So the point of contention is the nature of the surface of water. Now, when I laid out my argument and he replied, he was just giving arguments of why water would be curved around a ball, consistent within that narrative, right? He wasn't actually presenting evidence demonstrating that water is curved in that manner. Now, in my argument that I laid out, I at least said that if you could use a laser transit, right, to measure the water, then you could validate whether it is curved or not. Now, what he should have replied is, well, here's a method to validate that the water is curved, or let's talk about that method of measurement, or let's poke holes in it. Right, because that's really what it boils down to. Like, if you could demonstrate that water's not curving, then that's the end of the globe model as we know it, right? And the answer is yes, of course it is. Then the contention becomes, well, is that demonstration capable of being done, or has it ever been done? And then that's where the argument should go. Because that's really what it comes down to. That's the brass tacks, is whether the surface, right, of the water that they claim is wrapped around a ball is actually wrapped around a ball, or it lays between two parallel planes. Because they're mutually exclusive, can't be both.
Yeah, there's something about the water thing that's it's too simple, too concise, that it's instantly rejected, because even the people who acknowledge the water ball enthusiasts who acknowledge that water is not curving. They can't perceive it to curve. They'll acknowledge it's flat. Well, it's locally flat. And then, there's always that, well, the Earth's really big. And, I was an a-hole to the guy. The guy came in here like an a-hole. I asked him how big the Earth was. He got really vague. And then 2 minutes later, he was saying, well, I'm firmly implanted in the, so I don't know. I don't think that, not to talk about the guy, but that's a common, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Even if someone acknowledges water being level, the next sentence is, well, the Earth's really big. And I know I've a lot of the things, that's why when the guy said I'd rather talk to AI, well, yeah, I'd rather hear AI talking to the guy. But I've heard you, I don't know, take issue with the Suez Canal thing, but the Suez Canal thing seems like the ultimate too much flat water for Earth to be globe. Am I right that you sort of take issue with that? Like, no one's denying the fact that two bodies of water, if connected, would. You know what I'm saying?
Well, is the Suez Canal the one that has no barrier?
No locks. Yeah, no locks is the Suez Canal.
Right, and so it's
120 miles.
It's just you can travel. You could be in one ocean, enter the mouth of the canal on one side, and then arrive at the other ocean on the other side. Right.
Right. Both.
Right. So in their view, that would just be a connected body of water. Right. They wouldn't be at different levels. They're connected at one sea level. Right.
Yeah, but I've asked them, and I've gone into crazy hypothetical land with them, asking if you could freeze it, connect it with ropes to a bunch of helicopters, and lift it. I've had them tell me, well, that would be an ice arch or arc.
Yeah, exactly. So the premise then would just be reduced back to the same claim, which is it curving or not? Right? So it being a lock is irrespective. Oh, sorry, no locks. It being a canal doesn't matter at that point. You still have the same problem.
So, yeah, but the same person who will acknowledge that a swimming pool is flat will say, no, the Suez Canal is curving.
Well, look. Notice how when I defined flat, it was with a scale function of tolerance within two parallel planes, right?
Well, can't you take the elevation of either the ports at either end of the Suez?
Right. So let's say you do that. So let's say that you have two parallel planes that are 1,000 feet apart from each other. Right. Now within that, you could have all manner of curves, right, that extend out. Right. So you could have a really short high curve that's less than 1,000 feet. Then you could have a really long curve that approaches 1,000 feet, but then varies off again. However, the end of those curves will never meet back up as a sphere because all the points rest within two parallel planes. Right? So you could have, in theory, at least based on that definition, an arc, but you couldn't have a sphere. So, in other words, you could have contact lens Earth, but you couldn't have eyeball Earth. You follow?
Yeah, partially.
Or you could go with our explanation of it that there are no two parallel planes. That's our explanation of it. So.
Well, I think haven't I asked you if, or maybe it was Yui. I thought I asked you if you could freeze the Suez Canal and lift it out with helicopters, Scott? What are you looking at?
It'll be
an
curved.
ice rink or an arch?
Both.
Okay.
Ice rinks are ice rinks are also curved. They're just curved at such a small degree it doesn't really matter for anybody playing on them.
Well, this would be a 120-mile long ice rink.
Yeah, it'd be a significant curve. Yeah.
So then the contention could only be arbitrated through what methodology?
Well, that's why I was saying it's just absurd, just an absurd hypothetical, just to see where they're at.
Yeah, but
I don't
I understand that, but we're at a let's just say an impasse where one person saying this giant hunk of ice that we lifted out with helicopters is curved, and the other person saying it's flat. So then, how would you arbitrate that?
Well, I don't know. That's why it seems like the water seeks level is just too simple. It sort of short circuits, the whole script of, well, this and that, and how the hell do you explain an eclipse if
That's fair. That's fair. But you see,
the whole maze.
Both sides right now would both agree that water seeks level.
Correct.
Both sides would agree. Water attains level. In fact, water is the ultimate benchmark of level. Right? It's the standard by which level is determined, right?
Yeah, and you have one group who in the last 3 years has been taught to say level is curved.
Okay, let's say that's the case. One side says level is curved. The other side says level is a true horizontal line. Okay, true horizontal straight flat line, and the other person says it's a parallel arc to the whatever an arc. So one is an arc, one is a straight line. So if you have those two competing claims about your giant hunk of ice, and you have the physical hunk of ice, how would you arbitrate who's correct?
You could start with observations.
Which observations?
Start by observing the object in question, which would be the ice.
Well, we don't have the ice, so we can't observe it. It was a hypothetical.
Yeah, but you could still carry out, a way to arbitrate this in the hypothetical world. So you have your giant hunk of ice, however long it is. How long is the Suez Canal?
120 miles, they say.
Yeah, 120 miles.
120 miles? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's just say 100. Let's just say we've managed to secure a 100-mile stretch of it, because that's all our helicopters could lift. So there you go. You've got an easy 100. So now you have a 100-mile stretch of frozen ice that was frozen as it lays, and it's either straight or it's curved. So how would you go about determining which of which it is?
Yeah, and so our contention is that 120 miles, the horizontal plane at one end is going to be 2 degrees off the horizontal plane at the other end. And so if you have those planes projected out, each from their point, they would meet at a 2-degree angle. That's our contention. How would we determine that?
Well, nobody knows. Let's go home.
Well, doesn't this always just bring us back to the force of the line?
Well, look, it could be, but how about just entertain the thought and think of a way that you could determine whether it's straight or curved?
El Donaldo.
Did you say Ronaldo? We're going to need a hockey player.
No, I was saying El Donaldo.
Whatever that means.
Yeah, El Donaldo.
That's not a hockey player either.
Yeah, what does that mean, dude?
I was just seeing if Donald's there or not.
Oh, okay.
I'm going up to God Ain't Real Donaldo.
Oh, hang on, Taco. Do you have a written version of your dialogue tree?
Now, this is
Yeah,
getting good.
he's got it. He's got it in your DMs, bro. Okay, we're gonna go back to our conversation now.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Thanks. All right, so Scott can go first, since he might have an answer to the question. All right, go ahead, Scott. Unless he chooses to withhold to see who else is going to put a piece on the table.
Sorry, I had to unmute him in my backyard working on my pool. But yeah, I would go with taking the angles of vertical and comparing them to each other, and we can use surveying equipment to figure out the basically reciprocal zenith angle kind of thing, which I've visited probably 100 times here, and that's how I do it. And I would show that the verticals are indeed diverging at 2 degrees over 120 miles, a little less than 2 degrees, slightly less, but
Ascertained with survey equipment, which uses an optical sight, correct?
Yes, I'm good with optical
Okay.
sights for remote.
All right, cool. All right, so who has a contention with that? Nobody. All right, I guess Scott wins. Scott, you get the prize. All right, so the trophy is currently at Scott's house, waiting for all comers to challenge optically acquired reciprocal zenith angles inferred from a differential in vertical versus horizontal at 2 degrees off over 100 miles. Well, be slacking, Scott, and forget to polish the trophy. All right, I don't want a dusty trophy next time it changes hands. All right. So nobody present really has a contention against his claim there.
No, I'm not well versed enough to be able to dissect it. No.
Well, if
it would help if I saw some drawings. I'm not asking Scott to do that, but
maybe I could make a drawing real quick.
well, maybe you could yeah. I mean, I like to sit on the sideline, and I've never been lost in a boat at sea, but I've never been at the helm of a boat that was no longer in contact with the land. But I like to sit on the sideline and listen to all these zenith angle discussions go on and on and on, because I can, obviously some have studied it, some have used it, some know the buzzwords of it to use, but it's I can follow. I pick up every what do you call it, navigational book I see being thrown away, but I like to look at the diagrams. But to try to take the trophy right now from Scott, I guess I'll let him bathe in it or something.
You haven't been on a boat that wasn't in contact with land?
I said I haven't been at the helm of a boat that had lost sight of land.
Oh, sorry.
I've only
you've been
navigated
in contact
by
with land as in touching.
eye contact. Yeah, I'd like to get around to it. I'll add it to my list of things to do, but you know what I'm
Every
saying.
boat I've ever been in has been freaking docked or touching the freaking beach. It's so stupid.
That's what it sounded like. That's why I clarified.
I've seen a lot of boats in people's backyards. But yeah,
Have you
I
seen a lot
can't
of
get
cars
into
in
this
people's front yards as well?
cinderbox. Yeah, I can't get into the whole celestial navigation debate, but yeah, I do like the diagrams. I find it funny in the books that you'll
All
see flat
right.
baselines and curved baselines. But yeah, someone take the trophy from them.
There you go. I drew you a picture and I color coded everything. So the blue is the frozen piece of water we took from the canal. The purple is the observation point orientation relative to the
Okay,
surface, right?
following.
And the yellow is level, and the red is the eye line direction as a ray if you're looking straight out level, and assuming light's traveling as an ideal ray.
And what are we looking at? What are the arrows pointing towards? Polaris or?
No, they're just pointing in the direction of your viewpoint. Now, okay, I got to make one more correction here because you're going in. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me pick another color. We'll pick green.
What do
The
you got?
green arrow.
What are you using? What's that little light bright color thing? it's very attractive.
Okay, I updated the image to be cooler. All right, now look at it. So green represents the eye line if you're looking at the tops of the two purple lines, right? So in the bottom thing with the straight line water, all of those things are lined up, right? Keep in mind it's ideal geometry. So they're all lined up, right? And on the top one, they're not all lined up. Now, Scott's claim is the fact that they're not all lined up points to the fact that the surface is curved like that, and it can't be the bottom one because it should be all lined up, right? So, where can you attack that argument that Scott made?
Well, where is he saying? How is he saying they're not lined up? I mean, because they're not seeing each other.
So he's
And
saying that when you
well, how is this? This is a slight detour because I brought it up when you first mentioned it. How is this any different than the force the line, other than those top lines are eyesight?
it's different because Scott isn't using a force the line methodology. He's using an optically acquired
Yeah. So what's
sight
the difference?
distance marker.
What would be the difference between his force the site or the force the actual structure? Or I'll put that on hold. But go ahead. But yeah, I see these diagrams.
Well, look, the whole point is if you look at the top one with the arc, you see the red line. In order to acquire the other purple line, you have to bring your angle of view down so that the green line and the red line match. And so that angle of downness, right, you're going to read in and then chart it out orthographically as this image that I made in order to make it make sense if you're assuming that light is traveling straight, right? So in other words, if the ideal geometry is true, then Scott's claim would seem to follow. So in order for that to not be the case, then there must be something else going on, right? And you should have a plausible reason why you think that something else is going on. So for example, you might say, well, the nature of this equipment and the nature of perspective and the nature of light might cause you to acquire something at a different angle by changing the angle of your device than it's actually existing in geometry, in reality. Now, both sides have this problem, right? So, for example, you show someone an image like the black swan, and you say this supersedes the ideal geometry of the claim of the globe, right? And they say optical effects. Now, transversely, if Scott is acquiring angles with an optical device that don't seem to fit with the flat Earth proposition, then the correct rebuttal seems to only be in the category of some kind of optical effect, right?
So what is it? It's a case of wanting your cake and eating it too. Like, what I'm wondering is, how would Scott be able? How would he differentiate between the two diagrams? How would he even know?
Well, both sides look. Both sides would have an interpretation of the optically acquired information, and then they'd have to provide justifications for that interpretation, right?
Yeah, but because
in either case, it's not following what it would be in ideal geometry, right?
Yeah, the guy on top, his red lines are looking into the sky. I don't know it.
Yeah. So so the claim would go like this: when you level the device, your eye line would be looking to the sky, the red line, and then you would have to bring the red line down to the green line in order to acquire in the center of your sight the top of the purple line. And so that little amount of bringing it down, right, is then extrapolated out into free space as actually acquiring a straight ray distance to the top of the purple thing, and that is assumed as a physical displacement, right? And then it's charted orthographically as a physical displacement, and then you draw the triangles out, and that's where you get the quote-unquote reciprocal zenith angles, from the triangles that you draw out after you get that angle. So I'll leave you to scratch your head on that one while I do some shopping. But this is a thing. Like, look, it's basically like this. It's very simple. This is all about claims of things that you see versus where things are that you're seeing, right? I'm seeing something, but where is it actually in three-dimensional reality relative to my position? So I definitely see the world. Now I need to make, or I want to make, geometric claims about what I'm seeing, and what method am I using to make those claims? So if you don't have any type of matrix of how you go about deciding that, then I would challenge you to start learning about it.
So now I'll let you do what you need to do, but hey Scott, the top one, is that accurate to what you're talking about? Is that what you're seeing, or is those red lines, those arrows, or is that what you would expect to see?
Hold on, like I said, I'm out working on my pool, so I need to look. Hold on. I can look at the chat real quick.
I may be highlighting my confusion, but yeah.
Damn, you have a pool, Scott? Rich boy.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Damn.
I've been lucky.
You might have to
scroll up. The top one that AI posted, yeah, that is accurate. The verticals are diverging from each
if the
other.
Earth is a ball.
Yes,
but
yes.
You see the bottom one there, though. I mean, you've been to a lake.
Yeah.
I know I'm due to my limited whatever ability to talk about the angle thing. I mean, I get it, but I can't really go back and forth with it.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, as you guys are talking about flat water, right? Or as you were talking about flat water, I was so tempted to run into my house and open my computer and put it in my little calculator and figure out how much curve my pool has, because I know you love that. And see how many nanometers agita I have on the pool I'm working on right now.
Back to the red arrows. Is it how much your pool has, or how much you expect it to have?
How much I expect it to have, because the amount that it has is unmeasurable with the tools we have.
I mean, if you had a pool, right, that was dug out in the
Which I
bottom,
do.
you had like a square box. I mean, I know there's curves but I mean, if the water, take a fish aquarium for example, it's a smaller pool.
Yeah.
If you have a fish aquarium and you level it out, I don't know if you've set up a fish aquarium, but as the water evaporates, you have a square box or a cube aquarium, and you could measure the receding lines, right? Like the salt, whatever, the calcium on the walls.
How precise do you think you can measure that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How big a pool do you need to make until the water starts spilling out the middle of it? Because it's arcing.
Well, the thing is, if you actually built that pool would be curved also because they would be
No, I don't
leveling
want
as
to
they go.
I don't want to build the pool curved.
You have to. You can't.
No, you don't.
You can't not build the pool curved.
You're telling me if I had unlimited resources, I couldn't build a giant, enormous, flat-bottomed aquarium?
But you just have a flat bottom aquarium then.
Yeah, and then what's the water doing at the top?
It's nothing to do with what the bottom is, right?
It would be parallel to the bottom of the aquarium.
No, it wouldn't.
So how big of an aquarium do you have to build until the water starts pouring out the center?
Never.
So the water's not arcing.
That's not the way it works. No, it's
the water's flat. The water is flat after all.
If you were somehow to be able to make a pool that was completely flat on the bottom, several miles long, several miles wide, you have this massive pool. The water would be deeper in the center of the pool. That's away from the edges.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
Okay, look at an ocean. An ocean is doing that thing, but an ocean's not flat.
So you were the one. Listen, you were the one hyping that you were going to get your calculator out and tell us about so you can tell us what you would expect to see in your pool. You can't actually show this ever. This never will be able to be shown.
Correct.
Okay.
There are limits to the precision to which we can measure things, especially things in water that is always slightly moving. There's always a little wind blowing or something, and we're talking nanometers, right? Like I told you, my bathtub, 5 foot is 45 nanometers.
Anyway, yeah, I wasn't trying to detour from your example, but I was trying to run a parallel. But I don't know. How would you even be able to tell, Scott, that you're not on the bottom diagram?
By when
you're looking across a pond, why can't it be you're just looking across a pond? I know I'm sort of oversimplifying it, but
because you can measure the divergence of those verticals. On the top one, see how the verticals are going away from each other? You can measure that with surveying equipment.
Oh boy, okay.
Oh, you're bringing out equipment. I can't handle that.
Yeah, dragging theodolites into mountains for dummies, written by that guy. I got it. Anyways, I was trying to, the whole simplicity of water, I guess, isn't all that simple after all.
Well, if you just don't assume that it's flat,
you just have to accept that what you expect to see is there.
Yeah, Fairpoint says, so here's the problem. You forgot to ask him how he measured the verticals are different. So that when he said that, that's an assertion. You should have noticed that. Whether true or not, you should ask him how that process is occurring, because that's where the contention would lie.
Yeah, well, that goes into the whole dragging theodolites into the mountains for dummies saga, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, mountains are nothing.
I've been playing
in the Amazon rainforest in the 1800s. They measured the arc of a longitudinal arc, dragging theodolites in the Ecuadorian rainforest somehow.
So I've been playing with this tool called GeoGebra recently. It is so fun if you like graphing calculator kind of things. And I will put together a presentation, dynamic presentation, where I'll drag things around and show you how the reciprocal zenith angles work. I think it'll be really cool. I'm already working on a whole celestial navigation thing, which I'm waiting for Jedi, because he seems to be the leader of you guys on celestial navigation. So,
leader.
but it's really cool.
Fuck, dude. We need to have a revolution to get rid of the Brit, then.
Get rid of the what?
The Brit. We can't have British leaders in America.
Oh. Yeah, Jedi. Okay. Yeah.
Well,
But
Jedi's
anyways,
managed he's managed to exist this far by not taxing us. Otherwise, he'd be dead already.
True enough. So hey, Scott, this might interest you. So a ways back on our old Discord, we had a person named Antiquarian Level. It's a good guy. Had some emotional issues, anger issues, whatever. That's not the point. So he came up with this test, which is kind of ingenious, because he was going to pay for it by making it a tourist attraction. So it's to build basically a giant water container, bathtub, basically. It's kind of just like a derivative of what you guys are talking about. In constructing it so that it curves at 8 inches per mile squared, the edge of it, right, the upper edge, so that when you fill it up with water, if water's curving, it'll conform to the edge of this container, right, this big bathtub, basically. And if it's not, then there'll be a gap, right? There'll be some distance between the surface of the water. So once the water's level, once the water reaches level on the edges, right, on the sides, you should be able to just keep filling it up, right, until it meets the arc, right? If it conforms to gravity and it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yes.
If it's
yes,
flat,
yes.
then if it's flat, then it'll be some measurable distance between the top of the peak of the arc of the bathtub and the water level.
Huh. You know what just crossed my mind is you could dye it to be a very stark contrast with the material of the container, and then you could see it super easy.
Yeah, but what his idea was to like build it. I don't know. It might have been, maybe he was speculating 2 miles. It was going to be longer than a mile. But the idea was, yeah, we can, no matter what the result is, right, flat or curved, you can make money as a tourist attraction that this is proof it's a globe or a flat Earth, because you're basically proving nearly mechanically, pretty much mechanically, that the whether water's curving or not.
Hey, you know what? I want Scott to respond, but I just want to say, like, that's affordable, much more affordable and mechanically capable of being constructed than Force the Line.
Oh yes, certainly. It was a brilliant idea. He was a brilliant guy, just like he was. He wasn't people friendly. I liked him. I never had a problem with him.
I had one tame conversation with Antiquarian, but I had to bail out in the end. But yeah, intelligent guy did. Yeah.
Andy, are you aware of? Oh, sorry, Scott. Did you want to respond?
To say, oh, dude, he doesn't play well with others.
That's the one. Yeah.
I would. I'm not sure what to respond to. Would it be a good amusement park? I don't think anybody would go because, as I told you guys before, most of the people when they go on about their daily lives never think about the current year.
Yeah, well, if you build it, they will come.
Well, look, that's great. That's great and all, but the problem is that there has been an uptick, markedly so, in social media interactions, specifically concerning the flat Earth topic, of both detractors and proponents, right? In the millions, in the tens of millions, right? So yes, there is an audience for such a thing, and it's going to be an increasing audience, in my opinion.
Yeah, then New
What-
Zealand has a spot too where they do this. They have a destination vacation for flat Earth and experiments and observations, and they're doing just fine.
So I want to make a comment on. So there's an artist. His name is Saul LeWitt. Okay, and his methodology of creating his art is instructions. So he creates a set of instructions to be given to anyone. And if they follow the instructions, they'll have a duplicate piece of his art. So for example, in New England, where I'm at, there's a museum, right, where they did not have an installation of his. They decided to put in the biggest installation of his art. Now, did they go to somewhere and bring his art to the installation? No, they can't, because his artwork is like it's permanent in a way. What they had to do is they received the instructions and they followed them to a letter. And the instructions are very serious. Like it will say, take a square 90 degrees, move up 3 inches, take an arc, trace that arc 32 degrees, out 7 inches, place a dot, and then so and so and such, it'll explain the instructions like that. So if you created such an attraction, you could create that type of reproductive process. It would be very interesting, in my opinion, and it wouldn't really cost that much money. Now, hold on, let me change that. Compared to the other solutions, like Force the Line, which is requiring a massive steel structure just floating out there, which would be a ridiculous burden.
Well, there's also the just go to space, bro. It's a lot cheaper than just go to space and more definitive.
Now, the reason why I said the Saul LeWitt thing is I was thinking like manufacturing a piece of glass to follow a curve is more difficult than manufacturing a method to trace a line along a straight piece of glass that you could use as a benchmark line. And the line that's drawn on the glass would follow the curve rate.
How about this is a little change of gears, but I brought this up to Scott one time and it got all bastardized and he started talking about having a mirror behind a wall. But if you build a vertical wall at the same curvature rate of the supposed 3959 spheroid and send people along a path and you watch your friend walk away and see how many people are refracted back into sight, or if they just go right along the wall and disappear.
Yeah, fair enough. But you see, if I was a glober, my go-to answer for any such phenomenon, like the water tank, would just be gravitational anomaly. Right? So in between refraction, making all observations unfalsifiable, and gravitational anomalies, making all variants of a physical structure over a short distance unfalsifiable, between those two things, my position is unassailable.
Well, I just want to see the thing about war is that philosophy dies in war. It only comes back at the end of the war. Right now, people want to philosophize, but they never looked out with their with their telescope to see the other army, and we're like, I don't think they're really there. I think they're not on the other. They're on the other side of that hill, but they're not on the other side of that hill.
Right. That's what got me, dude. Is like when I came into the idea that maybe the Earth is flat in like a real presentation style. I started thinking back to all the military equipment that I used and the ranges and the sights and the enemy sizes of their vehicles that we could target. And I was like, dude, if there really was this curve in between point A and B, I'm not seeing this, homeboy. I would not be able to see this guy. His vehicle's not big enough.
Do you know AI? That's what twigged me because I've read a lot about World War II and the spotter emplacements around the UK and how far they could see and how they could figure out what kind of ship they were seeing or what kind of aircraft they were seeing and what distance with triangulation. They could figure it all out, how big it was, whether it was a Messerschmitt or a bomber coming at them. Yeah, I looked into all of that too, and it does tell a tale, mate. It really does.
Yeah, especially now that you bring that up, airplanes, right? So you see an airplane, and if you know what type of airplane it is, I have a friend that was in Civil Air Patrol, and if anybody doesn't know what that is, so basically it was like a civilian type deal. This is back during Cold War, that they trained civilians on how to spot and identify enemy aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So part of that is they give you so his book had like a bunch of silhouettes of airplanes. And then based upon the size of the airplane, you could tell at what altitude it is, right?
Yep.
And how far away it was and stuff like that. Now, so say you like the silhouette wasn't for like, oh, that airplane, it's at 12,000 feet, but there's, 1 mile of drop because of Earth curve. So relative to you, it's really at freaking 5,000 feet, right? They don't give you any of those formulas, right? It's just like 1,000 feet off of a flat plane. It's not 1,000 feet plus or minus curvature.
Yeah, and you radio the gunner. He sets his gun angle, and he sets off tracers, and then he adjusts from there. It comes back to the Ordnance Survey thing. I was reading Ordnance Survey maps for years, navigating my way around the hills in Scotland and stuff like that as a child. Then I realised it's all about the military and how they can land something on your head from all manner of distances if they can get the force behind it, and they hit the right place. They don't go, well, it's within range, not too far, not too close, but more often than not, that's where it is. It's not refracted over a horizon or 3 miles more away or closer. It is where we see it.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about some of these drops, so it like, you have like a bomber, it's 100 miles away. If say it's flying at, so 100 miles is like 6,000 feet. If it's flying at 6,000 feet, it's at your eye level.
Yes.
According to the globe, it's at eye level. So shoot that bomber down at 6,000 feet. Let's level the gun and we'll hit it.
Yeah.
It becomes absurd at some point, right? When you're like, because, like I said, philosophy dies in war. Like, people want to survive. They don't care about the theory or whatever. If the theory supports their life, then they'll do that. But in practical terms, they're like, see the enemy, pull the trigger, kill the enemy. It isn't
Yeah.
like, oh shit, he's refracted up over the horizon. I gotta aim higher or aim at the mirage or aim at like some conceptual thing. Then I gotta count for Coriolis. Am I pointing north, south, east, west? Am I like, what's my azimuth? Where am I? What's my latitude? I'll never hit this guy, right? If I don't do all these calculations. And by the time you're sitting there with your slide rule doing these calculations, you're dead.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was teaching a guy that last night about the variability of the round placement for the initial rounds is so much greater than any of these alleged globe corrections that you're almost always better off generalizing, firing, and using that to readjust, which is actually how they actually teach you in the military for any practical engagement, including calling fire on artillery, which is one of the biggest claims. Right? It's like all these long ranges, you really have to take it into account or you miss. I'm like, dude, the firing table says for danger close, so I'm not actually going to get killed by calling the round in on my own head. Is 3 times or 10 times, depending on your opinion of how much impact Coriolis would have, greater than the variability, right, of the alleged Coriolis effect. So it's like I literally could pretend it didn't exist at all, not give two craps about it, and nobody would be any the wiser because no practicality doesn't matter.
So yeah, so there's these Excalibur artillery rounds for the M777. So what they do is they have a little antenna that measures the speed at which the round leaves the gun, and then the that caliber round well, it will be steered to the coordinate, right? So it turns out that the Russians have been jamming this signal with electronic warfare in the round. Now, this is a round that's supposed to be within, I think it's 3-meter accuracy, right? The precision of the round that so this is reported in the news that it went from 70%, so 70% accuracy before electronic warfare. Think about that. It's accuracy 70% to 10% now. Okay. Now, where's Coriolis and all that? Think about it. Because they can't just aim in any direction. They still try to aim at the target. It's just for the last leg of the parabolic arc where it adjusts its trajectory, right, to get within more of an accuracy, right? So you have a 20-meter spread, and it tries to zero in on that in the center of that circle, right, using GPS. But like I said, you still have to do all your quote unquote Coriolis corrections before that, because you still have to aim it the traditional way before you fire the round.
Yeah, and they say that we sit in our mum's basement and research nothing, eh? Yeah, right.
It reminds
I mean,
me,
do you
man,
guys-
this
do you guys-
story the dollar tells me. Go ahead. Sorry, this is a long story. Go ahead.
Indy, do you know what a non sequitur is?
Yeah, it does not logically follow.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
Yeah, why is it a non sequitur?
Well, because nothing that you said had anything to do with the Coriolis effect. Just because
When you fire an artillery round, you're supposed to account for the Coriolis effect, or did you forget
Well,
that?
I mean, for starters, it depends on which direction you're firing. It depends on how far you're firing, on how much you need to correct, or sometimes it doesn't make a difference. But still, the thing that you said didn't really follow, because you just said that we correct visually for. But how do we get that
It's not
first?
visual.
How do we get that first initial shot downrange?
Yeah, let me answer. Let me answer, friend.
Yeah,
It's
you
very
can.
simple. So, before he went on to tell you about that particular round, he forgot to tell you about a actual shot placement for actual 16-inch guns. Based on naval platform, firing in a controlled manner from the same bay, meaning all the guns are part of the same system, and even the same gun itself, with a firing solution, the same firing solution, applied every shot. The round variability at 40,000 meters is a swing of up to 300 meters. Now, everyone who's a field operator, right, understands this. Why? Because in the manual, how to call and fire on non-guided munitions, mind you, non-guided, which means everything has to be done at the gun, and then the round just flies and lands where it lands after that. So you have a 300-meter variability of the placement, which is why you have to call danger close, by the way, because you don't know if you're within that range or not, that round might fall on you. So if that's the case, that successive rounds from the same gun and the same bay of guns, fired at the same location with all the same solution, are that variable, in conjunction with a forward observer understanding that he is expected by training to observe where the round lands and then bracket the round in using a methodology called bracketing. Bring it back 100 meters, bring it forward 100 meters, 50.
So you just ignore
1 round, 2 round, 3 round, and then you have fire for effect, right? So now, the question then has to be asked, the alleged Coriolis impact at a round firing at that distance would be how many meters of variance?
So you're just ignoring what I said.
Okay, so
you don't understand what we're talking about.
I
Because we
do
lay the
understand.
foundation. I was kind of
Don't
talking
tell
to
me what I
AI.
do and do not understand. You don't have access to that information.
You're talking.
Well,
You're
you could
giving me
demonstrate
that information.
Exactly. You could demonstrate. You could demonstrate
not
that you
listening.
understand. Okay, that's great. You could demonstrate by telling me how much variance the alleged Coriolis effect is at a 40,000 meter range.
I mean, it can be calculated. I don't have that information offhand. I don't care.
Okay, so if you don't care, guess who else doesn't care? Guess who else doesn't care? Anybody in the field, dude. Let me tell you
Well,
why.
except for people who actually want to hit their targets, they care.
Dude, listen,
you
pay
didn't hear a
attention
thing
one more
that was
time.
said, man.
Pay attention one more time, friend.
No, I'm not listening to your nonsense again. That's crazy.
Okay, so it's okay, fine. That's great, dude. So you clearly are out of your depth and incapable of answering the actual point in contention, which is
What was
whether
that?
Coriolis matters. It's some guy with an alleged galaxy as his PFP, and he was getting butthurt that people don't actually have to take into account Coriolis, and you have the same practical field effect. That's my point.
The problem is I was talking to you and I didn't lay the foundation of the
Yeah, because you knew we already. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't lay the foundation of the shot pattern, the uncertainty of every round, right? The circle of uncertainty. I didn't lay that out. So the point is that when GPS is, they're aiming it right as if it is an unguided round. But before firing the round, they program in the GPS coordinates, and that increases the precision of the round, and it reduces the circle of uncertainty. When they remove that, like when Russia jams that signal, that now they have the unguided round circle of uncertainty, and that's 10% of the rounds, right? So 10% of the rounds are not on target. Or 10% of the rounds are on target, and the rest of the rounds are not on target when GPS is eliminated.
Exactly.
Further demonstrating that Coriolis doesn't need to be accounted for.
Right. So let me commit a pragmatic fallacy, Indio. So the whole concept of danger close is the round uncertainty means if I'm within a certain zone to the target I'm trying to call, there's a probability I'm going to die. Do you understand?
Oh, I understand.
So what I want to do is not die. So I'm going to go outside of that probability of uncertainty zone. So if I want to live, I have to assume that they can't account for the rounds being fired in a manner in which would be precise enough to give a shit about Coriolis. I just want to live.
No, but you see, what you don't understand is that you could be in the brain and a draw, and it could all be fake. You know what I mean?
Oh, good point.
I'm just kidding, but yeah, it reminds
But
me.
yes,
of you know?
That's good.
Do you think they don't calculate for Coriolis?
It's irrelevant.
Oh my goodness, dude. It's irrelevant. That's the point we're trying to make, dude.
Doesn't need to be calculated because the uncertainty of the round. Calculating for Coriolis, the uncertainty is larger than the correction. Got it?
Still gonna do it, but the thing is, I think they're still gonna do it.
That's so. Look, hold on a second, friend. I want to parse something out.
Every
here, okay?
veteran I've ever talked to have always said.
You're literally talking to a veteran right now, bro.
Listen, dude. I'm telling you, I don't even need to speak from my own experience. You can open a manual and look at the field observer, how he correlates to the call for fire. You will see straight up bracketing with a 300-meter swing, meaning the expectations of the round placement are within a variability of 300 meters, dude. He has to see with his own eyes where the round lands, and then tell the firing dudes how to adjust the round. Okay? And that swing is greater than any alleged correction for Coriolis. And what that means is, if you correct for Coriolis, it doesn't matter. If you don't correct for Coriolis, it doesn't matter. Either way, it doesn't matter. So claiming that they put in Coriolis corrections is a moot point.
So there's a video from Afghanistan. It's a JDAM drop. This JDAM is laser guided. They call it in danger close, right? But it's actually like a half a mile away. That's danger close, and that's like from an airplane. And I don't think airplanes, laser guided JDAMs, are doing Coriolis corrections. Right. Just to reiterate your point, that danger close is pretty far away.
Yeah, danger close means there's a possibility I could die from calling this rounded on the enemy, basically.
Yeah, it's basically a waiver, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
a military waiver. Call it. You have to call this in danger close. Basically, if you die, it's not our fault.
right, and now check this out. Interestingly enough, home ass boy Glover Zealot, who's at the Fister's crew, he might say, "Hey, bro, I did triple checked on the Coriolis corrections. I know where this round is going to land. You can totally be where you're at, and you won't get hurt." What do you think I'm going to say to that guy? I'm going to laugh my ass off, dude.
Oh.
Listen, Applejack. So just to hammer this point home, say you do the calculation for the Coriolis correction, and that moves the round over 30 feet. But the round itself, even if you're exactly on target, it has an uncertainty of where it lands because of variation in manufacturing, the consistency of the gunpowder, yada yada yada, all sorts of reasons, right? That there's an uncertainty of where the round will land, right? Now, say that circle is 250 yards, and you corrected 90 feet. Would you be able to even tell if you didn't use the Coriolis correction?
If you fire enough, you're going to see it's going to be 90 feet off, either
Fire enough?
right or left, depending on what it.
No, that's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works.
If you fire enough, you will see
So
the
what,
scatter
you just
plot.
keep aiming at the one place and just keep blasting away until you freaking randomly hit it?
But-
What a fucking clown, man.
But what happens is
Just chill for a second. Just chill, dude.
Because of a lot more windage.
Dude, just stop. Dude, you're a full of shit pogue, okay? You understand me?
So yeah, when you fire enough, when you get enough data points,
yada yada, dude. Let me tell you, dude. They've been doing this. Listen. Learn something for someone who knows. Okay? They've been doing this since the inception of artillery till the present day. They have a round body of data beyond all imagination. Yet, they still have the exact same procedure for the variability, for the very reason that it's uncertain. What don't you understand about that?
Look, you have Applejack. You have a forward observer that's watching where the rounds land.
Yeah.
If it lands too short, they go, okay, adjust this much, and then the round will land too long.
Yeah, because there's a
and
ton
then
of
they
variability.
keep walking it in back and forth until they're on the target. They don't just randomly fire the gun thinking,
I know that they don't do that. I know they don't do that, but probably most likely those computers automatically, hey, it's that distance. We already adjusted for correlation.
Not how it works,
At
dude.
the time length.
Look, I could care less about your speculations, dude. Do you understand? You can go. You could go and you can read the placements from 16-inch guns, dude, from a destroyer or a naval platform where they fire the guns ballistically, which means not guided. Once the round leaves the barrel, it just does what it does. And they track the rounds, 40,000 meter range, the same gun, the same solution, the same bay, the same solution. By bay, I mean it's a different gun, but in the same turret. Okay? And those rounds, dude, having all of this alleged claimed knowledge of Coriolis that you think exists, the rounds still have a 300 meter variable uncertainty.
Well, yeah, because no shit. It's an unguided thing. Once it leaves the barrel, you have windage, you have everything else.
There you go, dude. So, dude, the point of the matter is this, dude. If you pretend to account for Coriolis, it wouldn't matter. If you don't account for Coriolis, it wouldn't matter. If you actually accounted for real Coriolis, if it was true, it still wouldn't matter. I know that hurts your fifis, but that's just the facts. Now, if you could show me that accounting for Coriolis closes the uncertainty window to 50 meters versus 300 meters consistently, might have a case. But nowhere is that in the literature. Nowhere is that in the field guides. Nowhere is that in how you're trained as a forward observer. Doesn't exist. So you can go off into speculation theory land, dude. I'm just telling you how it is in reality. Now, keep in mind, friend, what I'm saying doesn't actually logically conclude that Coriolis that you think exists or not. It's just saying that it's irrelevant. That's all.
Well, he does realize that they don't use it when they're using actual rifles and actual sniping. So
The effect on it is even
why
less.
do you think they would use it? Why do you think they would use it on bigger guns? Just it's silly.
The time that the round is out of the barrel is a lot longer. The distance is a lot further.
Did you see what I posted?
Like if you're saying, hey, it doesn't have this when that round is out 4 or 5 times longer, 10 times longer than a sniper, which is going to have way less effect.
Yeah, did you see what I posted? So this is naval guns, the battleships, the World War II battleships, like the USS Iowa, the USS Missouri. They got 16-inch guns.
Okay.
So they tested these guns, the accuracy of the guns. This is 34,000 yards. Or 31,900 meters. The Coriolis correction on this is 90 feet. The uncertainty, right? 14 out of 15 landed within 250 yards. That means the uncertainty circle was 250 yards. Right? You're doing a correction that's a fraction of that. If you don't do the correction, you're never going to notice because you don't know where the round is going to land within a 250-yard diameter circle. And I think this is long enough because this is obviously.
Yeah, it's 16-inch gun. It's not a 338 Lapula or 50 cal.
Yeah, well, we're not.
That's shooting. That's barely hitting. You're pushing 2 miles out of those guns.
I mean, the longest one is 4.3 miles, but.
Or is it?
And they didn't account for Coriolis.
Well, yeah, they're not. Because even if they do, it's just like you're still just pop shotting. Even at that range, you're really pop shotting depending on what.
Well, in combat, it's pretty much impractical anyway. Because you got to know what latitude you're at. You got to know your azimuth. You got to know your altitude. You got to know a bunch of shit, and the other variables overwhelm those variables.
Yeah, for example, the alleged Coriolis deflection is a ubiquitous 4 centimeters per 1,000 yards, left or right. Okay? So 2,000 yards, you're looking at 8 centimeters. But a 1 mile per hour crosswind in either direction is a 10 centimeter deflection at 1,000 yards. So if you go through one crosswind, you're accounting for Coriolis is moot. If you go through 2 crosswinds, you're accounting for Coriolis is pathetic. Right? So this idea that you just do all these magical calculations and you hit your first shot like magic just doesn't exist. Yes, it happens rarely.
Well, I know that.
Right, fucking for.
But what really happens is you fire, you see where your round lands, and then you readjust.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this idea of Coriolis being needed, quote unquote, to be accounted for is just laughable.
So hey, I actually got a question, man. I just thought of this. So the Bradley, it has computer aided firing, right? Computer assisted firing solutions.
Okay. Yes.
So how does it get the orientation of the Bradley to create that firing solution?
Gyroscope.
Oh, so it has a built-in, like, is it mechanical?
Yeah, so it's always running once you start the machine, and you have a trigger that you pull. When you pull that trigger, it basically, like in a video game where you lock onto a target, and then as you move around and you strafe, your aim just stays on the target. It essentially does that. Like whenever you pull that trigger, wherever your orientation is pointing at that time becomes the lock, and so the driver can drive around, go up and down, go off a ramp, and that turret will just be constantly moving back to that orientation based on the
Even if
initial
you're
pull from
tilted
the
at an
gyro.
angle, like you're going upslope or downslope, it'll stay locked on.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
It will move the turret and adjust the barrel elevation for you automatically.
It must have some sort of accelerometer built into it. It has
It
to have some like, inertial
also when you pull that trigger, it also now keep in mind this is not the firing trigger. It also lasers the target range and then adjusts the ballistic drop based on the round selection. Because you have multiple rounds, so you have armor piercing and high explosive, and you can switch on the fly. The problem is like the first two rounds are always the last two from the previous load. So like you're not going to hit you might not hit the guy with your first round. Is what I'm trying to say. So you do a little volley because the solution is for the round upcoming, not for the previous round.
Yeah. Huh. It's interesting. I wonder how they do it. I'm sure it's classified.
So then the only thing you're responsible for as the gunner is leading the target. Like gauging the size, relative speed, and I need to shoot in front of it. That's about it. Everything else is pretty much automatic.
Yeah.
And in fact, they even have the newer ones have a separate scope that can be scanned to the next target. So while you're engaging the one target, the other scope can engage the next target, and as soon as you decide that I'm done firing on that target, the next target automatically becomes locked on, and your turret moves to it.
Yeah, they do that in aircraft too. I used to play a lot of aircraft video games where you can lock on more than one enemy at the same time. As soon as you shoot one down, it'll automatically start. If you fire your missile gun, whatever, just start shooting at the secondary target. I wonder if they use a fiber optic gyro. Or if it's mechanical. Have you ever had that break?
Oh. I've never had it break, nor have I been in a situation where I was aware that the mechanics were fixing it on any of the vehicles.
Well, at least they made something right.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's super sealed either. I wouldn't be surprised if it has to be sent away and the mechanics in our own division can't even service it. That wouldn't surprise me. Like they have to replace
it's probably its own like unit, right? It's probably like an inertial navigation unit. You just pull out the whole thing and send it to Rockwell or whoever makes it, and they fix it.
Yeah, and then you have a couple in your storage room, and you just slap it in there. That would make sense. The most sense, anyway.
And each one costs like $1 million. Dude, did you see that freaking congressional testimony where the dude held up washers and was like, "These are $73,000 worth of washers"?
Yeah, I had a whole shed full of those.
That's what he was saying. He's like, he priced them. He's like, yeah, I could get these for like $2. Like, we're paying $73,000 for this bag of washers.
I will say though, if you ever get the chance to experience that, lock it onto a target like that in actual reality, not a game, man, is it a trip.
You've seen some of the stuff I posted on the drones they've been using. Wait till they integrate that, like that type of target acquisition in these freaking FPV drones. That'll just be freaking scary, man.
Dude, they already have the precursors for that.
Oh, I'm sure. Right now they're using like VR headsets to like fly them around and stuff, right? So because like basically like like those racing drones, right? You put on a VR headset and steer it basically like moving your head or whatever you want, right? So it's more naturalistic. Kind of like the Apache when it first came out, right? I think they still have it, right? It's the gun is integrated into your head orientation, right? So the direction you look, the gun will automatically follow. So you're aware of that, right? Yeah. So this is basically the same type of deal, right? The direction you look is the direction the drone will go. So if you turn your head to look in a different direction in the VR headset with like a 360 view, the drone will go in that direction. When they start getting like target acquisition, where like because the hard part is like the last like for steering it because they go so fast. It's like the last, I would say, 50 yards, right? Because often a soldier will see it and they'll try to run, or it's always like the last couple feet, like where the aim is off because you don't have enough time to really correct. But if they can get that solved so that it like locks on.
Oh yeah, dude. It's no offense to anybody out there for slacking, but the precursor and principle already exists. They just have to integrate it.
Yeah.
So how it works is this is how it works basically. So just imagine Photoshop's ability to alter images or AI's ability to do deepfakes, right? It does that by scanning pixels and orientations, right? And that's how they do their filter mask and all of that, right? So because you're looking through a camera, you have pixel data, right? And they can essentially apply a live Photoshop filter analysis to the image and correct the flight path of the weapon based on the alterations in the pixels. Now, that technology already exists for the Javelin. So the Javelin missile system and the Clue site has a heat-seeking capability, but it doesn't just track a heat signature in the sense of this particular temperature and whatever. It tracks it pixel for pixel, so you cannot fool it with a flare, right? It's not going to be distracted by chaff or flares. But chaff is not.
So it makes
Chaff is
a
not
real
a
heat
distraction.
signature. Yeah, so it makes a real heat signature of that particular vehicle, right?
Correct.
At that moment, yeah. Not just like a generic one. Here, there's some freaking hotness over here. We just aim at it. It's an actual signature. That's crazy that they can integrate that into like such a small electronics package. Quite honestly. You know what the resolution is on like the image created? Oh, he definitely. Never mind.
What I missed? And wow, buddy home.
Yeah, I'm just pre-rolling some doobages before work.
All right, who's scared in video off? Want to hear the rest of that story?
No sense it died in here. AI, you still there?
Yeah, what's the?
Yeah, I'd like to revisit that whole firing solution thing. And I was wondering,
Sure.
yeah. So yeah, I'm sure you've fired many a rifle, right?
Yep.
So you know what grouping is, then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that grouping? Just for for the sake of everybody in the audience who might not know what grouping is, what is grouping?
Oh, so practically, if you're going to test your grouping, explain. You just do your regular shooting. You hit the target, let's say 3 times, and the tightness of those 3 rounds to each other, you draw a circle around them, and that would be your grouping.
Yeah. And so let's say you fired 100 rounds. Let's go back to sighting your rifle. How would you sight your rifle? How would you know when your rifle's accurately sighted for a distance?
Oh yeah. So it's actually quite easy in the military because the target and the rifle are aligned together, where the clicks of adjustment on your rifle are actually marked on the target. So if you make your little circle and you see the little squares, and you say, okay, I need to go down 5 squares and over 2 squares to get to the center, then that means that you need to click, your notch post that many times. So once you do that, then you try again, and let's say you're still a little bit off, so maybe you go back a little. But either way, you adjust the rifle so that when you're looking through it, it feels natural to you. It feels like you're still aiming straight at the center. Whereas before you were hitting up to the left, now you're hitting down to the right because you adjusted the orientation of the way you're holding the rifle based on how the sight looks through your eye.
Okay, but how do you know whether you're off, though? Because you already said that you're not going to ever hit the target exactly, right? You're going to be off left, right, up, down, one way or the other, right? How do you know whether you're off?
Well, you're off because you see your shot grouping not hitting accurately every time. So let's say your shot group is 2 inches, right? The widest, furthest apart you can get your circle is 2 inches. And no matter how hard you try, because you're just good as that. That's as good as you'll ever be. You can't get a 1-inch group. You're just a 2-inch guy. So as long as you can get that 2 inches to be generally around what you're aiming at, let's just say the center of the target, then you'd be considered an effective shooter.
Would you agree that your rifle is sighted accurately when your grouping is equally distributed about the target? So you have as many up as you have down, and they have as many left as you have right, and equal distances. And
Yeah. If you could maintain the 2-inch circle, then yes, you would say, okay, I've sighted my rifle to me. Now I can use it effectively.
okay, and so we're on the same page right now, completely. And so, would you also say that within that grouping, let's say you made smaller, tighter circles, not tighter circles, but more variation. So you had, instead of the 2-inch, you had a circle at a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, 3/4, 1 inch, and so on till you got the 2 inches, right? Every 1/4 inch. Now, would you say that your rounds, once you sighted your rifle, are going to equally fall into any one of those, or do you think they're going to have more towards the center? And
So in my experience, look, there's mechanical issues with the way you hold your rifle that have to do with you hold it to one side of your body, left or right-handed. It's kind of a mirrored image. But so breathing usually affects up and down, right? How you manipulate the trigger usually affects a pull to the right or left, depending on if you're right or left-handed, right? Stuff like that. So there's kind of like I can tell if your rounds are kind of leaning towards this direction. I can tell you what you probably most need to correct. It's the way you're breathing, or it's your sight picture, or it's the way you're pulling the trigger.
but I'm not actually talking about that. So say you fired 100 rounds. Some of those rounds would have fallen within a 1/2 inch. Some of those rounds would have fallen within an inch and 1.5 inches. And you're going to even have 1 or 2 rounds in that hit 5 inches out, right? Because something you did, right? Or a gust of wind or something. Would you agree?
Oh yeah. Most common would actually be you held your breath too long before you squeezed the trigger, and then you released, and that pulled it way high.
Yeah, but the point is, out of 100 rounds, you're going to get maybe one that's at a 4-inch mark. Right? If let's say 80% are within the 2-inch mark, and then 90%. No, I go backwards. So 80%, and then 60% within the 1-inch mark, and 30% were in the 1/2 inch mark, right? And so obviously the 2-inch mark contains all the ones inside it. Would that be a normal grouping? Would that be a grouping you would expect?
Say it one more time.
That the vast majority, say 90, if you were what you were just saying, a 2-inch grouper. I don't know what the term would be.
Why don't we just go 3? Because but that way you can use 3 categories.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's what they're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So if you're in if you're a 3-inch grouper, would you say that probably 99% of your shots are going to be within that 3-inch circle?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But there is going to be one shot every now and then, maybe even 1 out of 1,000 that's outside that circle, right? But the vast majority, 99 point whatever percent, are going to be in that 3-inch circle, right?
Right.
And there's going to be some percentage of those that are within the 2-inch circle, right?
Right.
And so there's going to be a certain number of shots that are outside the 2-inch, both in the 3-inch, and then there's going to be a certain amount of shots that are within the 1-inch, which would be, and then so the 2 inches outside the 1-inch. But what we got there is a normal distribution curve, right? You would agree?
Sure. Yeah,
distance from target, distance from center is distributed along a normal distribution curve. And so I think, if you're going to do what you said, you want to stay alive, and, you were taking a shot where the risk of killing the person you're trying to save was greater than, say, 1%, you don't take the shot, right?
1%? Holy crap, dude.
Well, what? Let's give a number.
I don't even wake up in the morning for less than 10% home. If the risk of killing the person in a wartime scenario is 1%, you take it every day, every time.
Okay, all right. Let's go 10% then. Let's go 10%. Okay, yeah, that's high. And so when you call in an artillery strike, there's a 10% chance they might hit you, and you're.
Well, if you're within 300 meters, it's like greater than. Man, it's greater than 30%.
Okay. they risk your life.
Well, let me tell you why before we go on. Generally, the expectation is if everybody's doing their job, it usually doesn't take more than 3 rounds before you have a fire for effect, which means you just keep that solution, just keep firing.
Well,
So your first one misses, your second one brackets, your third one allows a forward observer to say, yes, we're good, go ahead and send them. So
yeah,
usually it's 3 times.
But if that first one falls on your head, the second 2 don't matter, right?
True.
At least to you. And so what I think I would hope they would be doing is calculating the probability that first one's going to fall on your head. And they want to put that outside of 1%. I would hope. I hope they're not going to, okay, 1 out of 10 that's going to fall on our people's head. Hey, that's war. I would hope they're not doing that.
Absolutely. So, and I did parse this out with the guy I was talking to earlier, with what I would expect if this really, really, truly mattered, is that if you could not put in the Coriolis corrections and get a certain spread, and then put in the Coriolis corrections and reduce that spread to a greater than 50% variability of survivability within the effective radius of the kill zone of the round in question, then I could say, well, the bracketing isn't necessary because you've accurately, quote unquote, honed your aiming. So if the bracketing went down to 50 meters from 300 meters, man, I would definitely say, oh, then taking this into an account actually seems to have a practical effect. But if it just remains generally in the 300-meter swing, then I would just say it doesn't matter.
Well, but see, what it's doing is it's changing those concentric circles, and it's increasing the probability. Because, the thing you want is not for that first one not to fall on your head, right?
Right.
And if you're too close, you increase the risk. The closer you are to those concentric circles, the more likely it is going to fall on your head. And so if the ring is 300 meters, for your probability that, let's go back. So if what you're saying is there's 99% probability that the mortar shell or the whatever shell it is, where the shell is going to fall within this 300 meters, it's really important that the center of that circle is where it's supposed to be. Because if you move the center of that circle a little bit to the right or to the left, you increase the probability that that mortar shell is going to fall in that range and fall on your head. And all they're doing is changing, and not guaranteeing that's not going to fall on your head, because, if it's accurate, there's 99% chance that it's going to hit within that range. Or let's put it this way: there's 99% chance it's not going to hit you. But if they move it slightly, if their center is off, then it increases to an 88% chance that's not going to hit you. And that's too high of a risk. And so what they want to do is they want to maximize the probability of it not hitting you. And that's why they take into account Coriolis, because it changes it from 99% safe to, changes it from 80% safe to 99% safe. For example, I don't know what the actual distribution on the normal curve is. I don't know the tightness of the grouping and the standard deviations. But that's the reason that's why it matters. It increases the probability that you're not going to get hit.
Can I ask you, Scott, where did you study this, or are you time served, sir?
Well, I studied statistics in college and graduate school, and this is just a normal distribution curve and a probability.
So you're not actually hands-on when it comes to ordnance?
Well, that's why I'm talking with AI, because he was.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out where your knowledge base comes from, Scott. If you're actually hands-on or if you're theoretics.
I never fired. I fired a 22 once, way back when. But other than that, I've never fired a weapon of any sort.
Got you.
Right. So in order to, so Scott's line of thinking is not reasonable. In fact, it's pretty reasonable. However, to really know for sure, you would have to do an entire series disregarding the alleged calculations that are allegedly required for Coriolis. Then do another series with them included, and see the difference of the placement and if it's significant enough. right?
Yeah.
Now that could, done if done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would hope that the people risking your life would have done that. Other than that, my people, the government is not doing their job. And the military that I pay for is not doing their job if they're risking your lives without taking everything into account and minimizing the probability that that first round is going to fall on your head.
Ah, interesting. That's high stakes.
I agree. You guys' lives are important. And we send you out into these battles that should never have been fought in the first place. The best we can, I would hope we're not trying to kill you.
Why would they lie?
Well, again, I don't think they lied. I think they were just wrong with regard to the Iraq thing, that is.
Well, you know what would be great if we had a paper called Joint Defense Force Task Group on the purpose of determining the effects of Coriolis with an inputted firing solution versus pure ballistic trajectories alone, by the Chief of Staff and the VP of Ordnance Survey, Methodological and Practical mathematical implementations of models based on assumptions that the Earth is a globe versus a flat, non-rotating plane. Now, if such a document existed, that would be great.
I'm assuming you have one by the tone of your voice.
No, I made that title up.
Oh, did you? Damn.
That was pretty good, though, wasn't it?
It was. I was believing you. If you said you had one, I would have believed you. But I'm gullible. We've already determined that. So I'm a trusting soul.
Well, you know what? It's not unreasonable that such a thing may exist, right? Maybe it does.
But I know, the military has a lot of engineers working for them. And I hope they would have done all the math and, minimize the risk to you all. And kill just the bad guys. We should kill just the bad guys. Yeah, it's a little sarcastic there, I know.
I need an ATM so I can get a haircut. Good grief. God, as much as people give you crap, you're actually worthwhile to talk to.
Well, I thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You know how many other retarded Globers exist that come to this channel that could never articulate such a reasonable response?
Yeah, I do. I hear them every day. Yes.
Crap. Alright, so I guess we gotta search for ATM near me on a stupid app. Meanwhile, at Bev's server, AI is in collusion with the Globers. He's congratulating them live on the air. Who should I take more seriously? Someone like you, or somebody that thinks that the Earth can't be flat because of hills?
Me? I'm going with me. Yeah, the Earth can't be flat because the hills is just stupid.
The Earth can't be a globe because of hills.
Exactly. It works against both, right? I mean, it's not perfectly spherical. There are hills. It's not perfectly flat. There are hills. Yeah, we know. Both of us know.
Yeah, he's been banned from the whole politics server, not just this room. I've had enough of him.
How do you get banned from the whole server?
I know, because he's a cult leader who comes in recruiting people, spouting his nonsense every day. So they banned him from the whole server, and the rest of the Bevites have followed suit.
Bev. Hello.
Fulci.
Hello. G'day.
Camera how?
Am I coming in choppy, am I?
No, you're okay, mate.
Oh, okay, sure. What happened? Did Bev get cancelled or something, did he?
Well, that's what he says. He's not even allowed to enter the whole politics Discord server and listen in any groups, because I think not only was he coming to this room, he was going to other rooms. So, yeah. Go on. But now they're running he's running some course on ethics. Of all people, he's running a course on ethics. He's trying to take some sort of moral high ground with his crew.
Wait a minute. Bev's running an ethical course at his server?
Yeah, well, he's pushing some ethics course on his server. And he's just saying, I just want to have a conversation. And they're banning the
He doesn't know how to have a conversation, though.
I know. Yeah. So they're trying to take the moral high ground, basically. Like, and they're just going on and on about how they've done nothing wrong, all of them. And we're just censoring them.
I've got the high ground then.
Oh dear.
Yeah, they've done nothing wrong except castigate people who think the Earth is flat, because idealistically flat doesn't exist, as morally deficient liars and sacks of human crap who are beneath them. It's like the dude's a moral elitist. Like, they think they're morally superior because they don't call the Earth flat because of variations in topography. It's like, dude, any field that you go to that has a practical application of the term flat defines flat as a tolerance between two parallel planes, right? Within the specs that they want. There's no such thing as idealistically flat in three-dimensional reality. The dude is literally one of the stone-coldest and stupidest retards I've ever had the displeasure of having to smack around like a fool.
Yeah, bro, but
Well,
you don't have to share a country well.
He's gaslighting his whole team, crew, whatever. Because not only can they not say the Earth's flat, they can't say anything's flat at all.
Oh,
The moment
but
they
they
do, their whole
agree.
argument falls
They
apart.
got them to agree that there is a horizontal baseline, yeah, which is a
Oh yeah, they
reference
can
of
say that.
flat, yeah.
They
But
can
they
say
wouldn't
level
even
and
bring
horizontal
themselves to
every
that.
day.
They'd go, well, that's
Yeah.
not flat. That's just a reference.
Oh, that's crazy.
Globe. So, what good reason is there to believe the Earth is flat?
There's no measurable curvature anywhere, dude. The model doesn't fit no matter what way you try and force it into reality. The globe's actually only in math and conceptual.
Yeah,
I agree.
You experience every day flat, stationary. Pretty
No,
weird if
I
you experience the
experience
globe.
no, I experience walking every day, but I know that's possible to fly in a plane. Just
What?
because you experience something doesn't mean that something else is impossible.
Yeah, but what do you mean by I experience flying in a plane? How does that relate to a globe?
I'm just saying, you're talking about experiencing it being flat. Like, that doesn't
Yeah.
prove that it can't be a globe.
Well, do you experience it in a plane being a globe?
No, I just use the plane thing as an example. Like, most of the time we're walking around, but planes exist. There's people who are adults who've never been on planes, but they don't think that planes don't make people fly, obviously, in the planes, right?
Yeah, but no one arguing that planes don't exist.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just I wasn't saying. I just use that as an example about experience. It's not about planes. It was.
Yeah, but they can look up in the sky and they can see a plane, even if they haven't been on one.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you can't look out and see a globe.
What I was saying, the point about the planes was, if you haven't been on a plane, you haven't experienced flying. But most of the time you're walking, you experience walking. But you haven't experienced flying yet, but you can still believe that flying is possible on a plane.
Yeah, but no one has experienced the globe. That's the difference. To relate it to anything.
The main point is you don't have to. The main point is you don't have to experience something for it to be possible.
What have you got for it to be a reference point? Yeah. So you don't have to experience it to be possible.
All the evidence in science.
You don't have to experience
the scientific
it to be possible.
consensus.
Okay, what? Go ahead.
I don't know, GPS. There's a whole list of things.
Just saying things, but you're not actually relating them to a globe.
Yeah, GPS uses satellites which are orbiting the Earth.
Uses trilateration. Do you think your GPS in your phone is talking to satellites?
No.
How are you triangulating someone in the Sahara Desert?
Trilateration.
Well, there is nothing in the fucking desert, man. Nothing connected to a cell phone,
You know, it's funny because you think that cell phones are actually limited to like certain frequencies, but you don't know what all's in that cell phone, right? So when I was a child, I had a 9-foot steel whip and a sideband CB radio, and I was talking to people from like Georgia and Arizona with just the 12-volt battery, like no booster, no nothing, just dialed in the SWRs, and if light can travel that far and be discerned, then you would be able to get some, signals all the way out in the desert.
Yep.
Did you have like a big antenna?
The main problem I have, the main problem I have with the flat Earth community is like it just seems I've got two options. Like, do I?
What about the information instead of talking about the people? Like, shouldn't you be like combating the information instead of the problem you have with the community?
No, I'm just saying with this, right? I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the ideas. So I've got two options. Like, either I believe like the flat Earth thing, or I believe the whole scientific consensus of the globe. I'm like,
we're talking about a shape. It's not science.
It's not a belief.
There's a scientific consensus. There's a scientific consensus about the shape of the Earth, and it's been reached and news. It is an oblate sphere.
There's no such thing. Sorry, dude. There's no such thing as scientific consensus on shape.
And it's
yes, there is. It's called the globe.
It's not a belief system either, dude. It's actually physical measurement. What we're asking you to do is take the dimensions of the globe and go out and apply them for yourself in reality. We're not saying, oh, believe us and become an anti-glober or a flat earther just because of YouTube videos. We're actually saying, can you prove to us that we're wrong? Can you find this evidence of
well, we can't? It's quite obvious what he just said is wrong. That the scientific consensus is a globe, an oblate sphere. So that's just wrong what he just said.
You just saying that I'm wrong is not an answer.
No. The scientific consensus is clear. It's an oblate sphere in the scientific consensus.
Okay, show me that. Show it.
Are you saying it isn't?
Show the
like
science.
what are we?
Dude, just stop saying stuff. You said the scientific consensus shows the globe. So get one of those.
No. I'm not saying it shows the globe.
Or an experiment and show me the globe.
No. I didn't say.
Consensus.
You just put words in my mouth. I didn't say it shows the globe. I'm saying the scientific consensus says it is a oblate sphere.
Okay, so get that scientific consensus, back it up with an experiment, so you can validate it, and then we can talk about your
so should I believe the scientific consensus, or should I believe like the bunch
I'm asking you what the scientific consensus is, and which paper are you talking about?
I'm talking about the general knowledge of the scientific community, and we've got past
part of
Earth.
it?
That was we got past that.
What part of it can you show me?
I mean, you can probably just Google the history of the
Is Google scientific consensus?
It can it gives a form of thought over a period of time of the top scientists and what conclusions they came to. So in a sense, yes.
Can you show me one?
We probably could just go online right now. I mean, I haven't particularly done that, but I know the consensus.
You don't know if there's something out there that shows that the Earth is a sphere backed by scientific consensus, as you call it. You don't know that, do you?
Well, there is photographs of the Earth.
They're not photographs.
Hold on, TV.
Sorry to bust your bubble.
For this guy.
Yep.
I mean, what do you want me to say, dude? I mean, the consensus is clear. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You still haven't shown anything. You've never read any consensus. You don't know because you said you've never looked into it. So why am I to trust you?
To be honest with you, I don't need to heavily look into the idea that the consensus is it's a globe. We all know that.
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself and not actually doing anything about it.
Let me ask you a serious question. Do you honestly think that the scientific consensus isn't that it is an oblate sphere?
I don't really care. It's
because I want to make sure we're being honest instead of just acting. Talking about the two.
Don't just flip it around on me. You're the one claiming that scientific consensus shows that it's an oblate spheroid. So
we need to have a level of truth in the conversation, or else we're going to be debating if grapes can fly.
I know, but you're the one that came up with the first claim. So if you can put something in, that would be great.
What was the first claim? What was the first claim? What the fuck?
Scientific consensus says it's a globe.
Yes. And are you disagreeing with that? Because I think we can all agree if we have a set.
I'm not
surely that is
agreeing
true.
or disagreeing. I would like to see this scientific consensus paper that says it.
I
Then I
mean,
can read. Then I can read it.
I mean, I just don't know what to say to that. It's just, it feels like we just don't have any level ground of conversation if you can't at least admit that the overwhelming scientific consensus is that it's a globe. Like, it feels like we might as well not even talk because we're just basing it on lies.
What's science, dude? What is science?
To me, science is an attempt to, in the most accurate way, to describe reality.
Not to you. What is science? Not your version of science. What's science?
That's the. I think I've looked at science before, and I'm pretty sure the definition, and I'm pretty sure that is in line with that.
Pretty sure. Why don't you look that up? Have a look.
I have looked it up, but do I have to look it up for you right now? Have you looked it up?
My friend, can you just click on the real quick video that I sent? It's not even like a minute. Can you just watch it for me real fast?
No.
Okay, so your closed-minded bigotry is showing to everybody in the room right now.
No, I don't have to watch your videos. Sorry. Don't have to.
No, you don't have to, but you just showed how you can't learn anything new because you're so closed-minded.
No. I just don't want to watch your video.
Yeah, you don't want to learn anything new. So it's like people who say that they don't want to read and they refuse to read books, so they're functionally illiterate. That's you right now.
No. I'm just saying I would not like to watch your video. It's pretty simple.
That's what my son said when he didn't want to read when he was younger. So he was like functionally illiterate.
Well, fortunately, I have read and I can read. I just don't want to watch that video.
It's very Obi-Wan Kenobi of you.
No, I don't think so.
The Empire is under the grasp of Vader. Everyone needs...
I don't think it's rude. I just don't want to watch the video right now.
Okay, let's go to another part then. What's your best evidence that you live on a globe? Start there.
The scientific, the whole general, just sort of like just
Okay.
what the whole consensus is obvious.
But I'm just asking for something. Just give me something.
Okay. Right. Okay, let me think. I mean, GPS is one of the strongest ones. The idea of like, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. There's just
that's the thing, isn't it? You don't know what to say.
Okay. Well, what about? Okay, here's this one. So Einstein's theory of special relativity and all that stuff.
That tells us it's a globe.
Well, the idea is it explains a lot about gravity in the sense of it's a globe and everything.
What is it?
So here's the thing.
What is
let me
special
explain.
relativity explain?
Okay, so if it's a globe, then gravity makes more sense because everything goes towards the center.
The globe part first.
I'm just explaining to you how it makes sense within special relativity. If you let me say something, if objects, when they fall, they are heading towards the center of a globe. Therefore, it helps explain that.
Your observation is things fall down.
So basically, if the moon landing wasn't real and the world is flat, why are there two different sets of footage? And why have you guys only seen the fake one?
That's the parable.
Why do you feel entitled to get into a conversation between two people? Let the one guy first.
As well, sorry.
Let the first guy prove his globe.
Why did I have photos of Saturn and zoom-ins of the moon with my telescope?
Your microphone is not good. I'm sorry.
A lot of people get muted.
Okay, let's carry on. What are we talking about?
Yeah. So your observation of things going to the center of a ball is that things fall down.
All right. Just what I'm saying is, in the attempt to try and understand gravity and the phenomena of things falling, Einstein's theory of special relativity elicits that a globe is a good explanation because then things go to the center and then, mass attracting space-time curvature, all that stuff. It kind of makes sense.
Okay, so in this theory, in this theory, well, it's not even a scientific theory, but in his theory, Earth is a globe. So then we need to go, okay, let's prove that Earth is a globe, and then we can talk about the theory. Yeah.
Wait, can I quickly just one thing? Can I quickly just point out that you're not up to date with your heliocentric cult belief system, because currently it's the bending and warping of space-time that is pushing you down. It was, it has been already superseded your,
Yeah, I just said
to
that.
the center.
I said that at the end. I said that at the end of what I said. I said the curvature of space-time. So you just missed that.
Oh, I'm sorry then. Sorry. Pardon.
Yeah.
Very much sorry,
You just
sir.
missed it.
Then go on.
No,
sorry.
No worries.
So we've got your curvature of space-time, things fall down.
Yeah. The globe helps establish the theory.
Yeah, but where is the globe, though?
No, what I'm saying is the idea that it's a globe.
Yeah, I know.
It makes more sense if it's a globe. That's the point.
Okay, so what's the first premise then?
Anchor bias.
The first premise. I mean, why do you want to know that?
Well, you got to start somewhere, don't you?
It's just like, why do we need to focus on the first premise? What's the point?
Well, if you don't prove the first premise, then you've got nothing else to go on.
I mean, I just don't feel it's necessary to get bogged down in that type of thing. For me, it's quite simply a scientific theory to try and explain phenomena.
Like what?
Like gravity.
Yeah, but what are you observing?
Things falling.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think this guy knows the difference between a regular theory that a layman makes up while sitting on the side of the road and a scientific theory that's validated with scientific hypothesis. Maybe you could go over that with him.
No, I think I do know that. I just think you are missing something.
Yeah, we're missing a globe.
And the
So how does my knowledge? Of course, I know what a scientific theory is and other theories. But what are you even talking about?
Okay, give me the science. Independent, dependent control variables for the globe.
No, I don't. I'm just saying, like, you just made a random claim that I didn't know about theories. Like, that just seemed a bit random to me.
Okay, I said that you didn't know about science because you're saying that a geometrical claim is scientifically backed up. You don't see a problem with that category error? Go ahead, Timbo.
No, you're all right, man.
The scientific consensus is clear. I don't know what to tell you.
Appeal to majority.
So you can, yeah, that's true. So you can give us a definition of a scientific theory?
Also, it isn't an appeal to majority just, because when I say scientific consensus, I'm talking about respected scientists, not just majority scientists.
Respected.
Appeal to respected.
I'm not talking about a bunch of like just random scientists. Like, I'm talking about within the respected scientific community, by ones who've actually done science. It's the consensus is a globe.
Science, bro. You keep saying science, right? Like, you're like Khufu writing his name on the pyramid. Like, I did this. Show me the science.
I mean, I don't really know what to say to that. I mean, show you the science. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to literally like shrink the Earth down into a globe and show you?
No, just show some science that you're claiming. You're claiming science
is on your side, right? So it should be no problem for you to show us the science that we don't know about, and you know something that we don't. So go ahead and show us.
Well, let's just go on. So SpaceX, spaceships, rockets, they all act on the type of science which I'm talking about. NASA, all that stuff. Isn't that evidence, or what's going on?
About rocket science?
Yeah, dude. Like the fact that the moon landing, all that stuff.
You know, rockets is technology, and natural science is when you observe a natural phenomenon, and then you form a hypothesis to test the presumed cause in your hypothesis. So once again, category error. Technology is not science. Now, science helps technology, but technology is not science.
I mean, okay. I mean, maybe yes, maybe no. How does that help anything?
No, rocket science is a misnomer. It's not a real thing.
You're wrong. So science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural. So natural is not a key component only. It's one of them, right? So you're wrong.
So you're telling me that I'm doing science when I'm like tinkering with my computer or assembling a computer?
Yes, it's almost as if it's called computer science, right? It's almost as if we have a term for that.
He doesn't know what natural science
Got a
is.
name. So what's the science? What's the science in that then?
Well,
what's
all
the
I'm saying is the
independent
guy is wrong for saying science is
What's
only
the
related
independent
to nature
variable
and
with
the
a
study of
computer?
that.
What's the independent variable when I'm tinkering with my computer?
Well, it could be anything. For instance, you could conduct science of a language model, right? And you could look at how different variables that you want to isolate for influence the outcome. You can totally do
Non
that.
sequitur.
It's not a
What
non
is the
sequitur.
independent variable when I'm tinkering with my computer like you claimed I'm doing science?
It's not a claim. You can Google it.
Oh, so you're citing your sources all of Google.
Oh, well, I can cite it in the side chat if you're too
Okay,
lazy.
go ahead.
No problem.
Oh, am I too lazy to back up your claim? Is that how that shit works?
To educate yourself.
Well, I'm about to educate you, but you're probably not going to like what I post.
Go ahead. I posted in the side chat Science by
post.
Oxford Language. If you have a different one you want to go by, sure, post it.
Sure, give me a second.
So we've got nothing from the other guy because he just keeps on religiously spouting science, but not actually saying anything sciencey.
I just backed him up because you were unfair to him using a wrong definition. So that's all I had.
So what science determines the shape of the Earth?
So there is not one science. Yeah, that's a misuse again. So science is a broad term
Well,
that
that's
relates to the
what he was
understanding of.
saying. Yeah, he said
No.
scientific consensus proves the globe.
Right, so once again, I'm asking for the hypothesis for the globe or tinkering with a computer because I just posted something from Nature, California Institute of Technology, physicist Sean Carroll, arguing that in the edge that the hypothesis aren't simply a tool to potentially outmoded version of science. They are the whole point. The next one says scientific hypothesis, special kind of prediction that forecasts how an independent variable will affect the dependent variable. And I got many, many more citations. Just keep reading.
Yeah, but they're incongruent to what I'm saying, not incongruent to your original claim.
I asked for the independent variable. Can you give it to me?
Yeah, but you need an experiment. They change. You realize that, right?
What experiment can I do while tinkering with a computer that has to do with naturally observed phenomenon?
It doesn't have to be natural observed. That's where you're wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Philosophy, also known as science, where you have experiments where you test hypothesis, is all about studying nature. Did you not know that?
Again, you're wrong. I don't know what to say.
I'm wrong about natural philosophy?
No, you're wrong
Studying
about
nature?
science. So it's okay that they're related, and I agree with you. But you saying the original claim that science only relates to natural phenomena and how they play out, independent variables
first
at
step of
play,
the scientific
is wrong. That's a wrong claim. I proved to you how it's wrong, and you still haven't really conceded to that. So it's kind of weird.
You're not making a claim towards a cause.
What's the first step?
Of an effect in nature.
I don't have a study on nature or computer science at hand. I could find you one, but it doesn't matter. It's a non sequitur. It's a red herring, right? I linked you.
What's the first step of the scientific method?
You form a hypothesis that you want to test, right? Where you single
Without
out.
seeing anything? You don't see? You just form an hypothesis without looking around?
Well, you can actually have a hypothesis that you haven't seen play out but
So how are
usually
you
they
going
were
to
formed.
form a
Usually, wait,
hypothesis
why are you
without the
talking over
dependent
me?
variable?
Why are you
Listen,
talking
bro,
over me?
because you're not making any sense. You just said
Yes.
you can form a hypothesis without an independent, I'm sorry, a
Listen, I can
dependent
explain it
variable.
for you, but I
You
can't
have to
understand it
have
for
the
you.
naturally observed phenomenon in order to form the hypothesis. Did you not know that?
But it's incorrect.
How are you going to have a hypothesis without a dependent variable, sir?
Okay, put it like this. I have a hypothesis, right? That, for instance, if I shoot you, you will die, right? I haven't seen that played out ever. I haven't seen anybody get shot, right? I can go and test that. So, no, incorrect. I don't have to observe anything to form a hypothesis. You can form it about a hypothesis that could play out or somebody else has observed. Sure, that's most likely the cause ever, right? Because it's very rare that you will think of something that nobody else have thought of or seen, right? So I agree. Usually, you observe something and then you go and you have your inquiries to find out why that happened, right? Or why that happens, and you try to single out variables so you can accurately depict how they will happen, right? That's the whole point. How much
So
weights, right?
Let me get this
But
straight.
you're incorrect in what you're saying, and just I don't know why you stand on that so strongly. Like it's evident you're incorrect.
Let me get this straight. According to you, getting a gun and playing stupid games and winning multiple stupid prizes is doing science?
That's part of science, yes. You could have a hypothesis where you test for it. You could isolate the dependent and independent variables, and you can go and you can verify that through experiments. That is absolutely science, yes.
So attempted murder in the first degree is science, according to you.
It wouldn't be attempted, right?
Oh, yeah, it would have been if you make it to the court.
So what is attempted?
Dude, you just said that hypothetically you could test your hypothesis that shooting me would kill me. Now, you can test that hypothesis, but it may not go the way you planned.
That's correct. That's why it's a hypothesis, right? And it gets credence.
So
And
attempted
it gets
murder is doing science.
wait. The more people that verify an experiment gives it more credence. That's how scientific consensus is formed. And I'm pretty sure that's what the guy was talking about when he said scientific consensus in relation to Earth being a globe, right? So for instance, it could be that a lot of scientists have made hypotheses about the curvature and that you can see curvature, and then an independent variable could be distance to the Earth, right? And then you could sort of increase the
So
independent
the cause
variables.
is distance.
It could be. I'm just thinking, right? I haven't done the research. I haven't done the experiments. I'm thinking out loud, but this is how it could be, right? And if that was the case, absolutely, if more and more people go far out enough and they observe a curve, it is a scientific consensus, right? There is agreement, it's verified, and unless you can unverify or you can sort of like disprove the hypothesis or add to it, then it holds credence, right? Then it's not an opinion anymore. It's science.
Why don't you just make the independent variable time, and then everything would be the cause of everything would be time.
So there is not only one independent variable, as I'm sure you're aware, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So that's a stupid question.
Time there is, though. At a time there is.
So let me
so
get
that's
this
a stupid
straight.
question.
Let me get this straight. According to this Marxist AT, attempted manslaughter, attempted murder is doing science.
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you just said. You said you could take a gun and try to do harm, and that's science. I even clarified.
Okay, so I'm sorry that you misheard, right? But me dropping a ball out of my hand is not science. But if I try and do a hypothesis of the speed of the drop, the weight of the ball, the wind resistance, and I account for all of these, and I try to estimate the time for the drop to occur, right? That is science. I now have a scientific method. If you don't
Wouldn't that
have a
just be
scientific method,
statistics?
it's not science. So no, you're incorrect, and it's a straw man, and you're being fallacious, and the whole room can see you shaking. So yeah,
Well, don't you
I don't know
have
what
to?
the point here is.
Don't you have to? Aren't you trying to find the cause though?
Exactly right. That's a good point, and that's what I said, and that's why it's not science. Just say, oh, it's an attempted murder. No, it's not. And dropping a ball is neither,
what you
right?
said.
Or an apple. If an apple drops on the head of you when you sit under a tree, right? That's not science. But if you go in and you try to create a framework of why that is and explain gravity, you even find out what gravity is, right? Or you try to. That's science. They're different.
What's the cause of gravity?
there are people that are trying to figure that out still.
So how do you actually manipulate the gravity to find out if it is the gravity that's the cause?
Through experiments. I should be clear by now.
How do you manipulate the gravity?
No. Okay. So as far as I know right now, it's not possible to manipulate gravity, right? So it's a wrong question on its own.
So how are you working
But
out whether it's the cause or not?
as I said, if you don't spurg out and you actually let me go.
I'm not spurging out.
Well, you can't wait for me to answer without interjecting. That is kind of spurging out.
Oh, sorry, you're taking breaks in your sentences, so I thought you finished.
Huh. Well, let me be clear. I'll say when I'm done, okay? And that's easy for you. So I'm not done now. So, again, when you single out all the independent variables, and then you find out, oh, there's only one that I can't really, single out or manipulate, probably the cause then, right? Then you try to
You
find
don't
an
even know
environment.
that
I
one's
haven't
there
said I'm
yet.
done yet, so I don't
You
know.
don't even
How
know
are you
that
having
that one's.
issues?
You
Wait,
don't
how are
even
you having
know that.
issues?
You don't even know that one's there yet, though. You're saying, oh, there must be something else that I don't know is there, but I can't manipulate this thing because I don't know what it is. But it must be there because things go down.
I don't know why you muted me and you talked. So if you
I
want to
didn't
have a
mute you
monologue,
at all.
go ahead.
I didn't mute you at all.
Someone did, right?
Okay, take it up with them. I didn't mute you.
Yo, guys, do you really believe that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you do too. You just don't realize it yet.
I just want to ask some questions.
No, we're in the middle of conversation.
I think it ended.
AT,
It ended when
probably,
you.
Sorry, Guy.
Go,
It's probably because you're too close to your mic, AT. We can hear you breathing into your mic in between talking, my friend.
My bad. It's further away now.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
Right. So the whole conversation before you butted in with the other guy was, right? He's saying that scientific consensus proves the globe. Now, we were just asking him to give us one of a scientific paper or a scientific consensus, a paper on scientific consensus that proves the Earth is a globe. And he said, I haven't looked into it, but it's scientific consensus that the Earth is a globe. Now, you can say, okay, it's consensus that the Earth is a globe, but you can't say scientific consensus because there's no science telling us that there's a globe.
Yeah, math isn't science.
Exactly. The scientific method has no regard to how many people agree or disagree with the results.
He was making a category
Wait,
error.
who's
'cause
saying
math
that
is
is
not
the
science.
case? I'm confused.
You do know that math isn't science, right?
What is this about? Have I made that claim? Why are you bringing that up?
We're talking about the other guy, what he was claiming,
Oh.
that you got a scientific consensus over a mathematical question, because the shape of the Earth is a geometrical question.
It's also a natural phenomenon, so that's devious and incorrect.
What's a phenomenon? What's
Something
a phenomenon?
occurring, right? You can explain.
Something occurring, something happening, an event. Action, reaction.
Well, at least he's a quick study. At least now he knows what science is, because he's using all the correct terms. Naturally observed phenomenon, so at least he can learn. We can teach him.
Bro, I'm educated, right? I don't have issues learning, and I know these things, right?
sound
I
it.
don't mind learning. I don't sound educated, bro. Who are you even to make that claim? I backed up everything that I said. I backed it up with sources, logic. My chain of reasoning was correct, unlike yours, and I was actually genuine.
You don't know what
and
science is. You don't know what natural science is.
we're not talking about natural science. We're talking about science, okay?
No,
We're not talking
We're
about
talking about
computer
natural
science or, other sciences. We're just talking about science. It's an umbrella term, and you can narrow it down to natural science. Sure, you can do that, but that's not what I'm talking about.
So what kind of science are you talking about?
I gave the definition. It should be clear.
So just studying the world, isn't that philosophy? Like the pursuit of
No,
knowledge?
so philosophy is, yeah, exactly. Love for knowledge, not the pursuit. But yeah.
Right, that's not science though, because every bit of science
I
is
know.
philosophy, but
That's
not
why I
every bit of
corrected you.
philosophy qualifies as science. Every bit of science is philosophy, but not all of philosophy qualifies as natural science.
Agreed.
Okay, so where's the science for the globe? Unless you want to say there is none.
Well, I mean, I can go and I can take his position. I don't know if he's still here. If we want to go duo, since you're two as well, or if he left. Are you here, man? I didn't get your name.
All we need is independent, dependent control variables. I mean, if I was you, I wouldn't back that up because obviously you can't establish a cause and effect relationship between the globe and its cause. You can't demonstrate it, certainly, even if you could. So if it's not falsifiable, according to Karl Popper, it's not science.
I mean, I'm looking for if I can find a paper, as I'm not the one who made the claim, but I only made the correction that you were using science wrong, and I made that clear. Now I'm moving on, and I'm seeing if I can take his position since he's no longer here. But I'm just hesitant on doing that because I haven't done my homework in that department, right? So I'm doing it right now. So you can continue talking to somebody else, and I can come back in.
Fair enough.
Or yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty dumb thing to do, to take somebody else's position and then do like a 10-minute read on what they were doing and then come in here and have an argument.
It's
You don't
almost
know
as
all
if
of
I
the
said
arguments.
I'm not going to take his position, but I can, right?
Well, it's almost like you don't need to, right?
Well, it's almost as if then what you just said is wrong, right? And dumb. So
Yeah, so everybody's wrong that says that you can't take on someone's argument that you just had a 5-minute read on, right? Everyone's wrong.
what?
Is that how that works?
I didn't say I was going to take it. I said I could do it if you gave me time. I haven't done
Yeah.
any
What do
due
you mean? How much
diligence.
time do you need? Dude, you would need a longer length of time, more than 10 minutes.
I think I can
That's
do it in
ridiculous.
like under 10, actually. Determine whether or not I can do it, not to actually take it, right? To make the decision.
Yeah, that's a fool's errand, but do what you want.
Thank you.
But that's about as better the globalist arguments is going to get in here.
Just make it a
5-minute reads.
speculation. If you speculate that, hey, science can become settled at some point, you could just get to where science would be settled or majority rule and made science into a popularity contest. What other things are impeachable that have been thrown over or still remain?
All right, Crit, did you say settled science? Do you got any married bachelors or women who are kind of pregnant in your back pocket too?
Yeah, I was more like framing it for Speculation Sunday. Like if you could speculate this out.
I gotcha.
Yeah, like if someone were to use something, yeah, like say, hey, I want to present to you a majority rules married bachelor worldview. I'll be like, okay, what do you do with that? You know, what type of what can you know how does that work?
Got some new faces in here. Who's Anglo Nazarene? That person's new. Who else we got? That's it. From new people.
Yeshua's the Messiah.
How's the speculations going? Anybody coming up with some interesting ideas today?
Earlier, AI had some stuff with Indio about like a type of flat Earth destination where you could use like a water, like
I
kind of
love
like
his. That's right. Yeah, team is.
okay. You could use some sort of like water table and then make kind of a forced line thing, but without using all the steel.
I was telling a buddy of mine at work about it while I was having a conversation with you guys. He was inquiring about who am I talking to and what was it about. So I kind of told him everything. It was interesting. The conversation this morning with Dogs Are Gods was pretty good. I guess I could say that he was reifying his model kind of a argument.
He came in later and like picked a fight with Amish, saying the Amish are scared of him, and all this really cringe shit. I was like, "What the hell are you talking about? How am I scared of you? Like what can you do to me?
He likes to provoke people that way. That's his shtick.
Yeah, just make these blanket accusations against someone, and you're like, what are you drawing that on? What data, what information did you draw that worldview on? Nothing. It's really absolutely nothing. He just vomits word noises out of his mouth, hoping to get some sort of reaction because he's looking for some sort of human contact. He's like ignored everywhere he goes. Like that movie. If you've seen the movie Crash, they talk about this concept about why people like in the movie just like have these very passionate conflicts, over very small things. Not all of them. I mean, there's some really big deals in there, but some of them are just very mundane, just normal human interactions. Brenda did to me this morning. Said I was stalking her, or something like that. I go, how? Because you said you live in Minnesota, and I said I live in Minnesota. That means I'm stalking you.
Man, ain't nobody trying to stalk her.
Yeah, and then like somehow sending a DM to her meant I was stalking. I'm like, all this stuff is functionally normal human behavior on a social media platform. And you've taken these functionally normal interactions and made them into something cringe and weird. Then ask me to unmute you. Because she's like wanting to get unblocked from the channel. I'm like, you're doing this like you hate Bev, but you're acting just like Bev. Everything is about drama. Everything is victim status. Everything's about who said what. So I said, why did you get banned from the channel? Let's start there. She says, I got banned because I embarrassed Nathan Oakley. I'm like, okay, so if P, then Q. I'm kind of paraphrasing it a little bit longer than this. So if P, if embarrassed Nathan Oakley, therefore Q, Brenda banned. So did you embarrass Nathan Oakley? Yes. Is Nathan Oakley still embarrassed? She's like, yes. Okay, therefore Brenda banned. And she says, oh, go ahead.
I just want to say we got some new people that entered the chat. We got Politics Biggies. We got Q that's in here. We got Smart in it that's in here. Guys, if you're brand new to the channel, go ahead and chime in. Tell us if you think that the Earth is a globe and if there's any evidence you have to back it up. If not, we are doing a speculation Sunday, so we kind of speculate on things today.
I got you. I'm just listening in. I'm enjoying the show so far. Thank you. Thank you.
What's up, Q? Yeah. You guys want to chime in and talk about something?
I think you guys are.
My main thing I would say is, do you guys definitively believe the Earth is flat?
Yes. Without a
Like,
doubt.
is in not just flat in your observation and your, when you go outside. I'm talking about, do you actually believe the whole of the Earth is completely flat from one side to the other?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you this way. The horizontal plane that we reference is flat and stationary from all across the plane. So the horizontal plane that you and I reference is what the Earth is held to its equilibrium state. So everything equalizes to that equilibrium state. So, like, let's say I'll give you a way to think about it. If you ever have like a mound of dirt, like, you can probably do this little test to kind of see what I'm talking about. Get a cup of water and a little bit of dirt, right? Make a little pile of dirt like on the top of a flat surface. I want you to shake that pile of dirt on that flat surface, and like you can put it like on a table. When you shake that pile of dirt, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to equalize. It's going to level out. When you have some water, you pour it on a flat surface, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to equalize. It's going to level out. So the horizontal plane that we reference is in tune with nature. So nature itself is leveling itself out to that equilibrium state of the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane that we reference is flat all across the plane of existence, so far as we can tell. Does that make sense?
The main gripe I've had, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
The main gripe I've had with the flat earthers has been the sort of water being level stuff that you guys kind of seem to say a lot.
Okay.
And I think it's just like, it hasn't striked me as a good explanation, to be honest.
No, let's go through it. So, would you say that water is not level?
Well, let me ask you this: if you poured water down a skate slope, would it be curved?
Water down a what, sir?
If you like a skate park slope, like what those slopes they go down and then they go into, they drop in onto the slope. If you poured water down that, would it not curve down the slope?
Yeah, it's gonna have to, because it's going down the slope. Of course.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, cool.
The way that we phrase it though is water at rest. When nothing is being applied to it, water at rest has surface tension, and that surface tension always tends towards the equilibrium state of level and flat. So we can say that when water's in motion, of course you won't be able to visualize it or observe it. But then when it is not in motion, water at rest always tends towards that equilibrium state, which means that it's always trying to find that equilibrium state. And once it does, the surface tension always draws it out to be flat and level on its surface, like the horizontal plane that we reference. So yes, it is a demonstration of the horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane that we reference is indeed flat. That's what all of nature is tending towards.
Okay. So the sea. Are you saying, like, what do you think, the sea is like always at rest or what?
No, but water is. So the mechanics of water, hydrostatic equilibrium, right? So we're looking for when water lies flat and at rest. We're saying when there's no motion on water, we can understand the mechanics. We know that water is flat and level. You know what I mean? So when water's in motion and it's in constant motion, you can't observe it to be flat. But when it is no motions applied, then you can, or forces are applied to it, you can see that when water's at rest, the mechanics of it are such that it does follow nature in that it goes to its equilibrium state, which is no motion, flat and level on its surface.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, so we make sure to give people that kind of like the understanding of what that means. Now, we can understand other factors of the physical natural world where water does have in the oceans like such a thing as tides. Well, tides also give us this understanding that water rises and falls, but water's in motion. Remember, it's always the same thing. Water in motion is always going to depict a specific type of understanding to us. But We can study water when not in motion. When there's no motion, we can understand the surface is always going to remain flat and level. That's the most important takeaway from this. When everything finds its equilibrium state, everything lays flat and level on its surface.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So it's just a bit of a basic thing. If you know, when you look over the sea, like if you're on let's say you're in a coastal town, you look on the sea, then the sea, you know, the ships kind of will disappear after, you know, they'll go into the horizon, whatever you want to call it, and then they'll disappear on the sea. How do you explain this in the flat Earth model?
So our horizon is an apparent optical phenomenon that takes place in our far distant vision. And our vision converges everything into our eye line. So when you look off into the distance, everything is converging to your eye line. Now, we see that happening in nature. We just don't have there's not a specific grid line that we can see through. Like if your vision such that it would be like having a grid in front of it, you'd be able to see the convergence, like in a how can I put it, in a more demonstrable way. But because we don't have that grid line vision, what we see is nature itself it tends towards looking like everything converges to the eye line. So as things go far away from you in distance, the object itself looks like it's angularly getting smaller, but it's only apparently getting smaller. It's not really getting smaller. Like I'll give you an example. If somebody walks away from you, the person looks like they're getting smaller in your vision. Is this true or not true?
Yeah.
Right. So the same thing would apply. The reason that happens is because as they get farther away from you, the distance that they are getting, that they're traveling away from you, the less and less you can see angularly of them, because it looks like they're getting smaller. They're not really getting smaller. The person is the same height as they were when they left your vicinity. But as they get away from you, your vision puts it such that the perspective that you have puts it to them like they're getting smaller. So everything converges as it gets farther away from your eye line. And it looks like they're going off into the distance. So at some point, that person that moves away from you, with just looking at them with your eyes, nothing else, it looks like they're going to get off into the distance, and then they're going to get so far into the distance that you could not resolve them anymore. Your eyes have a resolving power. And as they are not being able to be resolved anymore, they disappear. They kind of merge in the background with the rest of things that you see in the far distance. So everything, because of the way your eyes see the world, is all due to perspective. So as it was with the person getting smaller, everything's converging to that eye line. That means that the above you and below you are going to a central point in your vision off into the distance. That means a horizon would be where the sky meets the earth. So your vision puts the horizon at a specific location in your vision. It could be 3 miles, it could be 20 miles. It just depends on the weather. There's a lot of contributing factors that could change where you can see the horizon. And therefore, because the horizon is visually or apparently in a different location, it is something that you can say it changes. So it's an optical phenomena. It's not geometric, which in the case for the globe, it would have to be geometric, physical location where the leading edge of the sphere. So we notice that the horizon is not that. It is definitely apparent. It is optical. It's how our eyes see in perspective and converge everything into our eye line. I can go more into it, but I'll leave it at that for now. If you have any questions, you can ask more questions.
What about the
just real fast. Sorry, hold on. I wanted to point out this is called the Rayleigh criterion, and I can post a video from Brigham Young University where they show that the larger the aperture, the less convergence. So when you decrease the aperture, they converge. So if the ship is converging into the horizon, what's it going to look like it's doing?
Bottom up?
Yeah, fair enough. One thing I would ask... that was a good explanation. One thing I would ask is the moon. Do you think that's flat as well?
Well, our eyes see everything, like I said, in perspective. So from a distance, we could see I could say object, but things in the far distance we can apparently see them a certain way. However, to determine whether or not they're a 3D shape, we would have to examine more closely, or at least to a factor of where we can actually test to see if the object is what it is. We'd have to see it from a different perspective, because the only thing that we can see from our vantage point is the moon looks a certain way. Now, while I can agree with you, it looks a certain way, we couldn't say for certain if it is that thing that we say that we see. So let's say that we could agree on the moon looks spherical, right? You and I?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. To test that, we would have to be sure. Can I say that the moon is spherical indeed? Or does it look that way?
I mean, we have, obviously, we can look at it. We can talk about, we can talk about the moon landings, but I know that's a bit of a thing.
Yeah, but let's void of that. Just you and me standing on the Earth looking at the moon. That's what I'm saying. So void of any other anecdotal information, could you and I tell what the moon is just by looking at it, like for certain, not just what we think?
Yeah, I mean, we have a pretty well. I mean, we look at it, and obviously it's round, and it depends. Do you believe the moon is rotating?
No, what I'm asking you a question. It should be answered intellectually, honestly, a simple way. Either you could tell me for certain that the moon is a globe or it's a sphere, or you can't by just looking at it. Or you could just say, this is my best guess. This is what I can see from here. Intellectually honest, sir, what would you...
I would... Well, let me ask you this. How would you explain the shadows on the moon?
I need sir.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not... Respectfully, I don't have to answer in the exact way you want me to.
Yeah, this is the part where either you're honest or you're not in this conversation.
But if you just let me say at least one thing, which would be...
Void of asking me a question, go ahead. Void of asking me a question, go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. So, what about the shadows on the moon? How would you explain that in the flat Earth model?
You just asked me a question.
I know.
I said void of asking me a question, because we're talking about the shadows. Yes, they're indeed a factor. But what I'm asking you is, how can you tell the moon is a 3D shape, like a sphere, from where you're standing? And that's all I'm asking. And you're intellectually
but do you realize we can see shadows? So let's say I'm looking at the moon and I can see it being shadowed at one point, and then another night it isn't shadowed. So I do think shadows are important when we're discussing about looking at the moon.
Yes, I already told you it looks like something, and I can agree with you that. But I'm asking, can you tell me with 100% assurance that that's what it is? We're back to the question again.
Well, I mean, okay, I understand you, but I feel like I have a better question. I feel like I have a better question, which is, can you explain?
Why is there such
can you explain? Let me ask the question. Can you explain? Can you explain in the flat Earth model the shadows? How does the flat Earth? How does the flat Earth explain that?
Shadows, sir.
Let him speak.
No, we're not doing let him speak white knights. We're only asking the gentleman if he's able to be intellectually honest.
I'm being intellectually honest with you.
Either are or not.
You gotta be. You also gotta be respectful.
Smart guy, let me help you. How about instead of asking in the form of a question, if you have an answer for why there are shadows, or whatever you're talking about, present that. Okay. Don't when you're trying to come from a position of ignorance, like you don't know, and a position like you've got some answer you're withholding from all of humanity.
Well, just let me just be honest, right? This is a discussion. I don't have to answer in exactly the way he wants me to answer. So I'm just asking him a question about this. So we're talking about the flat.
Is that what you're saying?
We're talking about the flatness of the moon.
Not about the flatness of the moon. We're talking about if the moon is a sphere or not. And you don't want to be honest and say if it is or not. And I don't know why. So that's what I'm drilling down and trying to...
Yeah, I think you just got to
listen. To be honest with you, I think it's a psychological implications in your part, because you think that if you answer yes or no, you're going to actually address your own cognitive bias. So you're
No,
gonna
no,
really
sir.
press
No,
that
no,
hard right
sir.
now if you
Unfortunately,
answer the question.
no,
That's
no,
what
no,
I
no.
said.
You've got it wrong.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I understand. I can understand why you'd think that, but I approach discussions. You got to let me talk. I approach discussions.
Gotta let you talk. Well, just tell me the answer. Is it a sphere or not,
No,
sir?
I can't engage in discussion if you don't let me speak. So
It's this old routine. Because I can't speak, I won't answer. Okay, so the floor will be yours after I finish talking. Is the moon a sphere? Yes or no?
I don't need to answer the question in a yes or no way like that. It's just rude, to be honest. It's just rude.
You can just say
honest.
I don't know. That's fine.
Yeah,
No, I don't have to. I was going to go to what I was going to say, which was that we were discussing either the sphericalness or the flatness of the moon. Obviously, they're both kind of the same thing in some sense because we're talking about the topic of the shape. In terms of yes, it is important to talk about the shadows. To be honest, I've forgotten where we even were because of what's just happened.
Yeah, because you can't understand you just don't know how to answer an honest question, which is the moon a sphere or not? That's all I'm asking.
I don't have to answer
tell me yes
questions
or
the
no
way
for certain.
I don't have to answer it the way you ask it. Like I'm a free human being. I'm not under your
you're
power,
not
sir.
willing to engage. Listen, you're not willing to engage in an honest discourse. You want to be as dishonest as you can in this conversation.
Hang on, wait.
So that you can say no. There's no wait here, sir.
No. You're lying right now, sir.
Yes.
Sir. Wait. No.
Yes.
Stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You're being rude.
I
You
have
gotta
to
stop.
No, I
You're
don't. I have to
accusing
get you
me.
to realize
You're
this.
accusing me of lying when you're the only person who's
No,
lied
I'm saying
here.
you're being dishonest.
The
and that you're not
only person who has lied here is you by calling me dishonest. I've just not been answering the questions the way you wanted me to. So you got to stop lying about me.
Why won't you answer? Why?
Yes, you can ask me why, but please don't say I'm being dishonest.
Why
That is
won't you
very
answer?
rude.
Go ahead and say why won't you answer?
I can. I did want to answer, just not in the way you wanted me to.
What do
This
you mean?
Brit is pleading the Fifth Amendment. He has a right to remain silent.
Yeah, if you want to remain silent, that's fine. But here's the thing. The reason why you don't want to answer is because the implications. You know that you're giving something up if you answer the question honestly. That means that you would have to give up your bias. You have to give up your bias on what you.
No.
Oh, as you talk through me, sir. As you talk through me, right? That you have to give up your bias for what you think the moon is because you right now think that it's 100% sure that it's a sphere. But when I posed the question to you, is it one absolutely certain or not? You're now thinking about the implications of answering that question, and then you deem it unnecessary to answer. I don't need to answer that question. Why? I know why. You know why as well. You're just making the audience listen to you sound like you don't have to answer specifically because of the implications of answering that question. Because once you start being uncertain of the moon's shape, then you're going to be uncertain of the Earth's shape. You know where the road we're going. So you're reluctant to answer the question and call me a liar because I know that's what this argument is all about. You see, I've had thousands of conversations with people such as yourself. This isn't something new to me. I already understand why you don't want to question.
I would be careful. I understand your logic and it's fairly sound. I would just say be careful of when you think you know exactly what the other... I'm very careful with the words I use. So I don't appreciate when people say they know exactly why I'm saying something.
I know why. 100% I know why. We've had many of these conversations and iterations of conversations like these. So I already know the psychology behind these questions.
Right.
Spot on, Miggy.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, we haven't really.
Ladies and
anything,
gentlemen, we got him. We got him.
No, got me. How? What's been learned here?
Thank you, sir.
What I haven't answered it in the way you wanted me to.
Yeah, no, just being intellectual.
What have you proved?
At some point, at some point you're not being honest with me. But if you're not honest with yourself, that's a whole different, entirely different thing.
Wait. Let's just get back into reality in here for a second. So, I didn't answer the question the way you wanted me to, because I'm not a slave. I don't have to answer it the way you want me to. Therefore, I'm being intellectually dishonest. That's just bullshit.
Well, then if you're not being a slave, as you so put it, then when somebody asks you a direct question and you don't give them a direct answer, what do you think that would signify in your worldview, sir?
It could signify the question's stupid.
Really? I'm asking you if the moon is a sphere, 100% assured that it is a sphere, and you don't want to address that because of why?
No, I can address it. I'm just saying I don't have to address it in the
I'm
exact
asking,
way
why
you
won't
would
you
like
address
me
it?
to.
I've asked you, is the moon 100% assured that it's a sphere? And you've asked.
What I'm saying is, I just, like, you're asking me a question like that. I don't have to answer yes or no the way you want me to.
Let me try to help you out. Okay, this is the main issue. You're supposedly I would say from my point of view or others, your intellectual firepower for why the Earth is not flat or a globe or whatever is you've got some secret king insider knowledge about the moon, what the moon is. When anyone tries to explore that idea, you just refuse to answer or give a sort of non-answer that isn't someone that you get a targeted direct question. The moon is X, and you won't answer it.
Wait a second. So I've talked about the shadows of the moon, right?
And you were asked a question where you could have said yes, no, or I don't know. And then you responded with, well, you're just not happy because I didn't answer it the way you wanted me to. We don't care how you answer it, but it kind of helps us move along the conversation if we kind of get an idea of what you think is going on, so we can get past level one. Because right now, you don't even got a sword, Link.
Dude, that's why I brought up the shadows of the moon, because I was trying to further on the conversation. So he was the one getting caught up on the fact that I didn't answer yes or no. Like, I wanted to move the conversation on it to do with the shadows. So you're just wrong.
So not answering the question as I framed it, right? Whether or not you know the moon is or is not a globe or a sphere, and you going into the explanations as why you think it's a sphere, is still not answering the question whether or not is 100% sure a sphere. You're only going on the attributes of why you think it's one. I understand why you think it's one. I've already told you this. Everybody knows why everyone thinks it's one. We don't care to know why people think it's a sphere. We want to know if they know with 100% assurance that it is one. Do you get it now? I don't care about your explanations. You have all the reasons in the world to think that it's one. Are you 100% sure that it's a sphere? Yes or no?
So you realize I don't have to answer that. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't have to.
Yeah, that just shows that you're being dishonest and not being forthcoming with being honest about what you can say with all assurance that you know it is or is not a sphere, sir. So
It's
yeah,
like,
you
so
show
let
your
me,
hand.
okay, let me.
Whether or
okay,
not you answer at this point, you've shown your hand.
Okay, let me
there it is.
let me
no,
say
let
something.
me
Right?
nothing, sir. Let me nothing, because we've already seen your hand. You don't need to kind of explain it to the audience. The audience has seen your hand. I've seen your hand.
Right.
That's it.
Can I say one last thing or not before I get muted or something?
Why?
So here, let me say something. So if you have a trial,
No, we're not going to go into your little spiel of psychology. We're not going to do that. You can exit the chat if you like, but we're not going to listen to your diatribe.
This guy's ruining Speculation Sunday. Can we just carry on with what the moon is? I'll go first. I think the moon, I believe that it's a sphere. But you know what? Believe is invoking doubt because I don't know for certain. Thanks.
It's a light in the sky. The moon is a light in the sky.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to this guy's diatribe as to why he would not answer the question. That's just ridiculous. Anyways, carry on, gentlemen.
Somebody else want to go next or change the subject?
I can go next, yeah. The moon is made of green cheese.
God. Okay. So, with the other guy, if he would have said that, we would have probably explored it, right? But because you just said something that sounds kind of trolly, we'll go to the next person.
Sorry.
So, Larry, why do you not trust your senses enough when you see the moon? It looks like a sphere. Why is it insufficient for you to say that you know it?
Well, because we're talking about heavenly objects, right? If you handed me any kind of ball in the world, maybe some ball from South America that I've never seen before. Like if you hand it to me, I could, study the geometry of it and give you a knowledge claim from my first-hand primary knowledge. Like first-hand, get it, like with my hands, right? Making measurements, right? But as far as, celestial bodies, that's not the same thing, is it?
So what you're saying then, if I get, I'm trying to steel man you, if you can touch it, then you know it. But until you can actually touch it, your sight senses, your vision is not sufficient to say you know something.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about, right? Because if you're talking about a baseball, right, I could probably look at a baseball and go, well, that thing's not really extraordinary. It's quite plain. So that's a baseball. But if it's something I've never seen before that I can't readily identify, I would need to do an investigation in order to make a knowledge claim, would I not?
I wouldn't think so, but that's what I'm asking you. I do this all the time, right? I went to Yosemite first time 30 years ago, and I saw Half Dome. I've never seen Half Dome before, but I didn't have to go touch it before I knew it was a big rock.
Well, rocks are not extraordinary. They're quite plain.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where your difference is. So if I see something I've never seen before, like Half Dome at Yosemite, I'm okay without touching it, knowing it's a big rock, but something's different about the moon.
Okay, yeah, something's different about the moon. I remember being like 2 years old and not having the words to ask my father correctly, what is that? And he said, that's the moon. And ever since then, I've known that that's a very extraordinary thing. It's not ordinary whatsoever. Does anybody here think that the moon is just ordinary like any other object they might find on the ground in the dirt?
No. I can make it. I can clarify you, Scatmaki. You can make an inference that the moon is made out of rocks. That's fine, but you can't make a knowledge claim of the moon being a rock because you haven't actually touched it, right?
So what you're saying is knowledge claims can't be made until you touch something.
It can, but not.
Okay, what are the situations in which seeing is sufficient? Let's see if we do some philosophy.
You can make knowledge claims about what you see about the moon, but you can't make knowledge claims about the properties of the moon. Does that make sense?
Which properties?
That you calling it a rock, right?
Can we conclude it's spherical by seeing it?
You only see one side of it. You can infer that it's spherical, but I wouldn't say you can conclude
it wobbles. It wobbles slightly, so you can see different, 3 degrees of it or something, or a half a degree. I don't know what it is.
If you could see the whole thing like spinning a basketball, then yeah. But until then, no, you can't conclude.
So when you look at it through a telescope, and you can zoom way in on this thing, right, and you can see these craters, and you can see all these other kinds of things, and everything about it matches every other thing you've seen of every other sphere you've seen. You don't think it's reasonable to conclude that this is also one of those spherical things?
I do. That's why I said you can make an inference, right?
Yeah, maybe 99%.
Well, is inference not knowledge?
No.
Why not?
That's what I've been trying to talk to you guys about, making shady inferences.
Just look up the definition of inference. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have.
This is a shady one. Okay, so if you have an inference and it's based on...
Why is it not knowledge?
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm about to go over that right now, why it's not knowledge. If you have an inference based off of the scientific method, right, that's a pretty good inference, right? But if you have an inference based off of no manipulation of any variables whatsoever, only an observation, for example, if you tried to count my toes with your eyes, what if I had neuropathy and had some amputations, and then had one son who works at Texas Tech, who has like really high-end, cutting-edge prosthetics, and the other child works in Hollywood doing makeup and, stuff like that. So both of those children working together could make me a top-of-the-line prosthetic foot like nobody has ever seen. You wouldn't know how many toes I have until you could confirm with 2 or more senses, feel the blood, feel the heat, feel the tendons, feel the bones, and see for yourself with an observation, and then have first-hand primary knowledge.
Well, you don't think that these people can make a prosthetic that can fool even the touch?
Well, I mean, I'm going off of what I know. I don't know of anything like that. Because how would you have the heat right if my... Because you would have
They're
to have
really
blood
good.
flow. You ever squeeze your finger and it turns white and then it turns pink
Yeah,
again?
these people are really good.
I don't think they have that. I really don't.
Oh, okay. So, but you're bringing in some other knowledge claim, i.e., they don't have that, to say that in this instance, touching would be sufficient to verify that is the thing, right?
You ever popped a toe? You think you can pop prosthetic toes?
I have no idea what the people are capable of making with prosthetics.
I just don't see why prosthetics would spend an extra $10,000 to make sure that they pop at the chiropractor's office so that they can fool even the chiropractor that this is not a prosthetic foot.
It's your example. I'm just going with it.
It doesn't make any sense.
I know, I agree. But I don't think you denying knowledge just because you can't touch it makes any sense either. And this is what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to see why you think you can't know something until you touch it.
You ever tried to weigh yourself without a scale? You just look at yourself and, I look about 150. Yeah.
No, I haven't. And
Okay.
I've heard this example like 75 times. You're going to talk about the fat girl and the strong girl, right?
No. I'm just saying, you can't look at something and tell everything about it.
Yeah, right. You can make knowledge claims like it emits light, it appears to move, it looks gray, right? But you can't make knowledge claims about the exact properties of it, right?
Why not?
That's what he's trying to say.
Why
I mean,
can't
it's
you
already
make
being
knowledge
explained.
Why can't you make knowledge claims about the properties you can clearly observe, like its shape? We can know shapes by looking at
it looks round. It looks round, but can you spin it around to see if it looks spherical?
Do we need to spin it around to say that the part that we are at least a hemisphere?
Yes, without it being a shady inference, you sure as fuck do.
Why?
Okay, just to be clear, knowledge means 100% sure, right, Scott?
No, that's redundant. 100% sure is redundant because sure is 100%.
No, I mean like knowledge means true, as in like fact, true.
True, but that is truth. Truth is not part of what you can know. Truth is independent of anybody.
You see, now we've got to the root of the problem, right? Like this is the issue.
No, we're not to the problem.
You have a haze of what is really knowledge and what not.
No, I don't have a haze. I'm not the one with the haze.
I'm going to take your standards, Scott, and say, welcome to Flat Earth.
Because here, I'll give you an example. This is what, we used to do in philosophy class. I didn't really like my philosophy classes very much. I was decent in them, but they weren't very fun. How do I know if I have milk in my refrigerator?
Open the fridge and look and take a glass of milk.
Okay, so if I make a claim that I have milk in my refrigerator, I'm making that proposition right now. And if knowledge is justified true belief, and my justification is, I just looked. There was milk. I saw milk in the refrigerator. That's my justification. And I believe it. It's a state of mind. I can say that. What makes it true?
You've drank milk before. You know what milk
No.
is,
That's not
right?
the question. No.
You take the milk, you look at it, you taste it.
No.
Now you know it's milk.
In the theory of justified true belief, what makes something true?
Your
not how do
experience.
you know it's not. No. The question is not how do you know it's true. That's not what philosophers mean when they talk about justified true belief. It has nothing to do with whether anybody knows it. It is true if it. Truth. No. Truth in justified true belief is the proposition's correspondence with reality. So it is true if there is milk in my refrigerator. That makes it true.
If it corresponds with reality, yeah, sure. That's
and it doesn't
fine.
matter. It doesn't matter if I know there's milk, or if you know there's milk, or if anybody knows there's milk. It's true if there is milk in my refrigerator. That is completely independent of whether anybody knows it or has any justification for believing it. The truth of a proposition is true independent of anything else.
Yes, you just indirectly said that you believe in objective reality. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. That's what the correspondence theory of truth is. It's an objective reality to which propositions can correspond, right?
Sure.
Okay, so we agree that the truth of a proposition has nothing to do with whether anybody knows it, right?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay, so now as we move forward, you need to keep that understanding of truth very clear in your mind. Don't let it get muddled, because it's going to get confusing, because then you're going to want to move. How do I know it's true? Well, now you're just being, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not redundant. It's circular, right? Because you can't know something is true, because knowledge requires the truth. So to say that you know something, it is justified, it is true, and you believe it. And so you can't know something is true. Something is either true or not true.
Well, I mean,
you understand what I'm saying?
You just contradicted yourself.
True, no,
I
and
didn't.
fact.
Shut up.
True, no, and fact are synonyms, right?
No,
Three
they're
words
not.
are synonyms.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Just look up the
not
words.
when you dig into what it means to know.
Look up the dictionaries.
You just
They're all
asserted the
synonyms.
proposition that you can't know things to be true, and if you apply that premise to itself, then you couldn't know that premise to be true, nor any other premise to be true. So you just defeated yourself in the entire debate.
Oh, shut up.
I have a question. In this,
If truth is part of the definition of knowledge, what do you do to determine that truth? How do you know that's true?
You can verify.
If you know,
The possibility of the contrary.
If you know something,
given if you
it
deny
is by
that truth is a
definition
part-
true.
So if
When
you
you know
deny that truth
something
is a
that is
part of
not true,
knowledge,
Gregory,
so if you deny that truth is a
when you
part
know
of
something
knowledge,
that's not true.
so if you know something and you deny that truth is a part of knowledge, then you are explicitly denying that the proposition you believe to be true is true.
Which is
And therefore
exactly
you
the
cannot
opposite
know
of
it
what
to
I
be
said.
true.
Try to keep up.
If you deny that truth is a part of knowledge, that it's part and parcel
And I
to
didn't.
the constituents of knowledge, well, good.
And I didn't.
So the point is that knowledge is a justified true belief, which is true, and then you undermine yourself when you say that you can't know things to be true.
No, if you know things, they are by definition true.
Well, what
if they're not true,
So
you
then
don't know them.
say from this point forward that you can't know things to be true because that's self-defeating. It cannot be true.
Can I ask a question?
It's just syntactically impossible.
Can I
It's
ask a
circular.
question? In this type of discussion, the use of the term, justified. Excuse me. When in this sort of example, where would the distinction between knowing something and thinking something come into play? Because if you know something,
justification.
Okay, so to avoid kind of like the redundancy of the term knowing something to be true or whatever it was before, what if you just replace that term with thinking it to be true?
No, hold on.
Said the distinction.
No, that's different. Thinking to be true, it fits. But knowing to be true is redundant. If you know something, it is true. Otherwise, you don't know it.
Yeah, it's redundant because they're synonyms. That's why.
No, they're not
You can know
synonyms.
something to be true and you can know
Truth
something
is
to
a
be
part of
false. So it's
knowledge.
not redundant. You can know something to be true and you can know something to be false. That's not redundant.
Whatever.
Wow.
So we already said the distinction. So you know something when you have a logically sound argument to justify believing the true proposition to be true
No,
or believing the false proposition to be false.
When you're saying you know something to be false, you're saying you know the counter. You know when the counterclaim is true. That's what it means.
I know that. So it's not redundant to specify what you're knowing. You can know the proposition to be true, or you can know the proposition to be false.
Okay. Sorry I missed it before if I muddied the water there.
No worries.
No, you're good, bro. Scott Mackey was just, going over his weird way of thinking that the things can be settled without knowing first. That's
I
really
didn't say
weird.
that.
Okay, so do you
Try
know
to
the
keep up.
backside of the moon? The backside of the moon exists?
Yes, I do. I know it exists because I have
How?
good justification for it, and it is true.
What's your good justification for knowing that there is a spherical half of the moon that can't be seen, but you know it's there?
My reasonable justification is it looks like a sphere. Every other sphere I've seen like that is a complete sphere. And I conclude that there is a backside to it. That is a justification.
Yeah, but you're comparing extraordinary to ordinary. That's a false equivalency.
Who decides whether it's extraordinary?
Did you not know that the moon is quite extraordinary?
Who decides whether it's extraordinary?
Well, it's not like your everyday rock. That's for sure.
It's like the moon. It's like it's rock. We've seen lots of rocks in space.
Which is moot.
We've seen lots of rocks in space. We've seen asteroids. They're all three-dimensional. They all have backsides to them.
You're interpreting lights shooting through the sky as a rock. You don't know them to be rocks.
No, we've seen pictures of asteroids.
You see
like the one that came on Halloween.
Correlate those pictures to be the lights that you saw flying through the sky, which you have not verified to be rocks.
Do you guys remember the skull that came? The skull asteroid that showed up on Halloween? Do y'all remember that one from NASA? Go ahead and give that a search. Scott Mackey believes that an asteroid showed up that looks like a skull. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that he believes because he saw it on TV, right?
Down the rabbit hole we go because you don't want to deal with the actual argument.
Brought up asteroids, and now I'm talking about asteroids.
I'm saying that
you're the one running to the dark side of the moon.
Can you give me one good reason why I shouldn't reasonably conclude and come to a justified belief that the moon has a backside?
Well, it is a belief. I'll give you that. I don't know if it's justified or not.
Is it why is it not justified?
Belief invokes doubt because you don't have knowledge.
Why is it not justified?
Because you haven't justified it by attempting to falsify it. How does science work, Scott Mackey? Do scientists try to falsify one another? Why do they do that?
So you're telling me every claim I make of knowledge, I have to have tested it?
Yeah, like with some sort of method, right? Do you think you can just look at someone who's choking on a bone and think about the Heimlich maneuver, or do you actually have to do the maneuver to get the bone out of their throat and clear their airway?
Okay, so let's make a knowledge claim. I just made pesto. I peeled the basil, 3 bunches of basil, get from the farmer's market, blanched it, threw it in my blender, and put some garlic and some salt and a little bit of Parmesan and some pine nuts, and now I got pesto sitting in a container on my dinner table. Do I know that?
Why do we have to go through another thought experiment about what knowledge is?
It's not a thought experiment. This is what I just did. I just want to know, in Larry's understanding of knowledge, do I know that I made pesto?
It is a thought experiment. We already went through a thought experiment to establish what knowledge is. We don't need to repeat that.
Well, we didn't because Larry's still confused.
No, you're just presuming that he's confused. You just refuse to engage in scrutiny.
Do I know I made pesto? Yes or no?
Yeah, you got first-hand primary knowledge if what you said is true.
Was it a scientific process I went through to determine this knowledge?
No, it was a first-hand primary knowledge process.
Okay, so there is more ways to have knowledge than testing things, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So why is my knowledge of the backside of the moon, why is my justification for believing the moon has a backside insufficient?
Did you go to the farmer's market and throw it in the food processor?
I just want to know, what principle are we working on?
We're working on, is it falsifiable? We're going back to Karl Popper again, bro. Like, you never heard this before. And I have to tell you again, all about Karl Popper and his thing with induction versus deduction and how you have to be able to falsify something. I mean, for God's sakes, man, do you not understand that in order to make a true knowledge claim that this person did this, it has to be demonstrable, falsifiable, empirical, testable, repeatable? I mean, have you ever heard these words before, or is this the first time you've heard this kind of thing?
I have. I've heard you misunderstand Karl Popper on many occasions.
Oh, cool. Please explain it to me correctly then. I'll wait.
But the point is, you just agreed that that is not the only way we can come up with knowledge, right?
Sorry, can you explain Karl Popper and his deductive argument?
It's irrelevant because it's not the only way.
Wait a minute. If I'm misunderstanding it, I want to be correct. So could you please correct me?
God.
There you go again, Scott, with that arbitrary dismissal of his scrutiny, which you presume that he should engage in scrutiny.
Is that the only way to achieve knowledge? I'm sorry, I'm going to talk over you, Gregory, because I'm talking with Larry right now, so shut the fuck up. You don't need to be involved in every conversation. But Larry, is scientific knowledge the only way to attain knowledge?
No, that's a red herring from what I just said. You accuse me of not understanding Karl Popper, so could you please explain it to me like I'm
if you understand Karl Popper. It was irrelevant to the conversation. You bringing him in was the problem. We don't need to even care what Karl Popper said for you and I to come to a common understanding of what knowledge is, right?
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
We don't need Karl Popper, do we?
If you're not going to back up your claim, then recant.
Do we need Karl Popper for you and I to understand what knowledge is?
It sure does help because he's a philosopher of science. So if he can explain things to where everybody can understand it, maybe everybody needs to know. Because it isn't about me, right? Who
He's
cares if
talking
I
about
understand it or
science.
don't?
Can I just say one thing, Larry, on the
Go
Karl
ahead.
Popper thing?
Mm.
Thomas Kuhn is one of the many philosophers for whom Popper's view on the demarcation problem was the starting
Yeah, they
point.
disagree with, yeah.
Popper's view, for Kuhn, Popper's focus on falsifications of theories led to concentration on the rather rare instances when a whole theory is at stake. So, do you like Kuhn or Popper?
Like them both.
Well,
Doesn't
but
mean
they
I
do.
have to-
But there's no standard to say it has to be a question of falsifications. Why are you using Popper now when you always talk about Kuhn?
I can use them both.
So you don't have a standard for science, or what is science and what isn't science. You just make it up as you
Listen
go
to
along.
multiple people and listen to what they have to say and build your own idea of what's actually happening based on what you've learned from multiple people with opposing views. I think that's called philosophy,
Yeah, but you're presenting
Sorry,
to.
can you answer that question? Is that called philosophy when you listen to multiple
I call it
people?
cherry picking. I call it cherry picking because you always mention how Kuhn.
Hold on, time out. All the scientists that get together at the colleges and they listen to each other and they form their own opinion, they're just cherry picking.
Right, can I ask you? Oh, let's test that, Larry. What is Kuhn's view on science?
He disagreed with Karl Popper on his falsification.
But what does he think it is instead? What does he think it is instead?
I don't remember right now. Hold on.
So you don't even know the philosophy. So why are you talking about it as if you look? You always mention you know Popper, you know the falsification, but you shouldn't invoke it. Well, his view is that it's a.
You're not going to explain it either, are you? You're going to be just like Scott Mackey and not explain it. Go ahead.
His view is that it's an activity of problem solving, which is an opposition to falsification. He thinks falsification is used in rare instances where theories can be completely debunked. Karl Popper thinks that's usually in particulars, not in generalities, right? So, Larry, that's your explanation. And yes, you do use Kuhn almost all the time, and now randomly you're trying to chastise Scott
do
for
I
going
bring up
with Popper.
what you just said? Because I don't bring that part up. What do I usually bring up when I'm talking about Kuhn?
Well, it's just cherry picking, really, isn't it?
So you've strawmanned me in the sense that you brought up something that I've never talked about when I'm usually talking about the paradigm and the Kuhn cycle, and you're saying that I've brought up this other thing where he disagrees with Popper, and I never said anything about that. I've never brought it up, so you're getting me to take this straw man and defend that argument that I never made.
Well,
That's
you just
weak,
found
bro.
out you found out 5 minutes ago that there's more than one version of what qualifies.
Yeah, I
as a
knew
science.
it was, but that wasn't my field of study. What was I looking into?
You were
the
asking
Kuhn cycle.
Yeah,
I
but
was
I'm
looking
saying
into
what
the
you're
Kuhn
asking.
cycle. Do
What
you
you're
understand
asking
that?
Scott. What you're asking Scott is unnecessary and not even totally agreed upon amongst scientists or philosophy of science. So I don't know why you'd even bring it up.
Really? So the whole thing of philosophy is how do you know what you know, and is knowing things worthy to find out what the truth is? Is the truth worthy of knowing? Is the truth
Popper
worthy
doesn't
of
even believe-
studying? Bro,
Popper
you
doesn't
have
even
no
believe
idea what you're
verified
talking about. You're strawmanning me, trying to get me to take this position that I've never even brought up before, when obviously my study to do with Kuhn had nothing to do with his arguments against Popper's philosophy. It all had to do with the Kuhn cycle and the cosmological constant crisis.
Is science
So you're
about what we
being
can
weird.
verify, Larry? Is science what we can verify?
Yeah, but it's
Is
not the
that
only thing we can verify.
Yeah, well, Karl Popper disagrees with you. He doesn't think that's what it is at all. He thinks it's about falsification. So you're using Popper opportunistically, right? Popper doesn't think it's what we can verify. Popper
And
thinks
what's
it's what
wrong
we
with
can
that?
falsify.
What's
Kuhn
wrong
thinks
with
it's
that?
what we can, what activity we critically involve ourselves in.
What's wrong
You're
with that?
cherry picking what you want to go against Scott with. You're not even you don't even have a coherent view on this.
Your
Okay.
critique is not specific nor objective, so you don't actually have a reason to say that his supposed verification or supposed criterion of verification is incorrect. You didn't actually point out an error. You're just deriding his method of scrutiny against Scott.
I can even cite this in the SEP, so I don't even know what you're talking about. The main point is, if you don't have a
Okay, well, your
coherent
ignorance
view
can't
of what you're
refute
asking,
anything, Jekyll.
Yes, I did. I can show you the SCP on literally Popper's view.
No,
on
your ignorance
verifiability.
can't refute anything. You said, I don't know what you're talking about. So that's an immediate and easy refutation of my critique of your critique.
Okay,
it isn't.
The criticism is against him levying this sort of standard against Scott when he has an incoherent view on this.
He asked
doesn't even know what he's asking him.
Look, listen,
You
you
didn't
need to calm
identify
the
the
fuck down.
incoherency.
Stop, time out. You need to calm the fuck down, Jekyll. This is Speculation Sunday. We're supposed to be having a day off from arguing, and everybody's supposed to be sharing their idea of what they think about the moon. And then Scott went into, well, how do we know what we know? Right? And then I was telling him what I believe to be true, and then you come in here guns blazing trying to shoot me down on Speculation Sunday. Bro, this is the day of rest. You're weird, bro. The whole thing you've been doing this whole time has been weird. Just saying. Does anybody else want to speculate?
Larry, what was your speculation? I didn't hear that.
About the moon. Yeah, I said that I believe it's a sphere, but believe invokes doubt. So I don't know that it's a sphere. And then Scott Mackey was like, well, but why? Why don't you know it's
Well,
a sphere?
originally, Smartin didn't want to answer whether he thinks the Earth is a sphere. The moon is a sphere or not. And then Larry just proposed what he thinks about it to move the conversation forward, right? So, yeah.
I see.
And then
I
Mackey
would
got
disagree
into
with this idea that doubt
yeah.
necessarily implies. Excuse me, I didn't say that right. I would disagree with this idea that belief necessarily implies doubt, because one can be certain, right, and not have justification also.
Well, apparently there was a guy who lived 2,000 years ago. He was a famous carpenter. But did he really walk on water and raise the dead? That, I have my doubts. I'm not going to lie. I believe he did. But when I say that I believe instead of I know, I'm implying doubt.
Not necessarily, it doesn't follow, because you can believe something while not doubting it and not have justification for it.
Okay, well, I have justification that he existed. But what justification do I have to say that he raised the dead? That's a pretty spectacular claim, right?
Yeah.
So, what's my justification? Because more than 2 people said it?
I don't know what your justification is. I have a justification.
Okay, what is it?
Given the testimony in the God-breathed scriptures.
Okay, more than 2 people said it.
Well, that's not quite the same. There's one person that is the God who has revealed his scripture, which is a unique body of literature, in contrast to every other body of literature ever, and that could ever exist. And then you have non-God persons also testifying to this.
Well, I believe the Messiah did what he said he did and what they said he did, but I still have my doubts. So I think what I said makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that, when you say, I believe, but I have my doubts, that's true. That can be the case. But believe doesn't necessarily imply doubt. Because one can believe without doubting, which is the instance of being certain. And you can be certain with or without justification.
Let's say I witness a murder, right? Like Phil Collins, witness a murder, and I'm testifying, right? And the attorneys or whatever.
Collins? Is that a reference?
Yeah, it's just a joke. But
like I recognize him.
It's okay. So they asked me on the stand, did you witness it? Well, if I didn't witness it, what do you think I'm going to say?
Given my impression of you, you're going to say the truth. No.
Right. No, I didn't witness it, but I believe he was the only one around who had the opportunity, the motive, and the will. Right. I wouldn't say that I saw he did it when he didn't, because that would be against the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not give false testimony. That's what that means, by the way. Right. So, yeah, I'm going to say I believe this guy did it, but I have my doubts because I have no firsthand primary knowledge. I didn't see the man commit the murder.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. There's no error. There's no logical error in that. Yeah.
Okay, moving on. What does somebody else think about the moon?
If you guys want to, you can unmute Smartin again and go see if he wants to give you his explanation as why he doesn't want to say 100% assurance he knows the moon is a sphere. It's up to you guys.
I've been unmuted. Oh shit! Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Been having a good discussion in the side chat. Qui-Gon Jinn is a legend. What do you want me to say?
Whatever you want, bro.
You can address the same point that was given to you earlier, or you can maybe waffle to another one, because I know you don't want to answer that one.
Yeah, what do you think the moon is, bro? That's what we're supposed to be doing. What do you think it is?
I don't know. I mean, the main thing I was talking about earlier was I was actually interested in this, like what the flat Earth community thinks about the shadows. I never really had an answer on that.
Okay, so you're still pleading the fifth, like a red-blooded American who just got arrested and is weighing out his future in a slave camp.
No, I'm just asking a different question. Like, what do you?
I
What
know
do you
you're
guys
avoiding
think
it, bro. It's like if I got arrested, I'd be doing the same thing that you're doing right
But
now.
the thing is, I'm
I'd be
genuinely
like, so
trying
what
to have
kind of
like
coffee do you like, officer? Do you like black coffee or do you like cream and sugar?
No, I'm just trying to ask a genuine question. What do you guys think about the shadows?
They look like shadows.
Like, what do you think is the explanation behind why the shadows are there if it's flat?
I don't think anybody claimed the moon was flat. I think you've been strawmanning us in your head this whole time.
Yeah, is he
And
talking
also
about supposed shadows on the moon?
He thinks we think the moon is flat
Different
because
shadow
he's
patterns,
so new
all
to the
that sort of thing.
conversation. He's going to hit us with, well, if the moon is a sphere, then the Earth has to be a sphere, right?
Is that your pattern of inference, Smart?
Hope not.
I hope not.
My phone's glitching out. No, well, no, yeah. I mean, I was intrigued in the idea that, if the moon is a globe, why would the Earth not be a globe? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to stay away from Google, bro. Think for yourself. Question authority. In order to
Consider
question
this.
authority, you got to think for
I do
yourself.
think for myself. I do think for myself.
Consider this. Please examine that pattern of inference. If we are going to be consistent with that general principle within your pattern of inference, then given that one object has this given property, then it necessarily follows that everything else or something else, at least one other thing, has that property also. But of course, that doesn't follow. When you have the disco ball above the dance floor, it does not necessarily follow, given the disco ball is a sphere, therefore the floor is spherical also, right? Right.
Oh, sorry, I was doing something. I didn't hear what was said.
Let's examine your pattern of inference. The general principle that's underlying your pattern of inference in this particular case being that given the celestial object is spherical, therefore the Earth is spherical, pretty much by necessary indication or implication. But of course, that obviously doesn't necessarily follow. It's simply non sequitur, right? For instance, if we apply your principle to a dance area, the disco ball is a sphere, therefore the floor is spherical. But of course, that doesn't follow, right?
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm kind of lost right now. Someone else might want to take over. I'm kind of lost.
It's really not that difficult.
It's okay.
Do you see how non sequitur, how that does not follow?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of like lost. It's like 11 p.m. Right? Someone else should take over, dude. I'm kind of done.
Unless that's just a passive aggressive way of whistling past the fact that I've exposed the patent non sequitur fallacy in this argument.
Let me ask you this, Martin. What similarities do you see between the moon and the Earth?
Well, they both orbit the sun. The moon is round.
So
Wait a minute. Don't you believe in Einstein? Time out. Don't you believe in Einstein,
dude,
bro?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. He said the Earth orbits the sun. It's all
Yes.
relative, bro. So even in the mainstream model with Einstein, the sun doesn't orbit the Earth or the Earth doesn't orbit the sun. There's infinite reference frames. It's relativity, like 101.
Yeah, but it still orbits the sun, though.
So
That's
the
what you
two,
got taught in
Being
school, but
consistent,
that's
that's
not
Larry's
correct.
point. Yeah, Larry's point to you is that you're not being consistent with the doctrine of relativity from Einstein, which is really the more proper term for it is really just anti-objectivism.
hold on, before we go to Einstein, I just wanted to say the two things that you mentioned of similarities between the moon and the Earth are two things they're not tangible to you, right?
Well, I mean, I'll say yeah, just for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Sure. I just wanted to make that clear. Go ahead.
Well, obviously, I can't physically touch the Earth and move it around the sun. I don't know what you mean by tangible in this sense.
Yeah, there's no way to verify that. Yeah.
I mean, I mean, what?
Yeah, because you're trying to make an inference that Moon and Earth has some kind of similarity, right? Earth sphere, Moon sphere, or Moon sphere, Earth sphere, right?
Point, though, I mean, they do
So
have some similarity. We all know they do.
So I'm trying to ask you what those similarities are. You said, okay, well, the Moon orbits the Sun, Earth orbits the Sun, something like that, right?
Well, they're
So
both
that's
significant.
something you can't prove. Therefore, the thing that you mentioned that is similar between the Earth and the Moon is intangible. It's you can't prove it.
Well,
Therefore,
we can at least agree.
Yeah.
We can at least agree on that they're both significant objects in the solar system. Hopefully, we can agree on that.
That's a model, though. That's not reality.
Do you know how to scrutinize yourself? Because you seem to just keep taking your position for granted in spite of the critiques being said to it.
I do know how to be skeptical, yes.
Okay, so when you reply with just reaffirming the cosmological paradigm that you already believe, you just keep reaffirming one or more different aspects, one or more different presuppositions in your position in reply to the critiques against it, that's patently indicating that you either don't know how to scrutinize yourself in spite of your best efforts, or you refuse to do so in spite of knowing how to.
I think you're just completely misreading what's going on, if I'm being honest.
Okay, so you said you're skeptical. What is it about the heliocentric model that you're skeptical about?
What? I haven't even looked into the helio. I don't really. I've heard people say that. What does that even mean? The heliocentric model.
Heliocentric, sun-centered model that they taught you in school, where the Earth goes around the sun.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I must have just forgot that from school that term. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question? I needed to remember that.
You said you're skeptical, right? Are you a skeptic?
Yeah. I'm critical thinker.
You don't believe everything you've ever been told. So what is it that just seems like it's really fishy about what they told you about cosmology? The acentric model, the heliocentric model.
Well, as I said, I subscribe to the scientific consensus. So.
Oh, so you're not a critical thinker. You just subscribe to whatever you were told, so you get your grades and make a good paycheck, right?
No, I subscribe more to the logic of the scientific community who agree with the globe model more than the Earth.
Let me ask you a question. If everybody jumped off the bridge, would you do it?
No, unless I had good reason to.
Probably not, right?
Unless there was
Larry just asked
really
you,
good reason.
what are you skeptical about in the cosmological paradigm? And you didn't identify anything that you're skeptical about.
Okay.
You haven't answered his question yet.
What am I skeptical about in the cosmological paradigm? I mean, what am I supposed to say? I'm skeptical about the moon being made of cheese? What do you want me to tell you?
You just say you are skeptical.
Well, that reply says it all. We're not going to give you a script. You just indicated to us that you're not skeptical about this cosmological paradigm.
Look, I don't have to be skeptical about everything to like critical thinking. I can choose
which is true and besides the point, right? So we've discovered about you so far that you take for granted the scientist's doctrine. You take for granted including their cosmological doctrine, and you have not even begun scrutinizing it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if you want to draw that conclusion, that's fine.
Okay, so the purpose of this voice channel is to engage in discourse, not just to hear someone else reiterate that they believe a cosmological paradigm with credulity and no skepticism. That's not the point of this voice channel.
I would rather talk about it in a logical way than just say a bunch of convoluted nonsense. And I think sometimes simple can be better than long, convoluted nonsense.
Which I prefer that too, and there's no reason for you to say that because you seem like you're insinuating that we're just saying a bunch of convoluted nonsense.
I do. If I'm brutally honest, I've been in a lot of these flat Earth things, and yes, they, in my opinion, they do a lot of convoluted nonsense. Yes.
Okay, that's just derision,
Stereotype
not an
fallacy.
argument. Right, it's just derision. That's not an argument. You haven't said an argument
I know
with
it isn't an
specific
argument.
objective
It's
and true
a
premises
it's a
to
comment on my
refute anything
experiences.
that we've said to you.
I know it isn't a argument. I'm just saying it's a comment on the way the servers are.
Is that a two-quote fallacy?
We knew that. We don't need you to tell us what it obviously is. Obviously, it's just your unjustified derision. We know.
Well, I wouldn't call it unjustified personally, but there we go.
We'll give the argument to justify it then.
You
Just
said that it's
a lot of
convoluted,
the
but
things
so
like
far
about.
we've been talking about the moon and a few
I
other
mean,
things
there was
kind of around it. You brought up the
there was a
moon.
server there was a server the other day I was in, and they couldn't even accept.
Yeah, but that's not here. That's not here.
A lovely anecdote.
I'm just saying it was a flat Earth server, and they were talking about, like I said about pouring
Yeah, but
water down
some
a
Globers
stadium.
drop nuclear bombs on Japan or atom bombs. What's that got to do with you?
What?
Do you really not see how fallacious your reply is? You're talking about some other flat earthers besides the ones you're talking to now. It does not matter at all your opinion about these other flat earthers you talk to on some other day besides the ones you're talking to now in this voice channel.
I'm just saying, like, I know a lot of the people who frequent that server.
We don't need to
also
hear you say it
frequent
again, dude. We heard you.
No, I wasn't saying the same thing. I said a lot of people who frequent this server also frequent that server. So in some sense, yes, they are connected.
Okay, sure, whatever. You haven't specified anything. So it's just these vague, derisive comments. You haven't said an argument yet. We've been asking you these scrutinizing questions for you to demonstrate that you know your position to be true. And we're waiting for you to demonstrate some sort of critical consideration for what we have to say in refutation to this position that you obviously have not skeptically scrutinized and just take for granted with naive credulity. But you haven't done that.
Right. I mean, okay. I mean, I would say, I mean,
Go ahead.
What do you want me to say, dude? Like, I've come
Just
to my
think about it.
conclusion.
Just think about it. Gregory, how about this? The word belief implies room for doubt. What if I said that?
That's true. I mean,
Is it better than what I said originally?
It is better, but like you don't even have to really phrase it that way. It's just that you can believe things with or without doubt. Yeah.
So I think the crux of this is this phrase right here. Belief is the enemy of doubt. Or sorry. Belief is the enemy of knowledge.
Well, that's also wrong. Whoever came up with that slogan has not studied epistemology. This is how I can deductively refute this idea. If they deny that knowledge is justified true belief, and they just take out the belief part, then it necessarily implies a self-contradiction, because that says, I have a justification to believe a proposition that I don't believe. If there's no belief, if you don't believe any proposition, whether it be true or false, then what are you justifying? That's nonsense.
I take you got that from Crow 777, Larry?
You know, I'm not sure where I got it from. I apologize.
Okay.
He probably did coin that.
It is I think he coined it, or at the very least, he mentions it more often than not. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Yes,
I'm
that's the problem
trying
with
to
that
be
slogan.
critical of the slogan right now for the first time. Go ahead, bro.
Mhm. Yeah, so that's the problem with that slogan. It necessarily implies that I have a justification to believe a proposition that I don't believe. If there's no belief involved, when you supposedly know something, then what are you justifying with the justification? Nothing. It's just a vacuum, just a gap. So it's nonsensical to say that. Knowledge is a subcategory of believing. It's a type of belief. It's a justified, true belief. You believe it, it's true, and you have a logically sound argument to justify believing it's true.
Well, justified true belief would be knowledge, right?
Yes. Yeah, so knowledge would be a subcategory of belief. It's a type of belief.
So the way you understand it, they're not mutually exclusive.
Of course not. Belief is part and parcel with knowledge, given the
So
absurdity of the contrary.
you think you can believe and know something at the same time?
No, you can and you must. If you do know it, then you do believe it.
Okay. Interesting.
This is the problem in these communities. Belief has become this pejorative unnecessarily. When being charitable at most, what people usually are trying to convey is that the person they're critiquing merely believes the proposition, but does not know the proposition to be true. But belief and knowledge are not antinomous. They're not antithetical. They're not mutually exclusive, especially given that the latter is a subcategory of the former, and the former is part and parcel to the latter.
Right on.
Yeah, well versed.
So it's kind of like philosophy and science. So all knowledge is belief, but not all belief qualifies as first-hand primary knowledge.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good argument. I can't really.
Rather, first-hand primary or not, right? Because you can know something without necessarily it being first-hand primary, right?
Well, not in the courts, right? If Henry said Sally did this crime, but he didn't see it, he
Who's
heard
Henry and
Susie
Sally?
say, it's just X, Y, and Z, bro. Just X, Y, and Z. In the
Okay,
courtroom, they don't take hearsay, right?
Right. Of course. Yeah. Context applied for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have anecdote, right? And then you have primary. You're appealing to someone else who does have the anecdote. And then everything after that is second, third, fourth, fifth, however many intermediaries there are between you and the source.
So, secondhand information can be useful. Like, hey, I used to have one of those cars. Make sure that you do this, right? Like, okay, my brother had one of those cars. Make sure you do this. Like, both are equally as good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it's an extraordinary claim, it would be much better to have first-hand primary knowledge. But if it's just a basic bitch claim, like, hey, make sure you do this to that car, or it might fuck up the transmission.
Mm-hmm. As it concerns that distinction, that proper distinction you mentioned, that's an instance of the anecdote and or the primary source being more credible and more plausible given the likelihood of it being true, in contrast to everything in the inferior orders after it, second and beyond. Secondhand and beyond.
And that's why people trust the mechanic, right? Because he has first-hand primary knowledge, because he's probably done it before. But I don't even trust the mechanic.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
What category does it fall under?
Because of some prior experiences that you have that inform your inductive inference, right?
Yep.
Correct. I did not need bearings, but I did after I left that place.
So
what category?
An example with the mechanic, it patently illustrates. That's not a word. Illustrates the immediate relevance of philosophy. This is why it's really a stupid shame that philosophy has been derided and or falsely represented by bad representatives as lofty, vain babbling rather than a pursuit of knowledge.
Right.
I've been all alone for long enough.
Were you saying something, Shane? What? You were saying something?
No.
Yeah, you started talking.
Yeah, I was gonna say something and you cut me off.
Oh, my bad.
Thief.
Shut up! Shut up! Well, what I was gonna say. Do you know the Harlem Globetrotters?
Yeah, another Harlem Globetrotters.
Daddy.
School's out. Somebody put the kids to bed.
Yeah,
No,
for real.
No, do you think if they sensed, like, if they like had some common sense and then realized that the Earth was flat, do you think that they would change their name to like the Harlem Flat Trotters?
Interesting speculation. Nobody knows.
The Harlem Plain Trotters.
Harlem Globetrotters are like kind of cool. I went to one of their shows.
The Harlem World Trotters.
The Harlem Earth Trotters.
Realm.
The Harlem
Wait, no, hear this one. The Harlem Saturn Trotters.
So what is this place? Some people say that it's a planet. Others, like myself, believe that it's a realm, and Messiah is Yeshua, also known as Jesus. He's the king. So what do you guys think this place is?
It's like, I think it's like kind of similar. I don't know if anyone's familiar with.
I think it's just like a big room, just like one big gigantic room, kind of like the Truman Show. I think it's just like that.
No, I think it's like kind of like Fortnite. We're like in the 0 point, and then there's like an alternate version of our planet, and so like if the Earth cracks, we'll go in the 0 point, and we'll be put on that opposite version of our planet, which is located directly underneath ours.
I believe in globs.
Consider what you're about to do, Paul Atreides.
Whoa.
Please him. I'm not next to my computer.
Yo, somebody
So if
mute this
place-
kid.
if
Somebody mute
place-
this kid.
Shut up. If this place is a realm, then it would seem that we have a usurper. There's one true king and one usurper. And the usurper is man. Who gave man dominion over man?
Mhm.
Are all men not created equal?
Sauron.
By the way, we lost a Lord of the Rings actor today. The King
Yeah?
of Rohan
Oh, actually?
actor, he passed away.
Oh, it's so sad. Wait, let me check Twitter.
I'm such a Lord of the Rings nerd. I apologize. Please continue.
Okay.
Talk about the crisis in cosmology, Larry.
I did that yesterday.
And the day before that.
I don't think I did it the day before. I
Do you
turned
think
it down.
Thomas Kuhn would say that you should throw away all of globe cosmology? Because
Thomas who?
Be quiet.
Professor Kuhn, no, I don't think he would say that. Why do you bring it up?
Well, I mean, why would you conclude that if he doesn't conclude that?
Because I think for myself, unlike you consensus cucks.
Do you have like any reason for why a whole theory needs to be dismantled based on this?
Because that's how science works. If you have a theory and it doesn't match the scientific data, or at least the observations, then you get a new theory that better fits the scientific data, or at least the observations.
Do you think that's what Thomas Kuhn thinks?
Yeah, that's why he was talking about paradigms. And people
No.
get stuck in a paradigm. Yeah, in the Kuhn cycle, he talks about how there's Bro, you just asked me a question. Gosh. So, the Kuhn cycle is all about the paradigm shift. When there's a theory or a model, people get stuck in this model, and when the model starts to decay into crisis, they get stuck into it, and that's why I quoted him the other day that for decades after they realized there was a problem with Mercury's orbit and the moon, people stuck to Newtonian mechanics for decades after they realized there was a problem with it. This is the paradigm shift that happened after 1915, I think, when Einstein came up with his paper and published it, General Relativity. So after that, over a period of decades, people began to adopt, but not everyone left the paradigm. A lot of people, like Left Lane, still come in here and talk about Newtonian mechanics and pretty much reject Einstein.
So
he never brings up Einstein in his general relativity.
How about when we drop the inference and go to what he actually thinks? Because I've got two quotes here, right, from the SCP.
Sure.
And one talks about Kuhn's view of demarcation is most clearly expressed in his comparison of astronomy with astrology. Since antiquity, astronomy has been a puzzle-solving activity and therefore a science. If an astronomer's prediction failed, then this was a puzzle that he could hope to solve, for instance, with more measurements and adjustments of the theory. Not to dismiss the theory completely. Kuhn, and then here's a later one, his main disagreement with falsificationism, like Popper's falsificationism, is that it's rarely ever required in when a theory has a problem, right? So, and that's in the SEP. So, why do you infer all of this when it's quite clear what his view is?
Did he say that cosmology is like, what's the other one where you study the stars in your birthday? What's that one you said?
Astrology.
Astrology? Did he compare those two?
Yeah, well, he was trying to lay out what a science is and what isn't.
Pretty confident right now?
What he's laying out what is a science and what isn't a science. He's saying astronomy is a science and astrology isn't.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So I would disagree with the guy. It's not a science the way that I understand science. But if he wanted to call it a science, sure. But he still, even though he thought it was a science, he thinks that the standard model is in crisis.
Yeah, but you're concluding something he didn't conclude.
I'm concluding that the standard model in cosmology is in crisis. You can search it up right now. Crisis in cosmology.
Yeah, but you go a step further than just saying there's a crisis. You're going to the degree of we should bin that theory. You know?
General and special relativity. What did he make it for?
What did he make it for? I don't know.
Yeah. You don't know why he made it?
For fun.
Why he made it? What does that mean?
Why did he come up with his theory of general relativity?
Go on, tell me.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But
what
he made it
was
up
the point of that
to
question?
Describe the solar system. I believe he made it up to describe the solar system. So, after we started looking into quote-unquote deep space, or galaxies, well, it doesn't fit the theory anymore. In fact, they're off by a lot. 80% of the matter is dark matter in the universe. The entire universe, you can't detect 80% of it. Either that's true, or B, gravity sucks so bad, it's so weak, that you need dark matter and black holes to make the shit work out mathematically at the galactic level. Either way, I don't think I could stand behind that.
I don't care what you feel like you can stand behind. I mean, we're really talking about what is the next steps? I mean, do you think it's to revise the theory and see what we can do to make it give it more explanatory power, or do you think it has to go in the bin? And you're referencing Kuhn, who literally would say theories very, very rarely need to be put in the bin based on a problem with it.
Really?
Yeah.
Theories rarely need to be placed in the bin. You confident about that?
I read you the quote. That's his main disagreement
No,
with
do
Popper.
you believe that theories rarely need to be put in the bin?
Scientific theories rarely have to be put in the bin, yeah.
Yeah, but we know
Many
that
problems
Einstein's theory is
arise.
not a scientific theory, but I'm talking about theories in general rarely need to be put in the bin. Are you standing behind that?
Wait, what was the last part, sorry?
Do you honestly believe that theories rarely need to be put in the bin?
I just said scientific theories rarely have to be put in the bin. I've already said that.
Okay, so you've changed it to scientific theories.
Well, theory. I mean, look, I could even say a philosophical theory. Just look, I told you before that Bentham had a moral and ethical theory which had problems with it, like deep problems with it. And along came Mill, and instead of like destroying utilitarianism, he invented the higher and lower pleasures, so he could resolve some of the problems with Bentham. Right? Did he have to destroy utilitarianism to do that? No, he built upon it. Right? I mean, even non-scientific theories can use that.
Would you say that practicing medicine is science?
Yes.
Okay. So when a former president has a sore throat, do we still drain their blood?
No.
Well, why not?
Because of germ theory.
Huh?
Germ theory. There's no theory behind, like, let's say, grand theory about leeches and de-leech bloodletting, right? It was an idea. It had no sort of relationship with any other kind of wacky idea in medicine at the time, if you could call it medicine.
Are you joking? If you lived 400 or 500 years ago, you would be one of the people that were all about the consensus. Well, everybody else lets the blood out.
Yeah. But you're just like, I mean, that's just situating me in a weird sort of position, because, like, if you say, if you were born in a time where bloodletting was common, would you think it's the correct? I mean, maybe, yeah, probably, right? I'm actually saying that germ theory is a medical theory. The practice of bloodletting is isolated and has none of the virtues of science.
I think you're wrong. I think you would totally let the blood because it was the consensus of the day, and you are one of those consensus clowns that goes along with the consensus like every time. So I think I would be like, yeah, forget about your colleges and your professors. It says right here in the good book that the life is in the blood, so stop bleeding him out before you kill him, you imbecile.
1 second. Yeah, so Daniel Rothbard emphasized the distinction between the standards to be used when testing a theory and those to be used when determining whether a theory should at all be tested. The latter, the eligibility criteria, include the theory should encapsulate the explanatory success of its rival, and that it should yield to testable implications that are inconsistent with those of the rival. According to Rothbard, a theory is unscientific if it is not test-worthy in this sense. So you could say at some sort of like trivial level it's test-worthy, but when it was stacked up against germ theory, it failed. You know? It failed. And germ theory typically now proceeds even when there are problems with the theory. It's built upon, it's enhanced. You could even say that bloodletting was a progenitor to germ theory.
Hey, real quick, gentlemen, I know you guys are in a discussion, but is there any way we could just utilize Speculation Sunday for what we do for it? If there's anybody in here that wants to speculate, because I know Larry likes to talk about things like that, and so this is like the only time that we can do that. Oh yeah. Well, if anybody else wants to jump in, but usually today's the day we speculate, so everybody knows that we don't usually do this often. It's kind of a time that you let your hair down as a flat earther. You say, well, this is what I think about this. And we can do that because it's kind of like a safe zone. We know that today if somebody's charging you with something, no, bro, you said that on Sunday. Well, yeah, we've already pre-marked this day for that.
Okay.
So if you guys are in here, a flat earther, and you want to talk about, I think it's good for the globe earthers to hear, because I think that's what you always ask us, right? Well, what do you guys think it is? And we're like, we don't want to tell you. But now that you got a time for you to ask us questions, what do you think about something? Utilize it. Now's the time to ask us. What do we think about it?
Agreed, and I'm done hogging the mic.
I know you're going, Larry, but just look at the side chat.
I'm driving right now, Jekyll. So I could start us off. What do you think the moon is? Anybody that's in here, as if you're a flat earther, the world's a mystery, right? A lot of things that were explained now become unknown. So if you have a speculation as to what you think stars are, what the moon is, what the sun is, give us your speculation. Go on, let us hear it.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I would say the moon is probably a physical object, just by looking at it.
An object.
Yeah, probably.
Like
I
your
mean, because
typical,
let's
like,
just think about
rock
it.
or
Since it's
apple?
speculation, yeah, probably a rock or something like that. When you look at the moon, you see patterns on it, and you see dents on it. It just looks like a physical object of some sort.
Yeah, listen, I would say this. I don't disagree with what you said. Your assessment of it, probably, of course, I can agree with everything that. If you talk about craters, if you talk about anything that the moon, what it looks like, yeah, I mean, pretty much, I can see the same thing you can. I wouldn't be denial of that. That'd be absurd. But in order for us to, further talk about like what we think it could be, I mean, the floor is open for that. Talk about what do you, yeah, if it's a rock, what type of rock, So now we're gonna get into that speculation side.
Well, how about this, right? With all the characteristics of what we see on the moon, right? It looks physical. What if it's simply a projection of something else that is physical, right? Thus, actually, conforming to that, initial thing and projecting out the characteristics of that physical thing. But what we see is not actually a physical thing.
Yeah, like the
You know?
telescope that's a projector when we look at the sun. Like, it gives a really good image of the sun. And if someone said, hey, this is like the sun, they would go, yeah, that's the sun. So that's a really, really good.
One thing I've always found. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go, Mick.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, the one thing that has stumped me for some time, I think I forget who it was, but or series of people who have analyzed the moon, and they made inferences that, like, there are certain sub parts of what we see on the moon that resemble awfully like, depending on how you orient the known map of the world, you can actually see the similar characteristics of this certain subpart or a certain section of the moon, and it maps almost perfectly to what we see on Earth, right? So there's some people that say, "Oh, it's just an Earth projection." Or
Yeah,
they
you
call
took
it
the words right out of my mouth on that speculation, Mick. That's exactly what I was gonna say before you said it. I was like, there's a speculation going around, at least in the flat Earth community, that they're saying because, like, the AE map is something they were drawing a parallel to, and I don't agree with it, by the way. But like, this was a speculation saying that because that map could easily render a image on the moon exactly to a correlation as to what the continents would be in orientation to one another. I don't know. That was a speculation that was carried forward until I think there was a discussion about it. If I'm not mistaken, there's somebody probably that can bring up a video about it. Mick, I don't know if you know.
I'll check it out. I'll see if I can find what I've posted it before and was told to reserve it to Speculation Sunday. There, I haven't brought it up in a while. Figured I'd throw it in here today, but I'll see what I can find, and would like to hear you guys' thoughts on it. It's very weird.
Yeah, early astronomers from like the 1500s considered the dark spots on the moon as ocean and the lighter spots as land masses. So there's something that's been thought a long time ago as well.
Here's another fun fact. By the orientation of the moon as it rises from the east, you can tell geographically where you are. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Like the time and the season. Yeah. Here's another fact that I think you guys may or may not know.
that the whole argument between the 6 and 9, like how you visually see the moon in North America and Australia and see it like as a 9, we see it as a 6. I don't know if you guys heard that argument, but do you know that the moon actually does like a wagon wheel, cartwheel in the sky, in your own sky, where you visually see it? If you were to see it move throughout the night, you'd actually see a cartwheel through your own sky, so that by the time it hits the western sky and the horizon, it's actually in a different orientation than it was in your eastern sky. I'd
It's
like
due to
for
the
you guys to
perspective, right?
yeah.
It's due to perspective. It's not actually rolling across the sky, right?
Yeah, but the observation is like, okay, I would say it like this: put your hand like in a palm shape up to the moon when it's in the eastern sky. What you would do is representation of like what the moon does is move your palm up above your head and then back down to the west. So it does like an upside down inversion of like when it was on the east. If you can see what I'm saying with this kind of mental experiment, you put your palm to like the eastern sky where the moon is in the face, and as it crosses like above you, your palm straight above your head, and then as it goes to the western sky, that your palm would be up kind of like upside down. It follows the same kind of orientation, so it kind of cartwheels, but not really, because it's just perspective, like Larry was saying. So anyway,
all right, I just threw it in the chat. Something I saw a long time ago. Guy breaking down mapping from one projection or orientation to another. Kind of goes into a little bit of how the fundamentals on that, and then he demonstrates that using the moon, and I think it's the Mercator map, how it maps awfully. It maps almost perfectly. It's very, very strange.
yeah, similar to that. Yep. Yeah, thanks for the video, Mick. There's another fun, mysterious thing about the moon. Whether you guys may or may not have looked into this, there's an argument that the moon is also producing a cool light, that it's not warm like the sun's light. The light from the moon would be a cool light, and it can be detected to be colder in the moonlight. And like if you had like a full moon, if you're in the direct moonlight, that is cooler than the shadow of the moon. Like if there's a shadow being cast, like on anything like a tree or something, that you're actually a bit warmer in the shadow of the moonlight than you are in the direct moonlight. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. So there's a lot of mystery surrounding all of this, and
So,
people
Miggy,
have been trying to test this out. Go ahead.
you just brought up something I've never thought of before. That you're telling me if if the moon, we watch it rise, the top part of the moon will be the bottom part of the moon where it sets?
Yeah, but not necessarily exactly that. It
I had
does,
never
however,
thought of that before.
change its. Yeah, it does change its orientation, Scott. So it does. It will not be like, okay, visually on your eastern sky, it's not represented that way in your western sky. So let's just say, for example, you wanted to be curious enough to stay up all night and watch it as it traverses the sky. You would see it on your western sky in a very different orientation than it was in your eastern sky. And it's listen, I've had conversations with people about this, and what's funny is nobody's ever thought about it. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's just a basic observation. I'm not really making any idea of whether the Earth is a globe or flat. Like this is just basic looking at the moon. That's all it is. But when you see it, yeah, it's.
But that's
it's so
exactly what a
bizarre.
globe model would predict, right? That the top would be the bottom as it went over your head and flipped over.
Well,
the model was designed. Sorry,
I would say
I never thought of that before. That's a great proof. Of
let me relax, Scott. No, so basically, all we're talking about. Yeah, well, you don't thank me just yet. What we're talking about is the celestial. Scott, relax. What we're talking about is the celestial sphere. Now, the model of the celestial sphere would be such that the stars, the moon, and the sun are mapped out in a very specific way, like longitude and latitude. So we get the celestial sphere. The model of that is how we actually visualize the sky, because we see everything in perspective, right? So in line with perspective, everything, just like the way we see the moon traverse the sky from east to west, it would work out that if we were to map things out in an arc above our heads, like a dome of perspective, and I'm using this word so you can visualize that the only thing you could see is, like, if, for example, if you're in the middle of the ocean and you see a dome of stars all around you, you couldn't see an entire sphere of stars. You could only see a partial amount of stars because, like, let's say you couldn't see the entire realm of all the stars because, of course, those stars that you could not see are out of the range of your perspective. But within the perspective range, you could see all the stars in a degrees, kind of like a protractor, right, around you. But you can say that is what the sky can be modeled as. That the Earth itself is a very different thing. However, you guys, with the Earth being the globe, would say that that's because the Earth is a globe. But we're saying it's because the sky is visually seen as a dome above us. So it's like a dome of perspective. I'm not saying that here's what I'm going to also caveat. It's not saying that the sky is a dome. It's how our perspective is visualizing the stars and the sun and moon above us. So with that being said, no, I didn't say the Earth is a particular shape. The terrestrial sphere. I said the celestial sphere. Okay. I just didn't want you to jump the gun and said I thought the Earth. But yeah, so the model that it maps out to be as a celestial sphere. Anyways, if anybody wants to jump in on that.
Can't hear you, Miggy. Sorry. My Bluetooth cut out.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, sorry.
Yeah, we heard everything you said, Miggy. I think he was having problems. I just want to point out that it's kind of weird that, they make the model after observing nature and reality, and then when it matches the model that they created to match it, they then reify the model and say, see, look, the Earth is a globe. Like, that's despotism to me. They're reaching. They're really, really reaching.
Yeah, that was a conversation this morning with Dogs. Because he was talking about angles to Polaris. I'm like, well, me and Amish were in here. We're like, that's fine, Dogs. You can have angles to Polaris, but it works just fine because the sky is what's mapped out to be like an arc above us. So we see all of the heavenly bodies as we would in a specific degree of arc. So that works out just fine for us. Celestial sphere is nothing to be afraid of, right? It is just that. It's how we visualize our perspective in the physical and natural world. However, that doesn't tell us that we're living on a terrestrial sphere. The celestial sphere is what we see above our heads. Terrestrial is beneath our feet. So one thing we are saying, the other we're not. If that makes any sense.
Question, Alpha. I don't know. Maybe you can give me or everyone here a better insight on what you think the Earth is. So, because you guys don't think it's in space, what realm do you guys think it's in? What do you think where do you think it's at?
Well, what do you mean in 3D space? Like, where would it be positioned?
Yeah,
where's the
what's
whole entire realm at? Like, is your question like where is the realm located at in 3D space? Like, is it in some type of vast void, or like is that what you're asking? I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, exactly what I'm asking you.
Well, speculations. Anybody wants to take up that question as a speculation?
The floor. We're at the floor. The bottom level.
Well, there could be underground caverns.
Oh, yeah. Like a subfloor or yeah.
Yeah, there might be a basement, and there might be an attic. We can't say for certain, but that seems to make sense.
I'd like to say that it's rather than thinking
like Midgard
being low. Hello.
Yeah, like
coming through.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'd like to say instead of it being instead of thinking of it as being located somewhere, it is the location.
Oh, okay.
It's not where it is. It is the where. It's where everything is.
It is the where. Interesting.
So, kind of think about it like this if you can. Like, imagine you're inside of a computer, and you're a computer program, and you look up and you can see there's some sort of electromagnetic stuff going on when you look up. And you think to yourself, well, I don't know what that is. You know, it could be like quintillions of miles of deep space. Or it could just be that you're inside the computer and the computer is all of existence. So the people that think that this is a simulation, they kind of describe it like that a little bit. You know, they don't exactly say those words, right? Because I'm using my own thoughts to talk about it. But if there is a simulator, if there's a simulation, that implies a simulator. And I think that's a fair argument to make.
You know what, Larry? I do agree with that as far as speculation goes. I would say that the creator has us in a realm where he's the programmer, we're the program. So the program that's running right now is running on a script that is automatically doing things that we would see in nature. You know what? I'm gonna tip the balance of this speculation to a little further into speculation. I would say that everything in existence, according to the way it's been written, like, it's already foretold that things are going to happen a specific way, a very, very specific way. So everything has a pattern or a path that it's going on. The program itself doesn't understand the path that it's on, but the path itself is already there. And it's predestined for the thing, the objects, and everything to move in such cohesion to that laid out plan that it's a script that's running. But people can't identify the script. We spend our entire lives trying to realize whether or not we have this autonomy within the script, and we start to draw parallels as to how like everything has like destiny and predestined, and nothing has like without cause and effect. Like so, everything has a beginning and end. So these cycles that we see happening are basically scripts that are running within the program, and they are executed to perfection. Like so much so that you could actually tell what's going to happen in the future. For example, the cycles that repeat, if they're cyclical in nature, well, those are because they happened before. But patterns in nature also are indicative to like patterns in intrinsic human behavior. It's anything such that you can match up that to be. So everything that we see is actually running on a specific type of script. As in, will you choose chocolate or vanilla? Well, the choice was already predetermined that it doesn't matter how much you deliberate over those two, you might eat a banana. So it doesn't matter what you think you have as far as the freedom exists of the will. The only thing that matters is that you are in a place where you can't understand that you are in a script. You can only see it from a perspective of making a real choice. Well, I am actually really deliberating over whether I want to eat vanilla or chocolate, right? But at the end of all of that deliberation, you didn't know you were going to choose banana because your friend said, here, I have a banana if you want to eat this. So what you don't understand is the thing that the realm of the creator, realm of the programmer, he knew that you were going to eat a banana because that's what was predestined for you to do. You didn't know that, so it was a real choice to you. So the balance of all of this is such that everything in creation that we see would be kind of like a simulation-like. I'm not saying it's like exactly like a simulation, but it's simulation-like. So everything is being given to us so that we can run through this particular type of script and try to figure out what it is that moves us, what controls us, the systems that we operate in. So yeah, it's basically indicative of like a simulation, but I'm not saying that it's like it exactly, but it's similar to it. Anyway, so that's kind of like the way I've always seen the world to be like. And furthermore, one last thing, the scriptures that are written down in the Holy Writ, they also tell us that things were in the past gonna happen again like they were in the days of Noah. So yes, everything is running on a specific type of script that shows us that that's what reality is. So I don't know what you guys think about that, because that's interesting. It was always been interesting to me that human thought and patterns. There's nothing new under the sun. It's all been done before. As King Solomon would write in Ecclesiastes, there's a lot of things that can indicate that the realm of existence that we're in right now can never be understood in its full context. That we could only learn in partiality, and these things are always going to be debated upon. Furthermore. But the best position that we can take is we don't know. And everybody should. If you're intellectually honest with yourself right now on this voice call, you can honestly say that you're not 100% sure of the entire worldview, like the whole earth. You can know your existence and your part to play that you have right now, but you don't know what the whole world is as a whole. No one could know that. So everybody is trying their very best to kind of give these explanations, and the person who holds those explanations to what the whole entire Earth is becomes the arbiter of your knowledge. Therefore, you lend your mind over to them. So that's, I guess, I'm going more into the problem of why people think the cosmological aspect. This is the real problem in cosmology, by the way, Larry, is the fact that we've been told what the Earth is and all of its constituent parts, and we don't know the information to be sure of. So that's the real problem, is that we're given a cosmology, but we're not given a way to verify it. Anyways.
I agree. I just like to talk about the crisis in cosmology because it kind of helps to break the spell. Because, you know, when you get out of public school, you're like, gravity is the end all be all theory, and you don't even know what gravity is. I mean, how many people get out of public school that can accurately describe, you know, Einstein's gravity? But go ahead.
No, I was just saying, going back to what I said, but that's my take on it, because I do think it's simulation-like. So everything that is running on this program is running on a script. If you have any idea that you feel you have free autonomy in this world, I don't know, I kind of like to hear it. Well, if you have a position that you think that we're free agents and we can choose in our own destiny and write our own destiny in the stars and all that kind of stuff, then I would say probably that's not my worldview, but it might be yours. I don't see free autonomy in this world. I think that we're all running on a script, and we just don't understand the script. That's all.
Wait, so
I
mean,
do.
if we're all
I
running
think.
on script, then how are we?
Hold on. I think we have free autonomy. I think that is our number one right, the right to contract unlimited. This is like in the American system, right? We have a right to contract unlimited. So we can go disturb the sea turtles and take pictures of them and kill the baby sea turtles. Or we could leave them alone and watch the seagull come and eat them. Or we could fight off the seagull and the population gets too high. But the crazy thing about sea turtles is I watched an IMAX film once, and there's a place in the ocean that the sea turtles go to. It's sacred ground where they don't eat the fish, and the fish clean them like a turtle car wash. I shit you not.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, if you're saying that we're all running on a script, then how is anyone responsible for anything they do? Not really doing anything if you're predestined to do it.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. Remember, I told you that we're all trying to understand, like, what our place is in this world. So by having this limited comprehension of the knowledge of all things, right, of all creation, we struggle to find our place in this world. We want to know what it's about. We're curious creatures by nature. Because of that, we're trying to fill the void of where the creator needs to be by other means. And I mean, that's like, so you think that everything that you do is with free access, but you don't know that you've been designed this particular way. So you didn't choose what nationality you were going to be born into or where you were going to be born into. You were just born. And so the thing that you're trying to do is kind of figure out why you were born a male, why you were born in a specific region, why so all those whys, right, that you're starting to ask as to, like, why was I made in this way? Why can I run faster than the next guy? Why can I do things that they can't, or just other things? So you're trying to figure out those things in life, the big questions, right? Why are we all here? That sort of thing. So because we have that limited knowledge, we don't have all-knowing capabilities. We are going through life trying to answer these questions. They seem very real to us, right? You and I. But you don't see what's behind the next door until you walk through the door, right? So you don't see what's behind it. You just see what's right in front of you. So the choice is very real to you. It's very, very real. It's almost as real as me saying right now, if I was to tell you, what are you going to eat tonight? And you were to tell me, well, I'm going to have pizza. And I'd say, well, you should have a hamburger instead. The choice that I've just given you to have a hamburger instead of pizza, it seems real in your mind. Doesn't that make sense? But the problem is when you actually arrive to the time frame where you're going to eat, something else could pop up. A friend could show up with some tacos and say, dude, I got some tacos, man. We're going to chow down. And you're like, hell yeah. So you didn't even think about the fact that you hadn't made a choice, whether or not conscious or subconscious, you're going to think about eating something different, or you even had a choice to eat something other than pizza. You just thought about what was right in front of you. So if you had thought about it, you're like, dude, that was weird. I was making a conscious choice whether I was going to eat a hamburger or pizza, but my friend just showed up with some tacos from out of nowhere. And, I like tacos, so I'm going to eat them. Right. So this is the problem that I'm saying. There's a lot of things that we think that we have control over when obviously the outcome of such things could be determined by what was already going to happen. So does that make it? Hopefully that makes a little sense, because I'm trying to bring a point to you, because like this
Yeah,
world
I mean,
and everything, that the cycles and everything that they're on, we could say this, right? That astronomy and all that works a specific way, but it's not going to happen the way we think, when in reality everything's running on cycles. It's got predictability because of that's how we predict things. We know that things are going to happen tomorrow because of the cycles that repeat. So we know that we can say with assurance, like, well, these cycles are going to be just like they were before, right? Anyway, I don't want to get too far into it, but that's kind of my area of where I like to bring people. Anyway, I got to get going. I got to get to work, guys. But what are your thoughts about that, if you want to?
If I can piggyback off of that, one kind of one thing that I have difficult shaking is that question of free will versus destiny and all that stuff. To me, it's almost like I'm hard pressed to not see it as some sort of mixture of the two. Almost like kind of like if you think of like let's say you think of like a GPS, right? It's funny, globe positioning system. Anyways, so it's kind of like if you put a destination in the GPS, it gives you a route. You're driving along, you take the route, you take a wrong turn, well, it recalibrates and draws you a new route, right? So I kind of see it like that, right? Where it's almost like there's some outcome that you ought to attain, or it's already predestined in some way, but how you get there is kind of up to you. And in some fashion, you tend to always get there, even if you take wrong turns in a weird way like that. I don't know.
It's about perspective. That's kind of the whole thing. From our perspective, we have choice, but from a bird's eye view, from a grand scope, from what you could call a God perspective, everything is determined. When someone brought up earlier about how we're born in different countries, we're raised in those languages. There's things we can't control, but there's things we can control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
My thinking is you have the choice between right and wrong. Just real fast. So I don't have to explain to anybody what your God-given rights are. I would hope that you all know what that means. You have the right to do anything you want to do, as long as you don't cause another man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss. What do we call it when you cause another man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss? That was wrong. You had no right to do that. And it's that simple. Like, that sums up like all of law for me. God's law, man's law, law of the sea, law of the land. It sums it all up for me. Anyway.
Well, that's a little bit. Doesn't that depend on the context, though?
There's no context. Any situation, if you do something wrong, that thing that you know that you ought not do, then it's wrong. You have no right to do it. Otherwise, you have every right to do whatever you want.
And what's the consequence, or universally, of doing this wrong thing?
Exactly. Well, the person is going to have authority over you because they're going to seek justice. And hopefully they find it, because if you harm someone, then you should go to the courts and have to pay back every cent that you need to pay back to society before you regain your rights.
What about, like, let's say, outside of the context of, like, man-made society, if we just speak objectively, let's say you do something that's wrong, whatever that means. What is the consequence of that?
You're talking about
universally?
subjective, right? So let's say a bunch of Muslims move into my neighborhood that I've been living in my whole life, right? And let's say I'm eating a BLT walking down the road, and they've claimed this road, this public property, as under Sharia law. Like, do they have a right to take me to their court? It's like, am I part of the Muslim society?
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure out,
No,
like,
I'm not. I'm not a Muslim.
What is the sort of inference? Like, what is the consequence of doing this wrong thing?
Well, I guess the Muslims could
universally.
fuck me up real good, couldn't they? They could take me to the court and find me guilty of not being haram or whatever the fuck they call it, and they could really give me a good beating and take my birthday away,
They
right?
have the right to do harm to you after you've
No,
done
they
harm
don't.
to someone else.
Well, if I've done harm to one of them, like I, burn one of their Qurans and, draw a picture of Muhammad and on purpose to piss them off, that's inciting violence. That's disorderly
Yeah. So would
conduct,
you
right?
say that everything is circumstantial in that sense?
Yeah. Like if I incite violence by doing the very thing that I know that's going to make them violent so that I can claim victim, that's bullshit. Like what am I, like a black belt in like offendedness and victimhood? Like no, fuck no, I wouldn't do that.
Okay. It just sounded like you were alluding to some kind of objective standard there.
Well, it is objective, right? If I go to the club on the south side and I say F all you N-words, we have laws against that. That's called fighting words.
Right, but laws
So
are
if I
just like man contrived, right? We're talking about objective.
no, this dude, that's objectively
What isn't
wrong
man
thing to
contrived?
do. Wait, seriously, isn't that objectively wrong to do? What I just said?
Hold on, I think you spoke out of turn there. You said we have laws against that. Those are fighting words. What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure that's not.
Okay, so
that's
do you know
funny.
what started the Civil War in America? Hey, if you guys attack Fort Sumner, that's going to cause a war. Oh, let's go attack Fort Sumner and see what happens. Like that was wrong, right? They did the very thing that they said that if you do this, we're going to do that.
I mean, it's all based on context, right? It depends.
It's not really why the Civil War happened, but
Why did
Something
it
could
start?
be wrong. Something could be right.
What was the
Depends on the
flashpoint
context.
that made it go hot?
it was
Tell
really
me.
when Abraham Lincoln was elected. That was really it.
Well, that's not what started the gunfire, was it?
But Larry, when
That's
you say
it was hard. I mean, they succeeded right after that. So
when you say law, Larry, are you referring to like the legal laws or like some other law?
Legal code is different than what I'm talking about. You're talking
Okay.
about legal, right?
No, I'm asking. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
So
I'm
you're
talking about
some
I'm talking
God
about
law.
God's law,
Okay.
right and wrong.
Okay. Fair enough.
But
Fair
I
enough.
think that the idea is that man's law should line up with God's law. If it doesn't, then there's something wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
So
okay, it says in the good book. Hold on. It says in the good book that we're not supposed to murder, right?
The Bible, yeah.
Right. So if someone gets sent overseas and they murder people for oil and money, that's wrong. It might be legal, but it's wrong in God's
Okay,
eyes,
and
right?
so let's say they did this wrong thing. What is the like universal consequence for that?
Well, they got to live with themselves.
So they're going to have some kind of internal struggle? Is that what you're referring to?
At least, hopefully. I mean, if they didn't, I'd be like, damn, what's wrong with that person?
I think the answer to that question is maybe, maybe not, depending on the individual. Like, duh.
Right. But I'm just trying to, he's obviously referring to some kind of objective thing here, right? So I'm trying to figure out what that thing really is. So.
Yeah, is it objective that you got the right to shoot paper targets? Is objectively true in your own property out in the county? Yes.
What do you mean with the right to there?
You got the right to shoot paper targets on your own property outside of the city limit, right?
When you say the right
or
to,
within,
what are you referring to?
within the city limits with a crossbow.
Okay, let's talk about rifles. My own property, I got the right to shoot paper targets. I mean, we're in America, right?
Legally or
objectively? I have the right to shoot paper targets.
What do you mean with the right to?
Never mind, bro. I'm done.
Just a clarifying question. I don't know what you mean by the right to.
The right.
You mean like,
in other words,
my
it's
opinion?
not wrong. It's not wrong to shoot paper targets.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, finally. Okay, so if a hobo walks up and I don't hear him creeping up because I got my ear protection on, and he stands in front of the paper targets and asks for water, do I still have the right to shoot through him and hit that paper target?
Do you have the right to?
Correct. It's not rocket science, bro.
No.
Correct. My rights end where his rights begin. Now, I don't have to give him the water, but what's the right thing to do? Put my gun down, get him some water, ask him if he wants some food, and send him on his way, right? That's the right thing to do?
The right
This
thing to
isn't-
do would probably just be to do what you want to do.
I want to feed the guy and fill his belly full of food and water. I don't want him to get the fuck off my property so I can shoot the paper targets.
Doing what you want to do sounds ethically problematic.
Yeah, then we're going to get into might equals right and all that stuff, but
might doesn't equal right. Might makes things happen. It's very
yeah.
Very
Yeah, just because I had the might to pierce his body with my 308 doesn't mean that I was right to do it. So might does not always equal right.
Yeah, might makes things happen.
But light does make might. Light is might.
Light?
Yes, light is might.
Is this a President Orion joke?
Can I ask, when you guys say that you have the right to do something, what does that mean?
It means it's not wrong.
Okay.
Means
It's
there's
simple,
some
bro.
normative justification behind what you're doing.
Yeah, like look up the 9th Amendment of the Constitution. Go ahead. Take a gander.
I'm just curious, I've had debates about morality many times, so it's just, curious what you think.
Well, I mean, it's pretty
If
common
might
sense,
makes
right?
right, that means the globe wins, The globe is right. Ethically.
Yeah, because the flat earthers are not willing to go door to door with the IRS and hold people at gunpoint, put them in torture cuffs and in cages if they don't pay taxes to support our religion. So you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, instead you do voluntary gifts on YouTube.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. That's autonomy, right?
What if you're being tricked into doing that?
How can someone trick me into giving them my money willfully?
Well, have you ever heard about scams?
Yeah, but I chose to do it. If I get scammed, whose fault is it?
Are scams problems, like a problem in voluntary gifting? If a Ghanaian prince emailed your dementia-ridden granddad and he gave the Ghanaian prince money, do you think that's ethical, Harry?
Well, that person doesn't have the ability to contract. You changed it up on me, but somehow the conversation's fallen into me and you talking again. So I'm going to pass the mic.
Not talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just was aghast because someone said you can't be tricked into giving money willfully. It's like, dude, just because you're giving it willfully doesn't mean you weren't tricked.
Exactly. Well, I'm saying.
Well, I agree to that, and maybe I said something wrong, but if you don't take responsibility for your own money, who's going to take responsibility for it?
So it's like saying scams don't exist, It's weird.
No, I didn't say they don't exist. So maybe I didn't put it into words correctly. If someone tricks you out of your time and labor, it's your fault, right?
Is it always your fault?
Yeah, because you have to take responsibility. Who else's fault is it? The guy from India, Bangladesh?
Is it also the person's fault for being gaslit? Or is it your fault for getting gaslit?
Yeah, I mean, you got to take responsibility for your actions.
We got a victim blamer on our hands.
Literally, like if you're scammed or gaslit or anything bad happens to you that you technically could have mentally reared your way out of, it's your fault.
I mean,
is it not partially?
I think what's morally worse than that is squandering money.
It sounds so
partially
dichotomous
your
right
fault?
now. Yeah, it's
Is it
very
not
least
partially your fault?
right.
I usually defer to the person who's doing the wrongdoing, and that's their fault, not the person who's just minding their own business and gets tricked into something. Fault.
Yeah, I'm not trying
Remember,
to
we're talking about
victim blame.
fault. Who's done the wrong, right? Is it the person who was scammed or the scammer?
If someone pulls out in front of you,
is.
if someone pulls out in front of you, you have a legal obligation to hit the brake and try not to hit them. It's not a freaking payday. Like, oh, they pulled out in front of me. I'm the victim and floor it and plow through the family of four.
Well, I mean, legality and morality are exclusive, right?
But sometimes they converge.
Okay.
This weird concept here.
They're supposed to converge.
Right. Yeah, that's
AI, what do you
that's
think
the
about what I said?
ideal.
Because if you have rights, then by definition, you have responsibilities to go with it, right? I didn't catch what you said. Maybe he didn't answer. Okay, so yeah, my philosophy is that if you got rights and you're governing yourself, well, then you have to take responsibility. Because wasn't the Nazis saying, "Well, I was just doing my job"? Right? They
It's
gave
not.
up their autonomy and they
It's not
become like an agent. They lost their agency.
It's not like that, though, is it? Really, I mean, we've got to think about what kind of age you're living in, what kind of people you're dealing with. You live in an age where people could convince you of anything with power of information, right? You have people who are probably less capable of making decisions as well, or not informed enough to make a decision, but they don't know that. You don't know all the time when your level of information's sufficient enough to make a decision, and people are actively trying to play upon your natural impulses or emotions or intelligence to make you make a decision that's against your interests. It's not your fault. It's them. They're the people you need to stop wash out of society, not the person who's made the mistake.
So there used to be a very kind South African lady who used to hang out 24/7. And she said, "We are served the government that which we deserve." So if the government is doing something and we all have the right to reform our government, redress our grievances, and we're not doing anything about it, I mean, yeah, it's bad that cops are doing terrible things to people or the government's taking advantage of people and they are criminals sometimes. Hold on.
Any interaction like that.
Hold on. But is she not correct that we're served the government that we deserve?
I agree with you, yeah. I agree.
It's not really
100%.
relevant to what I'm saying, because whether it's the government or just an individual agent doesn't matter. The point is that to put fault on the person who was scammed is against every sort of Christian judgment one could have, right?
Well, I don't think that's correct at all. I think the Bible says, judge people by their fruits. If someone is calling you out of the blue, asking personal questions, and you've ever called your bank once, they tell you, we will never call you and ask you personal questions about your account. Like, to me, this is common sense. Like, I would never give anybody personal information over the phone.
If I can add into this, it almost seems like the word fault and responsibility are being conflated into like a single term, right?
You have a responsibility to look after yourself, but some people are seeking to overcome that. They're trying to subvert that, right?
I understand. So in the example of the scam artist, ripping off grandma, okay, let's say she's not a dementia patient, she's just, in her mid-60s or whatever. And the guy, floozes her into actually giving up her money. Well, the guy did wrong, right? He's basically stole from somebody, right? But it was grandma's responsibility to make, the optimal decision. And she didn't, she let her emotions get to her and poof, So, let's say the guy ought to be maybe arrested if possible, but to deny grandma the agency, and to say, "Oh, grandma, you're not responsible for that," is, arguably not, it's not accurate, man.
It's weird. Like, in a court of law, nobody says, "Well, you fell for it," right? Usually, we look at the person who did the crime and we give them time, right?
Exactly.
Not just that, Mick, but even in the case of the grandma, doesn't have to be something like she's dementia and she doesn't have the capability to understand the physical capability. Could be the case that just she wasn't informed enough about what scammers do, right? I mean, not everyone is on every single topic, right? Scammers have various methods to tap into your psychology, which are biological, right? They know how to trick you in ways that go beyond what you can even control, right?
Absolutely.
So in those senses, I would even say scammers have full responsibility. The idea of just blaming someone for being scammed, I mean, that just seems to me to be like.
But I'm not using the term responsibility in a blame sense, right? I think that's another term that's got conflated, right? Because sometimes you can be responsible and at fault.
Here,
right?
I got a good example. If I
Go
may,
ahead.
sorry for interrupting, but so it
Go ahead.
turned out that some Amazon people who bought eclipse glasses on Amazon turned out that they weren't properly made. They didn't protect them from looking at the eclipse. So whose fault is that now? Is it Amazon's fault? Is it the manufacturer of the eclipse glasses who have suddenly disappeared? No one even knows who the fuck they are. It is the person's fault because here they go. They're looking at buying eclipse glasses and oh look at these ones are a third of the price. I'm gonna buy that one.
How did they get hurt? I'm curious. How did they get hurt specifically?
Oh, it like when you look at the eclipse, it can like damage your eyes.
That's what they say.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I hear people say that, but I mean, like, my question is, did anyone actually get hurt? That's my question.
Yeah, real quick, let me find it again. I had closed the. I was looking at the story. I just kind of briefly scanned it, but yeah, let me get more details on it.
I think it's
I'd like
weird,
to go
Mick,
over
for you
that.
to separate responsibility and blameworthiness. I mean, people who are blameworthy are responsible for their.
I'd like
you know, we tie those two things together usually.
But that's why I would. That's why, like, it's tough. It is tough because there's a mixture. There's multiple levels, right? Like in the case of the scam artist, there's an instigator, right? And then there's for a victim, right? But at the same time, who made the decision to actually give up the money? Grandma, right? So she had agency in the whole debacle. Not to say that she should be punished or anything, right?
When you say agency, what do you mean?
Okay, well, she's an individual. She's in the mix. She's making decisions, right? She's experiencing the whole thing, and she has a part to play, right?
So she should be what, like, not offered any like that scammer, no comeuppance because it was partially her fault. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
not what I'm saying at all.
Blame. If you split blame between the victim and the doer of the crime, you can't say to the person who did the crime, no, full responsibility rests on your shoulders. You need to do some comeuppance, right?
Much
If you're
simpler.
splitting them,
Simpler. Listen, if people who are able to be victimized exist, then that means people will be motivated to seek to victimize. So the only way to truly get rid of victimization is to just euthanize everyone who's capable of being a victim, and then we won't have this moral problem anymore.
yeah, it sounds like a good plan. It sounds like a utopia. I don't know, Mick. I can't get on board with the idea that. I mean, like if you want to say there's some sort of standard fault, for instance, if someone says give me some money, I need to go get a sandwich, I'm homeless, and you give them the money and they go get drugs instead. Yeah, maybe joke's on you kind of thing. But in serious instances of scamming, you get scammed out of $1,000, Mick. Are you going to call your bank and say, please, can I have the money back? Or are you going to say, oh, my fault? No. Nobody thinks it's their fault when they get scammed, and they're the right to think that, because usually someone's done a very comprehensive trick on you to get something from you.
That's not necessarily true. Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. See, if I got quote scammed out of $1,000, okay. Granted, it's not that much. It would hurt, but it's not the end of the world, right?
But you'd call your bank for it, right?
Well, of course, I'd try to rectify the issue, right? And the guy involved, if he can kind of like whatever the punishment is for doing something like that, if that can happen, then fantastic, right? Not problem solved, but sort of, let's say, right? But to say that I have no responsibility in the matter takes away, for example, the ability for me to learn something, right? If I don't acknowledge my part, right? And I'm just a pure victim, well, there's no room for learning, for example. Like, I shouldn't do these things. I should be more careful. I shouldn't just, give away my trust willy-nilly without scrutinizing or thinking about it. right? These are all elements involved, right? That's why it's not just so.
I see. So
like
when I say responsibility and blameworthiness, it's obviously situated in the idea of who's at fault, right?
Exactly.
But in the sense that you're going to go to court, one person's going to blameworthiness is really going to be on one side, right? There's no sort of splitting the blame in some sort of like colloquial sense. You might say, well, I mean, you could have. I done more research. When you bought that burger that had cyanide in it, you could have done a test on the burger before you ate it. I mean, technically, you could have, right? I mean, so it's there. There's some blame on them, but in reality, right? No one's going to say, you know what? When McDonald's sold you that burger with cyanide in it, I mean, it just makes sense. It just makes sense to test it first.
This is
why are you talking about a McDonald's burger with cyanide? Like, you're a sucker if you're buying a McDonald's burger without cyanide in it.
Oh, right, of course.
Well, this is why I was trying to make a distinction, and I guess it's tough, right? But to try and make a distinction between the two terms of fault and responsibility, right? That's why
have a duty, right?
In the sense of fault, it's like who's like ultimately responsible to rectify the situation and repair damages, right? Versus, both parties are responsible because both of them played a part, but who ought to receive the blame, right, to fix the problem?
Yeah, it's kind of like if somebody steals
I think responsibility and blameworthiness coincide very heavily. You're talking about something like, does the person have agency? I mean, yeah, but it doesn't mean they're responsible for that. Not all agents are responsible for everything they do.
Well, that's the whole point, right? And that's why it is a bit of a gray area, but gray area. I mean, it's in concept it makes sense, but to put the word.
But everyone who is blameworthy is responsible.
Absolutely.
That's the difference.
Well, that's the whole point, right? So we all have parts to play, so we all have responsibility, and we all have room to learn from stuff, from incidents.
We all have agency. Not all of us have blameworthiness.
There's another guy trying to get in.
Go ahead.
I heard him.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if somebody steals your bicycle, but you didn't lock your bicycle, it's not necessarily your fault that the bicycle got stolen, but I would say there would be reason to give a little bit of blame to yourself or doubt about your decision making, right?
No, but we're not talking about thievery where it's obviously you could have done better. We're talking about scamming, right? Scamming is an art where someone is manipulating you, and they could use methods that are social and even tap into your sort of biology to scam you, right? And they could very well get stuff out of you by doing that. That's more advanced, enhanced sort of ways to get things out of you that's against your interests. Leaving your bike unlocked is not the same thing, is it? Because you're not getting scammed for it.
No, it's not the same thing. I agree, but I would say there was always some kind of reason to install doubt in yourself about what you could have done better to avoid being scammed. Not to say that it's your fault, but there's a gray area, as Mick said, right?
All right, I looked up the story. So what happens is you damn, I just lost it. I just closed. Okay. You're going to have cloudy vision, central cloudy vision, that may or not be permanent, depending on how long you looked at the eclipse.
I want to talk about that, Crit. So before 1986 in America, everybody was kind of responsible for their product.
Yeah.
And after that, there was a certain group of people that were no longer held responsible, at least personally, right? So before that, everybody had to take responsibility for their actions. So I'm a professional driver. I have a dash cam. If a child jumps out on purpose because he wants an insurance claim because he knows I'm a commercial driver and I definitely have insurance, whose fault is it if I don't have the camera to prove to the court that he was committing insurance fraud?
Yeah, it's the best.
Well, I'm going to get accused of hitting a child with my vehicle. That's going to ruin my career, right? It's going to ruin my life. It's going to be bad, really bad. But if I have a dash cam and I take responsibility for my actions, then it's his fault because I can prove it in court. So even though I'm the victim in this scenario, I'm not just going to be like, oh, little old me, I lost my job. Like, no, I'm going to be proactive and, exercise my rights and take responsibility for my actions by having that dash cam.
They noticed
I'd
that
say
something was they
the
noticed that
acts.
something was wrong because people started saying that their eyes hurt during the eclipse. People were Googling. Google Trends said dry, dry eye, eye pain. And once people started thinking about it, because they didn't know where it was coming from, they just were like, "Hey, what could WebMD?" Then they all started putting together that they all bought these cheap glasses that weren't safe. They weren't safe. So now who's to blame for that? The Amazon marketplace platformed them, but the person bought a cheap set instead of just buying a set that they knew was verified. Do they trust Amazon? Do they trust all the products on Amazon?
Where's Scott Mackey on this one? Scott Mackey, don't you trust in men? Right? These are professionals. They
No,
got
he
a license to
doesn't.
do business.
Always say
Scott
that.
Mackey's always saying that it's sad that I don't trust in men.
I don't think Scott Mackey is going to pick up a phone call from a Ghanaian prince and give him $1,000, right? I think Scott Mackey has some wisdom about him.
So what they're going to do now, what they're going to do is you can send your glasses back to Amazon and they'll credit your account. They'll give you like a Amazon store credit. Because the people who made them
have a refund for the glasses. Or are they giving you more beyond that?
No. So right now, the people are talking about they want to sue you. You actually want to sue the person who made the glasses because they would be at fault. But they've disappeared, or not disappeared. There's no one there, right? It's just like a business that popped up, sold a bunch of glasses, and disappeared. So Amazon offered, hey, if you send the glasses back, give us the evidence. We'll credit your account with like the $1.80 or whatever you spent on them. So now people are like saying, well, we can go after Amazon because they've got people go after the deep pockets. They don't actually go after who's responsible, which most of the time is yourself. You're responsible.
I think there's let's come to some sort of agreement, right? I think there's some sort of room where I think you are correct slightly, but I also think you sort of that disappears as you get to magnitude, right? In like local situations where you can do some basic safeguarding, right? Yeah, maybe you have some responsibility. I mean, like I said earlier, like if a homeless person asks for $1,000 for a sandwich, and you fall for that, and he goes and buys drugs. I mean, basic, right? Very simple online scams that we all are aware of. But when it scales up to more complicated sort of scamming that maybe requires someone to have a little bit more advanced knowledge than the layman, right? Psychological warfare, right? That kind of stuff. Then I think we could all agree that the person to blame is not the victim, right? That's why that's why courts are set up for fraud, right? Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
Do you think people should be allowed to own guns, civilians? Well, there's a lot of countries, first world countries, that are even America's allies, where you're not allowed to own guns. The civilians, right?
Well, where?
Well, England.
Oh, that's
Japan.
not true. Next one. Japan's not true. Go again.
Your civilians are allowed to own guns in Japan. Are you sure?
I'm sure in every country there is. You're allowed to own guns.
I'll inform you. Japan and South Korea, the answer is no. You are not allowed to own guns.
Well, you said England, right? Let's do England. Why do you think?
Has that changed?
You've always been able to own guns in England.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there restrictions where?
So let me inform you, Charles. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So hold on. Let me just ask.
Hold on. This is so typical.
So, take for instance a 9mm carbine on the AR platform with 30-round magazine and plenty of ammunition. Are you allowed to own a semi-automatic weapon like that in England? Are you allowed to do that?
You are allowed to own assault rifles and semi-automatic rifles.
All right. Well,
the issue.
I don't know what they've been saying.
There are exceptions, like pistols. You can't have a pistol in the UK.
Anyway, in Japan and definitely in South Korea, you're not allowed to. Okay. So the point I'm trying to make to you in this line of questioning is that there are scenarios out there where someone may be scammed, and I wouldn't really say the blame is on them so much, just because they're in a world where, you know, they're in a situation where there's a certain necessity for something, and then as they try to seek that thing, they get scammed by someone in the black market that simply takes their money and then runs and doesn't, you know, give them what they need. So, like, take for instance, if you lived in South Korea and you were feeling like your life was in danger and feeling like the police wouldn't be sufficient to defend you against an individual that you know, one individual might feel inclined to go and illegally buy a firearm on the black market so they could defend themselves against this criminal, crazed individual. And so, if that person runs off with that person's money, you know, is the blame on that guy? He didn't, you know, raise the crazed individual, and he didn't vote to make guns illegal. Who's to blame? You know, the people around him who voted to make guns illegal, they're the ones to blame.
Okay, well, that's a very interesting view. I would say, I would hope, right, that most people would say that when a girl goes outside at night and she gets raped, that it's not her fault, right? I hope that's something we can agree upon. So you can't just appeal to what's, well, you know, just basic choices one might make, you know. Some things we should think shouldn't be allowed, shouldn't be expected to be allowed to happen, even if what you feel like they sort of had it coming to them. There are exceptions.
It's not her fault, but it's not a wise decision. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's not her fault. You know, getting raped is never really ever going to be the victim's fault. Now, scamming is slightly different, I'd say. But when it scales into magnitude, we start to think, well, you know, it's clearly going to be more the scammer's fault than the individuals. So there's some things that are basic in this world, like don't give a crackhead $10, get him a sandwich, right? That's usually wisdom, right? But when it's things that become more and more grave, where you shouldn't really expect a human to participate in such activity, and they've gone through copious efforts to do you harm, then you have to start thinking about the scammer and less about the individual or the criminal, I suppose. It also applies to the rape case, I suppose. But then, Charles, I don't know what you're talking about with the guns. I kind of think that was kind of like a confusing point because,
He's talking about cause and effect, right? Who's to blame? Who caused this?
Yeah,
You're breaking up. Oh, now you're clear. Go.
Well, I was simply illustrating an example where someone got scammed, where someone can easily get scammed, and it's logically speaking not their fault at all. I was just giving you an example of that.
No. Yeah. Larry, you'd agree that a girl going out late at night and getting raped isn't her fault, right?
I think we're live if we already don't need to be saying that word.
I wouldn't.
Yeah. So I train the women around me that they need to be extremely careful. And, you know, after I've, you know, taught them, hey, pepper spray, pistols, whatever you need to do to avoid gas stations and, you know, this sort of stuff to cover your active self-protection. That's a good YouTube channel, by the way. If they don't listen to me and something happens to them and they're like, well, I just really don't like guns. I mean, whose fault is it? I mean, yeah, it's a bad thing. It's
Larry,
terrible.
You are morally corrupt. Then you are ethically and morally corrupt. You're not a Christian.
No, this is reality. This is reality. This is the world that we live in.
No, what you just described is
it's dangerous
being
outside.
ethically corrupt.
No, listen. Right now on TikTok, it's trending that women would rather run into a bear in the woods than a man. So if this is the world that women,
meet a man.
right? Yeah, me too. So if this is the world that we live in, that men are the most dangerous animals out there.
True.
Don't they need to protect themselves? Doesn't everyone need to protect themselves? And if they choose not to, whose fault is it?
The rapist. Oh, sorry. The R word is. Sorry. The R word is.
Is it the bear's fault as well, though, Jekyll?
You shouldn't. There's some things that are just unacceptable, Larry, and you can't ever, at any stage, say that we could have departed blame onto that individual because that's how the world is. It's a normative question, Larry. It's a question of what ought to be the case. That man who did that crime to that woman, no matter whether she was out in the day, the night, whether she was in a burqa or barely dressed, right? It's always going to be the case that the blame is going to be on the person who chose to do that action, right?
Agreed.
That is the literally Western world universally agreed upon, right?
I agree. Yeah. But is it the cop's responsibility to protect yourself, according to the Supreme Court, or is it the cop's responsibility to protect you? Is it their obligation, according to the Supreme Court? No. So that's a reality that we all have to come to terms with. So when gunshots are coming at you and the cops are minutes away, what are you going to do? You're going to call a man with a gun?
I'm not going to call a man with a gun. I'm okay with guns, so I don't really
Yeah,
mind. What's
I mean,
do that?
there's always going to be some kind of like gray area here. Even though, like, it's kind of like if a woman walks down New York City with like high heels and she gets catcalled, is it her fault or is it the catcall's fault? Sure, it's the catcall's fault, but what she's doing is not necessarily wise, right?
Well, let's talk about that. Glamour magic, right? What we call makeup. If she's wearing all this, costume to glamour herself and make herself extremely attractive, and she gets catcalled, whose fault is it, Jekyll?
Yeah, that's
It's all catcall someone because someone looks attractive. I don't know if it's like a fault thing. Because I'm kind of have like this opinion about
I gotta go away. Guys.
Making advances on someone isn't always bad in the first instance. I don't agree with that. But if she was clearly uncomfortable and you pursued it, it's your fault, right? You shouldn't be doing it. Clearly, she's
No, there's a difference between catcall and creepy, right? If
That's why I said
down,
a first advancement on that. Like, speaking to a girl in a club isn't going to be something I'm going to chastise anyone about. Going up to a girl and grinding on her because you think she looks pretty. A girl's not allowed to look pretty? Is that like is that her fault?
Let's assume the girl was like offended.
You look pretty,
I think when he says catcall, he's talking about it's like the scenario where there's a bunch of construction workers eating lunch on the other side of a fence, and an attractive-looking woman walks down the sidewalk. Like that kind of catcall.
Yeah, I know what catcalling is. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't find catcalling to be egregious, right?
If her skirt is above her knees, it's her fault. If her skirt is below her knees, it's their fault.
I mean, sure. But,
I don't think catcalling is egregious in the first instance. I don't think we should say just because a woman looks pretty or she's dressed in a particular way, like for instance, she wants to wear her skirt above her knees rather than below her knees, or she should be in a burqa, to so you wouldn't blame her for any sort of catcalling, right? I mean, I think you've got to think about the actual factors. Can you control yourself? Do you have to catcall that woman when she's clearly uncomfortable? That's just a matter of self-control.
All right, here's another scenario. First Amendment auditor minding his own business on the sidewalk. He has every right to be there. Some Darren from 1,000 yards away sees him recording, walks up to him and says, "Get that camera out of my face." Whose fault is it?
It's someone's recording someone. Recording someone
That's Darren's
is
fault. Darren's fault.
Not particularly egregious. Nobody likes to be recorded, but I think that one isn't really like isn't going to make someone feel like they're in danger,
Yeah, that's funny, Larry. You mentioned that when people walk up to a camera and says, "Stop recording me," it's like, dude, why are you walking up to the camera then?
Yeah, because that's what we're talking about. Common sense, right? That's what the whole thing was about from the beginning. Common sense, natural law, God-given rights, right and wrong. But there are people who
just
think
because you can
that
do something, Larry, doesn't mean you should pursue that. I mean, you have a right to record in public, but if you're going up to people and putting your camera up someone's skirt because you have a right to record in public,
whoa, that's criminal. That's criminal.
I mean,
right? That's different.
Well, I mean, let's say it's not. Let's say it's not criminal. Would you do it? No, right? Why? Because it makes people feel uncomfortable, and it's creepy. But That's because we have norms around it, Larry. There are things you can do in this world that we don't do because we have norms around it. We think, I'd rather not insult that my friend on account of them being fat because, like, you're going to do it aggressively because that it's just not social, right? Some of these things don't have to be enshrined in
It's
law. Some of
probably
these
what he
things can be
needs.
common sense.
He probably needs to be called out for being fat and lazy, to be honest.
Yeah, or you can say someone needs to lose weight, but you have to do this, like, you have to be aggressive about it.
Apparently, you never worked with Mexicans.
Well, Larry, I'm quite a social person. I understand how to be social. Just being able to do something doesn't mean I'll always do it. You know.
Yeah, now it seems like we're entering the realm of social norms rather than laws or legality, right?
Well, Larry has this confusion where he thinks that you have a right, so it's all good, right? No,
Well,
just because you're able to do it doesn't mean it's all good, right?
Well, of course, it's circumstantial, but I mean, like he was saying about the recording in public, right? Kind of ties in with another argument that I heard recently. Like, for example, if you're out in public and you're recording, right, for whatever you're doing, journalism or something like that, it's your right to do it, right? And in a way, it's almost like everyone else in that jurisdiction tacitly implies that, or tacitly approves, or tacitly contracts that, knowing that, okay, you're going to be in public, you're subject to the public domain or whatever, and odds are you may or may not get recorded, right? So, if you get recorded but you don't like it, well, I mean, that's where your taxes are going. If you don't like it, try and vote it out or something like that. Like, I remember Matthew Learns brought that up at some point. Like, we were arguing, somebody was arguing about taxes. And it's like, oh, well, if you don't like taxes, just vote it out. Because if you don't vote it out, you're tacitly agreeing that you approve of the taxation system.
I think tacit consent's kind of like bunk it, but
yeah, that was the right word.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Tacit consent is every day. You go to the restaurant, you sit down to eat, you tacitly consent that you're going to pay after you eat.
No,
Happens every
tacit
day.
consent's bunk in the sense that it's a dubious sort of control that people have over your lives, right?
I agree with that. Yeah, it's not. It's used as a kind of like umbrella term to kind of justify
to give legitimacy to the idea of
because we were arguing over like tax. In a way, a lot of people, and I would tend to agree with it, that taxation is a form of thievery, right? I never agreed to do this. I grew up in it, and it was normal, and I had no other no recourse. Right, we were all kind of like brainwashed into it. Like, by the time we were 18, we were already being taxed anyway, so we couldn't even vote it out, so to speak. Right, so there's an argument to be made there. But we're saying, oh, well, if you don't vote it out, you're tacitly approving that you agree with that system. It's kind of circular, and that kind of ties in with everything else, if not checked. Right, so in a way, this camera recording thing is, can fall under that same sort of argumentation there. And it is murky, right? But that's where someone can say, okay, well, if you're getting too close to somebody, or if you're following them around with the camera or whatever, I mean, that's arguably a form of trespass, right? So that's where, okay, the line cuts, and,
Well, it's not trespassing. It literally is just a matter of how. Oh, it could be harassment, but it depends on how you want to legislate harassment. It's at the end of the day, it's just as far as I'm concerned, it's a matter of where you want to understand where norms are, right? I mean, I think following someone around with a camera who clearly doesn't want to be recorded is problematic. Unless they're people of it, let's say they're people of power, right? In which case it's less problematic. But Larry, do you think people should be able to lie and say whatever they say? Say whatever they want.
But instead of asking that, I got a question for you on that topic. Are handguns legal where you are?
No.
In England? Okay. So that's what I think is kind of crazy, because I don't know what the statistics are there, but here I think it's like 5% or 1% or less, somewhere in that range, of all the gun crimes are committed with rifles. And, 90% plus are committed with handguns, which is why, it's so crazy, the idea of making rifles illegal for the sake of cutting back on crime, because rifles are very rarely used in
3%
crimes.
of
But anyway, the point, I'm just kind of wondering what you think about that. Like, do you think they need to make pistols legal where you are, or what? Like, it's kind of weird. The way they got that.
The first thing is 3% of British people are gun owners, just so that's clear. Second thing is, I don't think I care for the particulars of which guns should be or shouldn't be allowed. I actually just think as long as we are armed, we're okay, right? It could be as long as there's some sort of means to defend oneself, then everything is fine. Whether if they ban handguns, or you're allowed a bolt rifle. I mean, it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but really think about it logically. Like, if you were in a scenario where you thought you needed a gun, the reality is most of the time when someone comes in contact with a criminal trying to kidnap a loved one or steal their car or something like that, when people come in contact with criminals in situations like this, it's much more convenient to have a pistol on your hip that you can quickly draw and fire.
It's also convenient for the criminal.
Rather than a large, bulky rifle that most people can't carry around with them so easily.
It's convenient for the criminal just as much as it is for the... So I don't really find that persuasive.
What do you mean convenient for the criminal? Convenient for the criminal how?
Have a pistol.
Logic in what you're saying.
To do their crime with a pistol. Very convenient.
Yeah, okay, lovely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But it's also
Is that controversial?
Oh, no, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not going to say you're right or wrong about that. I'll say, yeah, sure. Okay.
So you're saying I'm right, yeah?
That's not what I'm focusing on here. I'm asking you, is it easier to defend yourself on a regular day basis when you're carrying, a briefcase or a lunchbox to work or whatever, and you're coming home from work? Is it easier for you to carry a pistol to defend yourself or a rifle? Is my question to you. Which one's easier?
It's easier to carry a handgun.
Yeah, that's the important point.
For the criminal as well.
Yeah, sure, if you want to think about it that way. But it's important to remember you can defend yourself most easily
Why
that
the
way.
actual hell are we debating this topic?
So, Jekyll, what?
Sorry, Dad.
I think we're debating it because Jekyll baited us into it, so I'm just going to ban him. And let's go back to the main topic, please.
Yeah, we were talking about law at some point, and kind of got carried away into this.
Yeah, no thanks.
I didn't have Jekyll down as a gun control cuck, but I suppose we can move on. Did you actually ban him?
I muted him.
All right, fair enough.
I guess we can keep in mind that whether something is legal or not, that's why they're called criminals, right? Anyway.
Well, I guess that's the issue with a lot of these different debates, isn't it? Is that criminals don't give shit about the law, so there's no point trying to make laws that stop criminals being criminals, because that's the whole point, isn't it? Anyway, turns out the Earth's flat, guys.
I saw it on TV. You're wrong. Because I didn't see it outside.
They're going back to the moon next year with Artemis. What are you guys going to do about it?
We're gonna
more TV
cry.
shows.
I'm gonna cry for weeks and weeks.
Are you gonna believe it when they say they've done that? Are you gonna believe it?
Without question.
Yeah, bro, they're going to live stream it, so you know it's going to be real.
I would never question the government, right? Why would I do that? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Well, because you believe them without question. That's why. It's literally why they lie. Or more clearly, why they're able to lie so easily. Get away with it.
I guess with that well established, all you need for an incentive is a relatively small racket going, in contrast to the whole national budget, to lie to everyone. Like, what is it? It's $4 trillion a year. That's the federal national budget for the United States. What is it? Like 60 billion or so, roughly 70 billion or less that goes to NASA. That's a small portion of it. It's a lot of money. It's a small portion of it. But keep in mind, if it's that easy to lie, and it's that easy to get suckers to believe this, then why not keep the lie going for that racket?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's small in comparison to a country, but it's large in comparison to the individual, so it's worth doing.
I do wonder though, why do they do it though?
Well, depends who you're talking about.
Well,
There are some people
why
who
have society like these higher ups always lied to people since like thousands of years now about the shape of the earth?
they lie to you about all sorts of things.
No, I know they lie about, but why do they lie about the shape of the earth?
Yeah, but my point
with
is
control.
establishing that they lie about everything makes this one thing a little bit more like it's
Oh,
not like they.
I understand completely. Yeah,
I know you understand, but you don't have to talk through me to tell me you understand.
I apologize.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, just establishing the fact that they are lying about all these different things, and then picking out this one thing and saying, well, what about this one thing? Well, the thing is that all of these lies seem to be interconnected, and so establishing that you understand that they're prepared to lie about everything is an important precursor to this discussion.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
I just can't see, me personally, like as of now, what is the reason behind I mean, of course, the Earth. I know, but like, why are they lying about it?
Yeah, it depends.
What is the control they're gaining, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about NASA, for instance, then obviously they are paid to do that, right? So
Exactly. Yeah.
whether it's a lie or not doesn't actually matter. They are paid to produce information with the slant that the Earth is a globe in space, right? So they do that because that's their job. It doesn't actually even matter that it's a lie or not. That is what they are paid to do. So, I mean, who exactly are you asking when you say why are they lying? Who are you asking about?
I suppose. So, like, for a long, just in general, like, why is this enforced? I guess. Let's see. I guess the higher ups, like the highest. What is the ultimate point? What is the control they're truly gaining on us to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Well, what if
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
like this? Sorry, go ahead.
Just quickly, I mean, they can hide tons of stuff, right? So you can hide extra resources, you can hide land, you can hide the nature of reality itself. I mean, there's so much power behind all of that stuff. But ultimately, we're not them, so we don't really know. Like, you can only really know why you're lying if you're the one actually doing the lie. So we can only speculate, really. But yeah, go ahead, Larry.
What if NASA is the propaganda arm for the military-industrial complex? And they need the funding, but people don't really like war, so they need to get the funding to support the banksters and their aims to control the world. So they just, funnel the money through Ukraine, other countries the same, and NASA and other programs. What if it's all just money laundering?
That's interesting thought. Yeah. You have to say NASA is pretty. It is pretty expensive though. NASA is pretty, like, the amount of stuff that they spend a lot of money on NASA.
Yeah, like 12 grand on a toilet.
Yeah, like like millions on rocket fuel and rocket parts and metals.
Yeah, I mean, is a toilet really worth 12 grand, or is that just a?
Yeah, I don't know. I know rockets are expensive and all that industry and stuff. Like those giant stuff that they build is so much. Like, it's a lot. It is very expensive. So they spend a lot on a bunch of these, like, I don't know, giant, humongous rockets.
You have the audit for that?
Do I have the what?
Do you have the audit for that? Do you have the prices that they paid?
Oh, I'm just guessing they have to. But of course, if it's all interlinked, then they probably don't have to pay, right? They just get the resources.
They don't pay?
Well, no. If they were all like together, if it was a money laundering, then I guess they wouldn't have to pay. No, they'd just get the resources. But if they did have to pay for said resources, like if the resources had value, it would be a lot of money in those resources. Like the value of the rockets and all the engineers and the people working, quote, is a lot. I don't know about like the actual tax reforms that they have to pay for it, but it is a lot of value. Like, I don't know how much income they're making off NASA. I mean, it must still be a lot, yeah, a couple billion.
But at least we know they're lying, right? I mean, obviously the Earth isn't curving anywhere, so
Yeah, exactly.
they're lying for some reason.
Yeah, I just can't grasp as of why.
I mean, the shape, or this topic has to do with the nature of reality, right? So, if they're lying about the nature of reality, that's a very fundamental part of deception, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very good starting point to add on a lot of other things, is to lie about, what the dirt outside, as Larry would say.
I understand you. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it puzzles me that people would say, I guess I don't know why anyone would lie, though people should at least readily admit that they do themselves lie from time to time. You know why you lie. Why do liars lie is fairly obvious, I would think. Power, control, protection, any number of those things, right?
Same can be said about truth, though. Like, you tell the truth on occasion as well. Why do you do that? Well, reputation, credibility, progress. So, yeah. It's a pretty
So I
bad
guess the only
argument.
thing you have to figure out is whether or not the information is true. So you just check to see if the Earth is curving. I'll be damned. It's not. So
Yeah, well, let's collectively fund a organization where we send people out so there's no question. Oh, we see it's curved. Yeah, you're wrong. Not flat.
No, but they never sent it up. AT, come on.
What do you mean?
Where's it at?
AT, that's
Where's
fake.
it curved at?
No, he's saying we actually spent people up to space.
Yeah, we collectively say, okay, this is not feasible for everybody, so let's just collect a few good heads and a few smart people, and we construct vehicles that can sort of exit, this very local environment where we can't really see curvature, and we send them out far enough where there's no doubt, and we can capture this with photos, and we can live feed it back home. We don't even need to edit anything, and then we see it. And so I don't know why this room exists.
We don't.
Do you
see
guys
it.
not
I don't know
see
what you're
space
talking about.
videos? Are you?
AT, we've already had this conversation where I caught you out in a lie. Don't you remember? Because
No, I don't remember.
it was already
That's false.
supposedly measured from the surface. How are you going to get outside of this thing that you've claimed if you don't measure the curvature at the surface? And the best way to validate if any of those particular photos are true is just to measure the curvature at the surface. So
I
how
think
was that?
that's one of the worst ways to validate, actually. So
Okay,
I mean,
so we didn't figure it out that we live on a ball at any point.
AT.
Yes,
Except
we
for all
did.
the math and the physics.
How did we do
the Earth
that?
is a globe, AT, but who cares about that, okay?
Yeah, who cares about that? Yeah.
Look, I go in the ocean, I don't see a
Physics.
curve, therefore, the Earth
Yeah,
is
right.
flat, AT. Come on,
Yeah, I
use
see
your
flat
noggin.
Anywhere.
Use
Yeah,
your
I see
noggin.
it flat. You're right.
Spurg out, fellas. Fellas, don't spurg. It's okay.
Yeah.
Where do you see this curve at?
I mean, again, very clearly, I will say it again in fewer words. Here it is. Locally, hard to see curve.
How
remove
local?
Remove the local element and send people
How
far
local?
out. And now we see curve. Problem solved.
AT. How local?
Curve.
On the surface, you won't see it.
So you won't see it on the surface of the Earth.
No, you have to elevate yourself.
So then they were lying when they said they got the curvature at the surface. They're lying when they say that the boats go behind the physical Earth curve. They're lying when they said Alberuni measured a dip angle from a mountaintop. They were lying.
So a mountaintop is not really, at a surface level, right? That's elevated. So if you're on a building or if you're in a balloon or whatever, then you kind of miss what I said. And my condolences for you
So
not
then
listening.
the geometric horizon can be seen at that height then, right?
Well, you're not really, engaging with what I said. So
You said you're in an elevated position, you can see it then, yeah?
it becomes more apparent the more elevated.
More apparent. Great. So what's the is the Earth curve is then geometric? The horizon's geometric at an elevated position. How high?
So it's wrong to have that conclusion of what I said. It's not geometric. I didn't make that claim, and you saying that I did is wrong. Yeah. So
you're not saying that
with
you
a
can measure
15-year-old before,
from
and
an
I came real
elevated
close
position.
to getting caught.
What?
Awesome.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, I don't really even know where to go from here. So you're asking me, is it geometric? I said no, it's not. It's optical, right? And
So
yeah, and when I say
optical.
you can see it from the surface level, like, and I'm not saying surface counts when you're elevated like a mountain, right? From sea level.
So a mountain's not on the surface.
I said I don't count it because at sea level is what I'm talking about.
I don't give a shit what you count. I don't give a shit what you
Well,
count,
you're
AT.
talking to me, so if you don't give a shit, then go away. You know, you're not mature enough.
You can go away. I mean, you have yet to
you can
actually
go
prove
away.
any curvature or measurements or anything
No,
like that. I mean,
no, you. No, you.
you guys, you're spurging out. It's
Oh,
funny.
I'm spurging
It's
out,
fun
huh?
for me.
You're copying
It's
what
all
I'm
right.
saying. You're throwing it back, and I'm
Oh, yeah, I know.
You started.
So anyway,
Okay. Let me end it then.
where
Since I
is the
started,
curvature
let me
measured?
end
We're
it.
going to
Okay.
go back to the actual topic. Let's go back to the actual topic. Where is this curvature measured at?
Oh, from space, man. Easy.
So they measure it from space. Show me how they do that.
Show you how.
Yeah.
Show me how they don't.
That's a burden of proof reversal. You've already gone into this mode of thinking. This is your
No,
task.
so the reason why
Show me
that's
how they don't do
incorrect,
it.
right?
No, you made a positive claim. You need to go ahead and defend your positive claim by supporting it with any kind of evidence whatsoever. Can you do that?
Okay, let me send you a good photo. Give me 1 second.
Okay, and you're going to show me how they measured it. If you don't, there's
You're roboing up on me, Larry.
That's not Larry.
Oh, it's fresh. My bad. Plenty of robots joining in today, huh? They're welcome too.
Terminators.
Yeah. They'll be living among us soon enough, so. And it's okay, it's Speculation Sunday, I can say that. Don't mute me. Don't be mad. I'm pulling up my evidence.
No. You have to prove that it's real. It's not on them to prove that it's false. AT, come on.
No, it's it's not that. I need to see how it's measured from whatever. If you're going to tell me they measured from a photograph, that's going to be hilarious.
Is it going to be Lake Pontchartrain or whatever it's called? AT?
Oh, that's a great one, but that's surface level. But they don't want to engage with that. That's a flat Earth debunk as well.
Post that. No, it's actually a black swan. It's hilarious. Post it. Do it. It's great.
I've posted it many times, and I was told if I post it again, I will be muted. So I'm gonna fall in that trap. No.
Who did that? Who did that? Who did
I think
that?
it was AV who said it actually.
That if you post Lake Pontchartrain, you're going to get muted? I doubt it.
No, he said that. Ask him.
That doesn't sound right at all because
Ask him.
No.
We love Pontchartrain because you're trying to sell us a curved bridge. That's the funniest
No,
shit I've ever heard.
power line. Yeah.
You're probably quote mining AV.
That's the
there, but
funniest thing, bro. They've never like, what is a curved bridge?
Lake
AT, you're
Pontchartrain
delusional,
Bridge.
bro. Bridges don't curve. All right, they don't go up and down.
They don't.
Of course not. Have you ever seen a bridge go? Like, have you seen a road go up a mountain? Like, no, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
like
the bridge could curve, but the question is, does the water, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is true.
Right. Yeah. Exactly, Zach. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, because water finds its level,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, right.
Water always
Right.
stays flat. AT. Like this.
And
is
what do you
like,
see when you go outside? You see flat, right? Like a pancake? Yeah, you're right. My bad.
At any point, do you want to post your evidence, or do I actually need to mute you?
No.
For this
I have it. I have
ridiculousness?
it for you. I have it up. Don't worry.
So, a picture showing me how they measure the Earth from space.
A picture won't show you how. The picture is just Earth curvature from
Well,
space.
you told me that they measured the Earth from space, and now you're telling me that you're not going to give me that actual evidence that you claimed?
That's not related to my claim. That's just your question. I mean, if you want to obsess
No,
about
your claim
question,
said they measure the Earth from space. That's what you said.
No, actually, you asked me how do they measure it. And I said,
So how do they measure the Earth then?
yeah, okay, so we're like walking in a circle here.
How do they measure it again? How's it done?
I'm going to give you the same answer from space, but I'm just saying I'm not the one who said they do this from space.
So show me how they do it from space. No problem. Just show me how that's done.
It's ironic that you would literally like repeat yourself.
Yeah, we're right back where we started because you're not actually giving the evidence. This happens every time, AT. It's kind of sad.
I don't have a folder, and I know every time. I think I've talked to you once.
Oh,
That's it.
Well, then I'm just going to mute you because there's no point talking to you since you don't have any evidence for your claims.
You lasted longer than I thought this time. What happened to you, AT? I thought you were reformed. Now you're back to your old ways. God damn.
Play games, waste time, make claims, don't support them. Standard. I would say that was about 5 minutes. I tell you what, you guys help him out. How about Globe Warrior? Does Globe Warrior have what he needs? 5 minutes, Globe Warrior. Then you know what happens, right? Same with Jekyll.
Dude. You know that's nuclear, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I haven't actually heard Mad Nuclear give like a sound argument for the globe yet. He's just been chirping. You know what I mean?
He just kind of spurgs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of his thing.
Yeah, Jekyll and
5 minute
Nuclear.
thing is kind
GF6, come on, let's see what you got.
He's not as bad as Brenda, though.
I don't got anything for you, man. I was just mentioning the 5 minute thing says who always gives to people. It's hilarious.
I haven't done that in a while. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad you brought it up. Did you want to support AT's claim? Are they measuring the Earth from space?
I don't know what AT was claiming, so I can't back.
He said they measure the Earth from space. That was his claim.
I don't know, man. I never done it yet.
Okay.
I like your name.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to support it if you don't want to stand behind that. It makes sense if you don't want to back up somebody else's claim.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
Wait, so can you truly call yourself a globe warrior? Would you be like a globe something else?
Globe what? What else would I be?
I don't know, like, what's the opposite of a warrior? Like, fag? I don't know.
What's the opposite of a warrior? You can mute yourself after that all you want to, Wes. We all know you're not tough because you always run into the chat and hide and cry. So.
What? I almost never chat. What do you mean?
You're always hiding. You're always hiding. You're never conversating here. You say like two things and you go run away in your little corner, your little box.
Well,
no. Well, if he's someone that does that before he runs away, let's ask him. But
that's
reason
literally
do I have?
projection. That's what Matt does all the time.
When do I run away?
So what reason do I have to doubt the Earth is flat?
You're not gonna. You don't need to talk for him. Let him talk for himself. Let him talk for himself. He's not a big boy yet. He can't speak for himself. He needs people to help him all the time.
I'm always talking. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're not.
Or
no,
not always.
You say two things and you go run away in your little anthole.
No, I don't tend to monologue.
So
I just
before you guys go on with this whatever this is, can either of you think of any good reason to doubt that the Earth's flat?
No, he's just butthurt that I kind of called him out for being a chirper. That's why he's trying to project onto me.
Oh, when can you
chirper? Talking about drugs now?
Yeah, can he recall a time that I was just chirping?
Yeah, like all the time.
Well, that's it. You can't name a specific moment that I was chirping, or
I don't have a timestamp, if that's what you mean. But I think other people
can't
can
recall a time Matt Nuclear said something.
I think I can appeal to the room here that you're a chirper.
Appeal to the people that have the same views as you because they're supposed to disagree with you. Oh, okay.
I don't know why everyone's getting up in their feelings. I'm getting a bit bored of it, to be honest. Can we talk about something that means something?
Yeah, I agree. Nuclear. Let's not do that. That's kind of beta.
I mean, I want to talk to him about the flat Earth, but it's just like I know someone's gonna come in and save him because that's always what happens. He's not a big boy yet.
I have no idea what you're talking about. We've never even spoken
I'm
before.
confused. Which one of you is a glober?
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of what happens here. Is a lot of people like you guys jump on. It's like it's always because no one can
Oh,
really
is it
hold their
Matt?
claims.
Yeah, yeah, Matt's just spurging it. He's just kind of, I don't know. His default programming is probably just needing an update.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there, Matt. But yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, guys, I do need an update sometimes, you know.
At least the A in your AI is accurate. It turns out the Earth's flat, guys. Who knew?
Yeah, by the way, this whole conversation that me and Matt Nuclear just had, which was really productive, happened on a flat Earth, by the way.
Oh, that's interesting. What flat Earth was that? There's a flat Earth? I didn't know that.
The one you're on.
Oh, the one I'm on. You know, let's just say this. What if you're wrong? What if you are on a water ball? Then what happens?
Oh well, nothing. What if you're wrong?
Nothing. Really. I just think it's pretty cool. Like if all of these arguments are taking place on a globe water ball in space, that's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, and imagine if it was the opposite. 99% of the world would be wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think the number is 99. I think flat earthers have a higher population than that, actually.
Like all these years, the anti-flat earthers have been coming in here or debating would be completely futile if it's all on a flat Earth. Basically, what you're saying, yeah.
Wait, did Matt just say that he thinks that more than 1% of the population is flat earthers? Because I've been hearing nothing but Globers telling us that flat Earth is dead for years.
No, I think the number is a little bit higher. I don't think it's 99%. If you were to do a survey,
What do you think it is?
I don't know, maybe like 10%, maybe 7%, something like that.
Damn, I thought you were gonna say like 3 or something. 10%.
I think it's higher.
10 people, dude. Do you think that if you went out onto the street and just started randomly asking people, that 1 in 10 would say they're a flat earther?
Maybe actually, because a lot of people, they don't think about it at all. Like I've asked a few people whether or not they thought the Earth was flat, and they actually said yes, but they had no reasons for it. They're like, "Oh, it looks flat." So it's like, I don't know. I think a lot of people don't think about it, and they just say, "Oh, it's flat," or "It's globe." You know, some people just don't think about it, and they just say whatever. Like some people will say it's a globe, and they can't tell you why. Some people will tell you it's flat, they can't tell you why really, other than it looks flat. Yeah,
that is actually completely fair. I completely agree with that.
And it is fair to say that more than 10% of the people, that at least you tell that the Earth is flat too. More than 10% of the people accept the truth. So, I mean, there is that.
Yeah, that's a lot of people on the real world seem to be kind of on the fence a little bit. Like they will say like they believe in what they're told, but they'll also say like I don't know for sure type shit, you know. So yeah, it's only in here when you find the staunch anti-flat earthers that are like, yeah, super on board.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, to be honest, it really depends. It really depends on how much someone cares. Like, if you just live your life, you don't think about the Earth, you just go to work and you just go to school and you don't really give a shit, then you can just think whatever and it doesn't really bother your life, whether it's flat or it's a globe. But then if you want to come in here and defend it, you're going to have some reasons to defend it, you know?
Right, yeah. That's why all these people have knowledge about the globe. That's right. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here.
Exactly.
I mean, not knowledge.
Some people do join in here just to make fun of people, but
maybe at like the population level, it might be true that people who care more know more. But I think at the individual level, there's a lot of people who care very deeply, who don't know anything.
Yeah.
Depends on how you would. What would you say knowing nothing means when they are deep into it?
Well, for instance, if someone's coming in calling us retards and saying, "Oh, you stupid flat earthers," and then you say to them, "How far is the sun in the globe model?" and they can't tell you.
Well, I mean, if someone comes in here just immediately calling people retards, I'm gonna assume they're just coming here to troll and they don't really care to actually have a conversation with you.
It's not always true, but yeah, that is true for a lot of people. I agree again.
It's usually the more like calmer people that might actually give you an argument. Everyone trolls in every room. It's not really unique to this one. I've been in different rooms where people are going to come in there and troll, but this one is also one people come in and troll. So.
Oh yeah, I was in the atheist helpline earlier, and there was a guy who come in and just relentlessly playing Sean Paul songs just to disrupt the flow of conversation. So yeah, I wouldn't say that it was like an exclusive thing here, but it certainly isn't. You know, yeah, it's.
Was Darth Dawkins in there?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Awesome.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I know about him. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him talking. To be fair, I've heard his name bandied about a lot, and I listened to him. I actually thought most of what he said was fairly sensible, but I don't know like general consensus is.
He's just very like hard, assertive, rude, all that stuff. But he says some good things.
He did sound like a hyper Christian, which I don't have a problem with, but it's just getting an idea of the flavour of the person you're talking to is always a good thing. So, Not Fox is a Christian, and I went into his room about probably a month ago, and he started accusing me of being an atheist, and then just like started shouting at me and abusing me. Then I went back 2 weeks later, and he was like treating me like he was my best friend or something. He didn't remember me. It was really funny.
Huey has a debate with Not Fox on his channel that was recorded on my channel several years ago.
Oh, really? What did they debate? Theism?
No, I think it was a flat Earth debate. Huey doesn't mess around with putting stuff like that on his channel.
Oh, okay. It's Not Fox a globe cuck.
He was then, probably still is now.
Doesn't surprise me. He doesn't really listen to the arguments that are made against him. He just kind of likes to just tell you his opinion, and then that's kind of the end of the conversation.
Have any flat Earth, have any globers actually over the years that you guys have been in this community, have any of them ever gave you a convincing argument or something that might have been like, maybe the Earth is a globe, maybe that proves it, or something that insinuated to you that the Earth was a globe?
I was on the fence for about a year and a half, but it was because I didn't understand the affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah, no, I've heard tons of arguments that were convincing at the time, and then when you look into it, it's either not exclusive to a globe or not true. So, and those are the two kind of really important elements of a globe argument, is that it has to be exclusive to the globe, i.e. it can't be possible on a flat Earth, and it has to actually be true. It can't just be like a thought experiment, or if you did this, I promise, bro, that's what would happen. Like, you need to actually have the demonstration that what you're saying is true. And the source can't be believe me or believe NASA, bro. Do you know what I mean?
I would welcome somebody actually bringing in a measurement that was solid, right? Like, nobody here is opposed to Earth curve if it's measured.
Yeah, I would welcome it too, because then from that point forward, I'd no longer be in the minority.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's like, you guys think that we want to be, oh yeah, I love just going on the internet and being abused by 15-year-olds. That's what I want my life to be about. No, I don't want to be a flat earther. It's just that that's where the evidence I've seen has led me.
I kind of enjoy being on the fringe for some reason. Kind of a hipster. I like not being part of everybody's,
I'll tell you why I don't like it, because I think, we're not living up to our potential as a people.
Because you're scared of expressing yourself, or what do you mean?
I'm just saying we're wasting so much money on so much stupid bullshit, and we're not even allowed to properly explore the surface of the Earth independently that we live on. Like, this is stupid. The laws are stupid. The Antarctic Treaty is stupid. NASA is stupid. so many things are stupid. So many things we spend money on are stupid.
Yeah, for the guy who's listening, do you not think that, like, at least the argument given for why you can't freely explore Antarctica is kind of lame? They're like, oh, you should do it for your own safety. So when do they when do they care about my safety? No one gives a shit about my safety until it's Antarctica.
Well, it's like,
and suddenly everyone's gravely concerned with my safety. It's like, bro, no, you're not. Shut up.
yeah, I mean, I get your point there. It's like, I think if someone was like just traveling around America, no one would really give a shit because like a lot of people live here. But it's like, they see Antarctica as this like, just good, pure, non like just littered land. So it's like they want to kind of protect it, and it's also like you see how big Antarctica is. It's like it's really really massive. So they don't want anyone just going somewhere where they can't get you. Like for example, in Antarctica, you have to literally shit in a bucket, and then helicopters have to take the shit. You know what I mean? So it's like it's really hazardous and unsafe to just try to converse Antarctica.
Let me ask you something, buddy. Do you think that any of the flat earthers in here listening to you haven't heard what you just said word for word already? Do you think that?
No, I think you guys have, but I think it's a good reason. I think so.
I think what Charles is saying here is that why does the government have to rule over your autonomy to explore the Earth, where you're born into, right?
There's dead bodies
That's
right now on Mount Everest, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you have to shit in the bucket. You have to shit in the bucket. So
I mean, I just posted a video. I don't know if there we go. It's a video that's posted there that kind of two people vlog in there. They do videos there and stuff. You guys want to see that? Talk about the things they can't do, and they can't even shower there. So it's like, I mean, it's like really like there's no.
Yeah, that makes it more suspicious, buddy. That makes it more suspicious. Bullshit like that.
What's suspicious about not being able to shower in Antarctica?
Because it just shows that they're restricting your ability to independently explore all that much further.
What is that? I don't know how that makes any sense.
Dude, if you're trying to explore somewhere and the place you're exploring is several hundred or 7,000 square miles wide, eventually while you're exploring it independently with a group of people and some equipment, eventually you're going to want to take a shower. Duh.
Do you know? Okay, like okay. Try to
I don't know. I would actually disagree. I mean, as an explorer, I don't think about showers.
Hold on,
I mean, shower is not even.
Hold on. He just brain really bad there. Charles, why do you think he can't take showers?
Why is showers even a topic when we're talking about exploration?
Egypt.
Wait,
Let him answer the question. Use
Sure.
your brain. Why do you think they can't take showers?
You're talking about in Antarctica, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing they made that as an arbitrary rule to make it all that more difficult for us to go there and independently explore. Like they did so many other rules, like you can't shit out in the wilderness, you can't leave your crap out there. Like that.
Well, in the video, they said that the reason they didn't shower is because they didn't have running water.
Exactly. Thank you, Waz. Thank you for using your brain. So, Charles,
Yeah,
I try to
doofus. You
give
can
the
take
leeway to answer
snow,
the question, but
you can
kinda
melt
brain
it
over
into
there.
water, you can heat it up, and you can take a shower with it. I don't know if you knew that, but you can do it.
Yeah, but
Doesn't matter anyway.
when did not taking a shower stop people from exploring? I mean,
We're differentiating two things. So, on the one hand, you're saying it's physically impossible to have a shower, and the other hand, you're saying it is outlawed to have a shower. These are different things, right? So, are we saying that they are saying you aren't legally allowed to shower there? And if so, that's stupid. However, if they're saying it's physically impossible or impractical to shower there, I mean, that's got nothing to do with legislation.
Yeah, it's impractical. And the reason, I mean, you can, like you said, you can boil hot water and try that. But it's like the reason why it's impractical is there's no running water. There's not really a sewer system there. So that, I mean, I thought that was a pretty easy answer that he could have gave me. But I guess he thinks that they're just trying to restrict him more.
I mean,
That's not legal.
They're showering in
That's not.
space. The alleged space.
there's a
So,
million ways to take a shower without running water, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah, especially in a land of ice. Just melt the ice and take a shower.
Like
And
the original argument is that you're legally restricted from showering, and now we seem to be talking about the practicalities of showering, which is completely different.
I don't think I ever made Trigon. I don't want to make this. I want to misinform you. I don't think I ever said you can't legally shower there. I'm saying like you can't shower there because it's like impractical in the sense of like, in the sense of where like there's no running water. So my point with that was it's just like that Antarctica is like an iceland that it's not really like. It's not there's no infrastructure there really. It's kind of like just a wasteland. That's kind of my point. Just to
So before,
Okay, but that wasn't the original point. The original point was that you aren't legally allowed to, which
I never made that point. I don't believe I ever made that point.
But the point,
Okay.
when you responded to that point with it's impractical to do so, which didn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the video, they just talk about how it's like they don't have running water, and I'm pretty sure there as well because the temperature is like it's so low. I don't think they really need to shower. You know, because like.
Hey,
usually,
let me ask you something, Mr. Globe, buddy. Hey, wait. Do you think it should be illegal to shower there?
No, I don't think it should be illegal.
All right. Well, I'm glad at least we see eye to eye on that part.
But the whole point of me saying that and like talking about the running water and the shit in the bucket is just to show you like the situation in Antarctica, just so you don't think it's like, oh, just let me shit here, let me piss here, and let me just go travel and converse everywhere. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the whole point of it.
so yeah, you think it's illegal to shit or piss down there? Not shower, but piss or take a shit. That should be illegal.
Are you gonna just straw man me that like that bad or?
I don't know. I'm asking you a question. That wasn't a straw man.
Let's think about it again. Why do you think they need a shit in a bucket and a helicopter needs to pick up their shit? Why do you think so?
We're not talking about a helicopter. We're talking about Antarctica.
Wait, let's
Do you
get
think
back to the
it should be
original
illegal
point.
to take a shit in Antarctica?
It's not
Well,
illegal. Okay.
Wait,
Well,
let's
this guy
get
is
back
really
to the original
brainwashing it
point.
horribly.
The original point here is that why are the authorities restricting people's ability to freely explore the world, right? That's what Charles brought up.
Yeah,
So that's the
and
point.
what I brought up was kind of like just showing that Antarctica is kind of like a wasteland, so you don't really want people going everywhere, and you can't get maybe equipment there fast enough. Like a lot of those reasons. I think I'm gonna assume this because I don't know everything about Antarctica, so I'm not gonna act like I know everything. But I'm assuming the main reason is like logistically speaking. You know, maybe you have like a camp here or like a building there or something, but it's not like everyone has access to the entirety of Antarctica. And you going away from like the logistical like range is like a hazard situation. You know, it's hazardous.
To who? Hazard to who?
You.
Hazard to who?
Hazardous to you. To you.
Right.
So what
To the
do they care
individual.
about? Why do they give a shit?
You guys are both talking at the same time.
No, go on.
We're both
I'm
asking
muting.
the same question. Yeah, we're both asking the same question. To who and why do they care?
To you, and I think they care because they want to conserve Antarctica. At least that's what they say.
Bro, if Antarctica's enormous, right? However big they say it is, don't they say Antarctica's like bigger than the US?
Pretty sure it's massive. It's not even up to scale.
Right.
I think they'll say it's a little bit larger.
Do you think that if my dead body, let's just say there was nothing in America, right? Nothing in the USA at all. It's just an Iceland, and then I died in the middle of Wyoming. Do you think that would affect the landmass in any way?
Yeah.
No,
or
but
took a
because
shit.
Antarctica is like this place where there's like a treaty and all this other stuff, they just don't want it. They don't even want that at all. I don't think they even care to have
It doesn't make sense.
a problem ever.
It doesn't make sense. If I died,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Antarctica is like super large. A dead body wouldn't really hurt anyone if he wanted to go by himself. But like to be able to even go there, I'm pretty sure obviously you need a license and all this other stuff. So you trying to just say I'm gonna go alone, I'm gonna explore is kind of like, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know.
No.
I see what you mean. I see what
Nobody
you mean.
knows
though. I
what
see
you
what you
mean.
mean.
I think it's a load of bullshit. I think they pretend to care about your safety in order to restrict your freedoms. And that's a common trick with governments.
Yeah, that happens all over the world.
Where would you want to go in Antarctica? Would you want to go?
Like
at
taking
all?
it.
Me, I wouldn't want to go anywhere, but I want to know that someone is allowed to.
I remember, I don't know if I heard this correctly. I remember one time I was in this VC, and I don't remember any of the names at the time, but I remember someone said a flat earther went there or something. I don't know if that ever happened. I don't know if that's.
So
I don't know, I'm guessing
what was the
I'm
point?
guessing a flat earther did, but what difference does it make if they're not allowed to
Yeah.
independently explore?
Yeah.
You
Well,
can buy
I
a
don't know
ticket
about the
right
full.
now.
I don't know about the full circumstances of independently exploring Antarctica. I don't know if they're gonna just be like, no, you can't go. But I think it's just logistically just a nightmare to try to
Well,
just go by yourself.
we'll
Right?
look into it.
I think at least one with some
There
people.
are laws out there to restrict your movement beyond the 60th parallel. Not even Antarctica. Just before it, there are restrictions on the fuel you're able to carry, things like that. I mean, there are laws that restrict movement there. That's
I
a
mean,
fact.
Just
I mean, your ignorance
if
of it
it's all about
doesn't change
harm
it.
to the individual, why can't you just sign a waiver like you do before you get in the cage and fight? I risk my life there.
Well, here's even a better. Here's even a better question. I see what you guys are saying. Hold on. I see exactly what you guys are saying. I don't know who's cutting out, but I see exactly what you guys are saying, and I think it's a decent point. I'm gonna agree on you on that. So here's a good question though: has anyone ever wanted to truly explore Antarctica for free, like just converse Antarctica
People
by
do
themselves?
right now.
And has
An entire group of people. Yeah,
it's been
we
there?
do.
Yeah, I do.
Listen,
It's been there. I'm saying like someone went there and was like, I want to go everywhere I want to go. Like, has
I've had
anyone-
hot weather survival training, cold weather survival training, jungle survival training, Arctic weather survival training. I wouldn't mind going there and just seeing what it is.
Okay, maybe you can be the first one to ask them, because I think that's a good question. If someone's like
No,
been
I
there
think
and was
people
like,
have already
let me
asked.
explore by myself, right?
Ask
I
who?
think that would have been
Who's
great. No, I
them?
think if someone is already there, they got a license, and they're like, let me go by myself. I want to go wherever I want. I
License
think that
for
would be a
what?
different scenario, and we'd love to see how that plays out.
The question would be
First one to
a
ask
license
them.
for what?
What kind of
Say, King
delusions
Charles?
are you suffering
Yeah,
from?
I don't think I'd be the first one to file the request.
What did I say
forms
that was delusional?
to the first one? I don't think that would be a first. I would agree with him on that.
Let King Charles answer. I want to see what he thought. I said that was delusional.
You're delusional because you're saying you're talking to Battle Mod as if he would be the first one to apply to independently explore Antarctica. He wouldn't be the first one to do that.
No, that's
Yeah,
not actually what I said.
or
So
the
my main
first to
question, I don't know
even
if you guys heard me.
conceive
Hold on,
of
Battle
it.
Man. Let me just respond to him. So what I actually said is, has anyone that has a license and was already there ever said, "Can I freely explore?" That's not what I'm not saying.
You mean
People haven't
license?
tried to apply and said, "I want to freely explore." I'm saying, has
You don't
anyone
know what you're
already
talking.
been
You
there
don't know
and
what you're talking
demanded
about,
that?
Matt.
That's really what I mean.
Matt, you don't know what you're talking
Before
about.
they go,
Okay, why do I
Mr.
not know what
Glove
I'm
Buddy,
talking about?
before they
Because I
before
want to
they
know.
go
Do you
there,
know?
they're
You,
allowed.
There's two of you
you
guys
know.
fighting.
They're
You know
told.
that, right?
They're told. They're
Do
told
you
that
hear each
you're
other?
only allowed to go in a certain area. They're only allowed to go in a certain area. Like
That's
before they
fine,
even
King
go there.
Charles, but I made a very specific point. I said that has anyone
What
that
you're
has
saying is
already
nonsense.
been in Antarctica demanded to go? Obviously, people want to go. I'm just saying, has
Yeah,
anyone that's been there
but
demanded?
you're not. Wait, you're not listening to what I'm saying. So if before you go there, before you leave, say Argentina, and go to the shoreline of Antarctica, before you even leave the shoreline of Argentina, it's made clear to them you are going to be on a set pathway. You're not allowed to deviate from that set pathway. So when you're talking about someone like going there and then being like, oh, la di da di da, I want to run out into the snow or whatever. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking? You're not talking about anything.
What I'm talking about, has anyone demanded? I mean, it's fine, bro, dude. You're acting like no one
Can
in
I
human
just
history.
address? Can I address this from
You're acting like
experience?
you're acting like no one in human history has ever signed. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this, and has never changed their mind and was like, you know what? Let me explore this part with my friend here.
Hey, Matt,
You know? That's what I'm kind of.
just can I address this through experience, right? So,
Go ahead.
do you know the process that you have to go through to put in an application, Matt?
I don't know the exact process, so I can't comment on that. No.
Okay, so I've actually done this. All right.
Oh, beautiful.
So,
Awesome.
yeah. So what happens is, right? You have to put in an application, and then in the application, you have to put in what you're doing, what you're taking, what you're planning to take, and you have to do an environmental impact report, right? So, in part of the terms and conditions of the environmental impact report, I do these at work before I build, right? You have to go there. You have to send someone there to do the environmental impact report. Now, in their application to go and do the environmental impact report, they have to put an environmental impact report in. Now, how do they do that? Plus, the starting fee is $250,000, and they can cancel it at any time with no arguments, with no return on investment, anytime they want. That's from the Australian government. That was part of the everything I went through to try and get a permit, right? Now, Australia apparently owns half of Antarctica as it sits at the moment, right? This is what you have to go through. Just shut up. This is what you have to go through.
Why are you telling me to shut up? You were done talking.
Just to get the start of the permit, right? And then there's all the other stuff that comes after you get the start of the permit. So you're going to hand over $250,000, and you've got to try and do an environmental impact report. But the guy that needs an environmental impact report has to do an environmental impact report to go there in the first place. How the fuck are you supposed to do that?
And to clarify, the $250,000, that's every country that's part of the Antarctic Treaty. Am I correct about that? Like, it's not just Australia. It's like if you're an American, you get.
It was just a territory. That was just the territory. Right? Yeah, that was just the territory of Australia there. You couldn't cross the lines.
I'm assuming not everyone.
That's one hell of a barrier to entry, you know.
Yeah, they each got their own rules, dude. Listen, it's too hard to make $250,000 to agree to a contract where I can just be giving it away. There's no fucking way in hell I'm doing that.
No, I mean, I hope that one day
that's like going to Wendy's and paying for a junior bacon but not getting anything. Just drive on by about 1,000 times.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say this. I really hope that one day maybe a flat Earth scientist or goes to Antarctica and records it for you guys. Comes to 24/7. Maybe records a 24-hour sun. That would be epic, man.
What do you mean by flat Earth scientist? I mean,
I'm saying like a flat earther that becomes a scientist and gets a permit to go to Antarctica to do some research.
Be coy.
Something like that would be cool.
There's no preamble to a scientist label. A scientist could be a biochemical, could be a chemical scientist, biological. There's no preamble of flat or globe or scientist. What is that dumb shit?
No, I know, but I'm saying like especially someone that's on your team, like someone that's a flat earther like yourself, who maybe studies in one of those fields, and they go there and they live stream for you guys, and they're like, you know what, guys, there's actually a 24-hour sun here, no joke. That would be something very cool, wouldn't it?
He's one of those guys. He thinks the word science makes things sound really cool, so he just kind of.
He also thinks that 24-hour sun kills the idea of a flat Earth, but it doesn't.
Copernicus was a round Earth scientist. Where's your flat Earth scientist? Come on, give us a Copernicus example. Do it. Sounds of crickets, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there is no flat Earth scientist.
So I was going to ask you,
the idea that there's a preamble of flat Earth science, that ideal is stupid, dude. You know how ignorant you sound right now when you're trying to do some kind of fucking retard touchdown dance? You fucking moron.
Come on.
I'm a man first, dude. If you called me a flat earther in the open public, you wouldn't be welcomed for that. I'm a man. I have a name. You should address people by their name, not. Come on, dude. How many morons? Okay, so you'd be a moron scientist. Can we put any old preamble on scientist or engineer? A bullshit engineer, a moron scientist?
That guy
You don't sound like a scientist or
engineer
You guys
or
are
whatever.
the only idiots in the world that I ever hear say globe or physics, as if the physics rely on a globe. You're the only people that think that.
Hey, T Jack 94.
Yeah.
What reason do I have, if any at all, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
So is it? I've just got into a flat Earth theory, or just like you all flat Earth believers. Are you flat?
Yeah.
Listen.
This is a room full of mostly people that acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary. But my question is to you, if you can think of any reason. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
You shouldn't have any doubt. That's your opinion. That's your belief. I'm not against what you believe and stuff like that. So, why I've
Well,
come
let me
in?
ask you: Do you doubt that the Earth is flat?
Do I doubt?
Hey, you ain't gonna
I don't
touch that belief.
I'll be honest with you.
Belief implies we can't go outside and observe a flat local Earth.
Hold on. If it's flat or oval shape or whatever, it doesn't matter. I have no ability to control that. I have no interest really at all. But I genuinely think, from what I've just known, I just genuinely think that the planet probably is a planet, like an overall shape. Or we got many planets. Why? Where the hell did? What about Mars and Jupiter and stuff? Where did that come from?
We're not talking about Mars and Jupiter. We're talking about the Earth. Well, why do you think the Earth is curved?
Don't know. Just going from what I know. Anyway, I'm a brainwashed. I must be brainwashed. Believe it.
Oh, come on, man. Are you going to have a nice discussion?
I don't want a discussion. I'm just trying to say, like, what I believe in stuff. I'm not here to manipulate or express my views to stuff. I'm just interested, but I must have joined the wrong chat, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to have an honest discussion, please.
I don't already. What's your Listen, what is your argument to non-flat earthers? So, what is your you must be religious then.
No, I'm not religious.
But if you with flat Earth means religious. There's only one thing.
No, it clearly doesn't because I'm not religious.
Not going by you. Well, do you believe in the hollow Earth?
No.
But I'm genuinely saying, flat Earth belief is a religious thing.
You're just making a bunch of claims right now.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
How many margaritas have you had, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
A
not
lot
religious.
of margaritas.
Like, I don't know how many times I have to tell you I'm not religious. For it to
I'm not either.
Well, just someone said to me, like, "Oh, do you believe in evolutionary point of view, or no, it's flat Earth, mate. I thought I'd join the flat Earth community."
This dude's drunk. Can we just mute him?
You don't have to mute me, mate. I'll leave the chat. So don't be a dictator, mate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be a moron, mate.
Don't be a fucking virgin, mate.
You should
a virgin.
Go and get
What a
sober,
moron.
Definitely drunk.
You're being a dick to the room, dude.
Right, yeah, you're just being mean to the room, trying to play the victim.
He's drunk.
I got an uncle like him. I think we all do.
So, Mr. Globe, do you observe the Earth as flat, or do you observe it as curved with your own two eyes? Mr. Globe Warrior or whatever.
Well, I know that Scott Mackey says that he sees the curve from the ground.
Yeah, but Scott Mackey says the surface of the water in a bathtub is curved.
Did you just cite Scott Mackey?
Yeah. Is that an unreliable source?
Is the surface of the water in a bathtub curved?
I'd say Wiki is a better source than Scott.
Bathtub water is curved. That's the new wave from Scott.
I don't know about you guys, but like anytime I need a source on anything, I instantly go to Scott. Philosophy, I'm straight in Scott's DMs. Stop,
Same.
Scott, I need to know about your problem. Please help me out. What's the difference between a consequence and a consequence? Scott, help me out.
Yeah. Whenever I'm wondering about the definition of horizon, I'm like, dude, Scott Mackey, you got my back. You know?
Wow, Globers really can't get their head around the fact that the horizon is optical by definition, can they?
No.
Optical being synonymous with apparent. Apparent being one of the words in the definition of horizon.
Exactly. So apparent horizon is redundant since it's already apparent.
It appears that way.
Yeah. You know what's even madder about that is that just saying horizon and it being apparent isn't even necessarily a debunk of curvature on its face. Like, you have to go into it more to debunk the curvature. But the fact that they won't even concede that obvious basic truth is quite telling.
Yeah, it's the same thing with a family member of mine that I was trying to talk to once, and I was just simply asking him the question to begin with, is it a straight line of sight from your eye to the horizon? And I couldn't get him to say yes or no because he just didn't want to have the conversation because he knew where I was going with it.
Right. To be honest, I don't even really talk to my friends and family about this. It's just not worth it. No. Just not worth it.
Maybe some of the smarter Globers, like Matthew Learns or that particular sibling I was talking about a second ago. Like, maybe with some of these people, it's not even so much that they're not smart enough to figure out the Earth is flat. I think they are smart enough to figure out the Earth is flat, but they're like somehow, for a variety of different reasons or one reason or another, too terrified to say it out loud or admit it out loud, and so the reason why I think that is because that thing that people were saying a long time ago, that public speaking is the most feared thing from people in general, and that death is number two. Like, public speaking is number one and death is number two, and people in general fear public speaking more than death. I think it's kind of like that same part of the human mind that like makes those people do that kind of thing, where they're smart enough to figure it out, but they're like, Gary,
I think I can prove that premise wrong. We could do the science. I get a guy would publicly beg for his life rather than die. I bet money.
Yeah, well, Matthew Learns would probably have some good reasons to not be outwardly spoken about flat Earth, right? Because he's kind of a public figure, right? He's a teacher at university, and he's like a YouTuber or whatever. So, like, if he's told everyone he's a flat earther, that could maybe compromise his position a little bit,
That's true. I like Matthew. I know a lot of people don't, but yeah, each to their own.
Yeah, Matthew's alright. I think secretly he knows it's flat, but he's never ever going to admit that.
Nah. I mean, yeah. He teaches math and stuff.
Actually,
funny,
I think he's high school.
I like Matt. I like Matt a lot, actually. But one thing I like about Matt is that he's not like one of these far left cucked globers. He's like he's got a sensible opinion about many topics outside of flat Earth. So it's easy to reason with him because he is reasonable a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think he's a grade school teacher, though, not university.
No, he teaches at university in California.
Pretty sure, yeah. I thought he taught at a grade school.
Matthew Weathers, you can look him up online.
Yeah, he definitely teaches at uni, bro, for sure. He's actually very, very clever with math. He does understand maths, to be fair to him.
And he knows better than to cross the line into deep space.
It must be funny as a maths teacher listening to some of these really bad globe arguments when a lot of the philosophical arguments are based on maths. That's correct. Can't imagine being a globe maths teacher listening to that. Don't know if that made sense.
Welcome back, Jekyll, unless somebody objects.
See what you did there.
Rather ask for forgiveness than permission. Tell me all the names, bro. Who is the Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy? I wonder what the number of flat earthers is right now, because we're getting pretty close to 10 years. I mean, flat earth has been on the internet for more than 10 years, but like flat earth really started taking off in like 2015.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering what the numbers are.
Is the Earth really flat?
Well, it's level.
Oh yeah, bro.
Why is your profile picture Hitler? That's not Hitler. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay that it's Stalin, though, right?
Oh yeah, Stalin was Uncle Joe's a good guy. He's a really nice dude.
So whoever keeps on joining, sorry, make me mad.
I think systematically murdering millions of your own people is just totally cool.
Who was worse, him or Mr. H?
Mr. H. 100%. Mr.
I mean,
Manhattan.
Obviously, Mr. The Austrian artist. I mean, he was he's the goat, right? He's the goat of
truth.
Murderous leaders allegedly. However, Uncle Joe. I mean, Uncle Joe was way better. He was just way more efficient, and yet he just doesn't get the recognition he deserves.
Right.
I think it might be because he's a leftist, and the modern leaders are all leftists. I don't know. Who thinks it be a pattern?
Kill more people.
Yeah, Stalin killed way more people.
Yeah, but didn't Mao Zedong kill more people than Stalin?
Oh, but he was a leftist as well, so it's fine.
Because he was more efficient, right? He killed more people.
Yeah, but they were both left wing, so let's just pretend that didn't happen. They were doing it for a good reason, so it's fine. Isn't that how it works?
I think so. To me, it's all state-sponsored genocide. I don't care who is on the left or the right.
Yeah, but I suppose statists are kind of. I suppose it depends how you see it, because I think nowadays left and statism have kind of merged into one, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, think about how many people that are on the right are like downright authoritarian. And the right, especially in America, is supposed to be conservative of the old libertarian values. Small government, small taxes.
Yep, they don't do that anymore. And I think really fundamentally what's happened is there was actually three flavors of politics before. And honestly, if you guys want to get off this topic at any point, I'm happy to go back to flat Earth. I'm not pushing this topic. But I think fundamentally what's happened is that the conservatives were actually the old centrists. They actually aren't meant to be on the right. They're meant to be centrist. So you got your progressives on the left, your centrists on the right, and your reactionaries. Sorry, your conservatives in the middle. So your centrists, and then your reactionaries on the right. And they're the people who are meant to reverse the quote-unquote progress, the dystopian progress of the progressives. But you're not allowed to have those views. So you either have to be progressive or stay where you are. So it's progress, stay where you are, progress, stay where you are, which means inevitably you're never going to actually go back to the values that made Europe and the West successful in the first place. You're never going to be allowed to.
What if people just turned off their TVs and stopped believing in bullshit like the globe and the left and right paradigm and just became like radically self-reliant on taking care of their own responsibilities and didn't
And
rely on the government?
and usually when you're not allowed to, or allowed to speak about something, allowed to do something, it's because there's some kind of, underlying agenda behind it.
Jackal, do you observe the Earth as flat, or would you say you observe it as curved through first-hand experience? Must be making tea right now.
Yeah, and eating biscuits. Isn't that what British people do all day? Drink tea and eat biscuits?
And don't forget putting their pinky in the air, right?
Yeah.
The Earth's flat.
And level. Stationary.
Yeah, horizontal.
And doesn't require pseudoscience to describe the motion of the heavenly bodies.
Probably will agree.
Alright, so you're saying you observe it as flat then?
No, I don't.
Do you experience the
How would
curvature
you,
outside?
Yeah, do you experience the curvature outside?
But I experience curvature. I experience curvature outside, but if you're referring to the Earth, like as a secular distance, I prefer to say I experience not flat.
That would be curvature, dude. That's a dichotomy.
Can you describe this experience further in terms of observation? What do you think it's different to our perspective?
Let me show you. Yeah, I'll show you this. One sec. Okay, right, look at the side. I take that, right, and I might be crazy, but I don't think Chicago's underwater there, you know? I might be. I trust my eyes. I don't know about you guys. You trust your eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I.
I mean,
so do I.
as
Well,
long as you know
that's a loaded.
how things work, you know, then you can explain why the things you observe look like they do.
Well, flat earthers keep telling me trust your eyes.
Jekyll, do you know why we call the black swan the black swan?
Oh, because it's a fallacy.
What?
Well, the black swan fallacy. You know what a black swan fallacy is, don't you?
Enlighten me.
Black swan fallacy is when you take a particular instance of observation and ignore the preponderance of evidence in accordance with your beliefs and desires of what you want that to be.
Is that a formal logical fallacy?
It's informal.
Isn't that what you guys do when you see? Sorry,
There is
go
a
ahead.
fallacy called just quickly. There is a fallacy called the black swan fallacy. Yes, I don't know that he's quite described it correctly, but that is the case.
And I'm guessing it doesn't apply to what I'm talking about, right? I'm guessing it doesn't apply at all, right?
Well, I think I might have actually more described the one proof fallacy, but I mean the black swan fallacy could also squeeze in there, I suppose.
Okay, hold on. Just to clarify, does this black swan fallacy? Does this black swan fallacy have anything to do with the black swan photograph and observation that we refer to as the black swan? Does it have anything to do with that?
Yeah, ignores the preponderance of evidence. It's a one single proof fallacy. The black swan fallacy is slightly different, but could also be applicable.
Jackal, you can see the Chicago. You can see the Chicago skylines. Rob Skiba made a video from both sides. You know that photo what you posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a video recorded from the boat side. You know that you don't need that pictures. You can watch the video.
Yeah, Bolivia.
Hey, wait. So I just want to go to this fallacy thing for a second. He was talking about ignoring a preponderance of evidence. Well, the thing is, in order for that to be a logical statement in regards to what I'm talking about, you'd have to have evidence, like take, for instance, a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth demonstrating it to be curved, like an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth. So my question is to you, Jekyll, has anyone ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature, like an arc segment of the surface of the Earth?
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh, okay. So then, what evidence? Basically what I'm saying is you're saying like you're talking about us, looking at the horizon being more than 10 miles away.
Charles, let's look at the side chat.
And you're saying like that's like ignoring a preponderance of evidence. You don't have any evidence of curvature being directly measured. So it's like you're just misusing that fallacy, I think.
One second.
Understand, Jekyll. Understand your fallacy when you describe that fallacy. It would be placed properly the way that you stated it. It would be said properly if there was like a direct measurement of curvature. I'm still talking, buddy. Can you hear me? It'd be placed properly the way you said it if there was a direct measurement of curvature. For us to ignore, for us, I'm still talking, buddy. Do you have an attention span that's more than 5 minutes long?
It's not the attention span. It's just you said so many wrong things that I need to kind of like at some point.
No, it is your attention span. You have a very short attention span.
You said a lot of things that are wrong,
No, just chill. All right, so it would be logical if there was a direct measurement of curvature, an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth. If we had that and we were ignoring that, then what you just said would be logical. But we don't have that, and we're not ignoring that. So what you just said was just a bunch of BS.
All right, okay. Now, let's break this down a little bit. First of all, I'm going to do a bit of fun here. We're going to look at the side chat. See, this side chat, that's the black swan. That's what you think is normal. That's normal, right? HD potato, wobbly,
Now
wobbly,
you're
wobbly
putting words in my
atmosphere.
mouth. Now you're
That's
putting words in
normal.
my mouth.
This is weird. This is totally crazy. Oh, so much refraction. Anyway,
Now you're
to
putting
what
words in my
what you
mouth.
said directly,
That's a
King
straw
Charles.
man. That's a straw. Now you're making a
To
straw
what you
man
said.
fallacy. I didn't say that.
To what you said directly, King Charles. You learned about this fallacy about 2 minutes ago. So don't tell me what's a logical placement of that fallacy. It has nothing to do with whether or not there's a direct measurement. It's about the preponderance of evidence. That means taking into consideration all observations and evidence in its favour or against. It has nothing to do with direct measurement. I don't know why you brought it up. Irrelevant, and it can be dismissed out of hand because it has nothing to do with the fallacy.
Did I make a claim that any particular thing was normal? Yes or no?
Well, look at the black swan. Which
close-ended question? Yes or no? I don't want a speech. Yes or no? Did I say
I'm not.
that
I don't do. Look, I don't know who you talk to usually, Charles, but you're not getting me with your little yes or no questions.
So the answer is no, Jekyll. The answer
You're
is
bad
no.
at debating, Charles. You need to keep up, right? Anyway, look at the side chat. You can see on the one side a wibbly wobbly at.
No, buddy. I'm not going to let you just plow through me like that bullshit. I just made it clear that I did not make that claim. I didn't make any statement like that. And you just made some speech or whatever that involved me, that implied that I did make that claim. That would be a straw man fallacy. You build up a straw man, attack the straw man, pretend that I built the straw man. The straw man's mine. When you built the straw man. That's a straw man fallacy. Like, no, I'm not going to let you just plow through with that bullshit. The retarded bullshit.
Yeah, I guess what he was doing is he was trying to make like sort of an implication based on previous inferences by flat earthers, right? So, but that's not you, so that would be a straw man.
Yeah, I didn't point at the black swan and say, "Oh, this is normal." I did not say that,
Right,
and I
yeah.
didn't point at a white swan and say, "Oh, the white swan." I didn't do anything of the sort. So he's just making a straw man.
Yeah, and also, you posted two of the same pictures, basically, of the black swan, and the second picture clearly shows the difference in temperature that potentially exponentially magnifies the outcome of the perceived picture or then taken picture. So I don't know how he conveys it with it as a fallacy, because it's clearly not. It's clearly almost the same position from the first picture that was taken, and the first picture is more or less a controlled temperature, which then shows a further perspective in which we can see the horizon further and further. And the second is one where the temperature is much higher and therefore exponentially then bending downwards, perceivably to be curved, just because the tankers or the platforms then visibly shrank in size and seemingly hide behind the curvature or the horizon, which is not the case.
Yeah, and also I think what Jekyll is saying is wrong, because it doesn't really matter if the black swan has happened once or it happens 1,000 times. The fact that it happened once is enough to falsify the claims of the globe, right? So
Yeah, that was actually the beginning of the
that's-
conversation. I was trying to ask him, hey Jekyll, do you know why we call the black swan the black swan? And then he went on to this tangent with the black swan fallacy bullshit, blah 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 blah, derp derp derp. Didn't actually give you the correct answer to the question.
Yeah, what's funny about the black swan fallacy is that Globers actually often get it asked backwards, and Jekyll just did as well. So the black swan fallacy has to do with the statement that all swans are white if you've only ever seen white swans. However, the second you see a black swan, that's only one is required to debunk the statement that all swans are white. Right, so that is the black swan fallacy. Is saying that I've only ever seen white swans, therefore all swans are white.
Yeah, so it's he reversed.
So it's the opposite of the
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But I wasn't really in a position to be able to say that earlier. But yeah, I mean, if you look it up, I mean, it's well defined. It's well defined. You can find it anywhere, really. On Wikipedia, yeah.
With the way you described it, almost seems like they should call it the white swan fallacy, but whatever.
Well, I mean, there's lots of different names for the fallacy. I don't know what the original name is.
Yeah, Jekyll Strawman the fuck out of me earlier. He started bringing up stuff about Karl Popper and how he goes against Kuhn, Professor Kuhn. And it's like, I didn't even bring that up. It's like, you're like calling me out for something I didn't bring up. It's like weird. Can't you just have like a debate without strawmanning somebody? Like, hey, do you have a full memory bank of everything that this guy ever said? No? Okay, well, you're wrong and dishonest.
So I've read here that the fallacy, the black swan fallacy, also has it refers to the tendency to believe that things they've never witnessed don't exist. So if I say I've never witnessed pink unicorn, therefore it doesn't exist, that would be a black swan fallacy as well. Technically.
But then you also have the logical question to ask yourself: what logical reason do I have to believe that pink unicorns exist?
Sure, yeah, but just within like the logical fallacy realm of language, I guess it would still be within that fallacy. Anyway, whatever, semantics.
Well, what I say is just, don't claim a negative if you don't have to.
Yeah, it's not that important anyway, because of the fallacy itself, if you know what that is. The fallacy is you assume that somebody's conclusion is wrong because they committed a logical fallacy. So you can still have a correct conclusion even though you're committing a logical fallacy. That is the fallacy.
But is it not proper to ask them to reformulate their argument? Or help them with a stillman?
Sure.
Okay.
It's just
I think a better request would be to demonstrate what they claim to be true directly.
Does anybody want to unmute the Jekyll? Or the Hyde? Oh, he gone. In a world. Where is Democ these days? I ain't seen him in a while. In a world.
He's usually on Earth Awakenings.
Okay. In a world where facts are flat and the globe is whack.
Is Meme still around? Memeless?
I haven't seen him in here. Not very often. What do you guys think the next event is going to be? You know, when I say event, I'm obviously talking about Discord events that happen from time to time, but more specifically, the big event where all the flat earthers are going to get together and say, oh, that's weird.
I think it's going to be some sort of banking. That's just me.
You think they'll pull the plug on the chain?
Yeah, all the derivatives will unravel. Crypto will show itself to be what it really is. All that.
Ponzi scheme, right?
Yeah, the inflation rates which they promote, which are obviously fake. I guess they go everyone for their country on their own and reveal the true sign, and therefore the shit hits a fan. Then they just let it roll, you know. Let the
Yeah,
panic flow.
I think it's going to somehow translate over into the housing also, because things are so bad. I don't know how it is in the US there, but up here in Canada, man, like there are some shitholes. Like I'm talking about like a fucking
Yeah, I've heard
garden
it's bad.
right?
It's real
There's
bad.
like garden shacks or whatever you want to call it, like really like low run kind of bungalow style things in certain highly dense areas, going for like $1 million Canadian. Like
Yeah, I
it makes no sense.
Why has nobody
Is that because of a
rioted?
devaluation of the Canadian dollar?
It's
something
not. I don't know if it necessarily has much to do with that because we're at 137 to the US, right? So if you do the math, it's like you guys having a shithole bungalow style thing going for like what, 3/4. So yeah, inflation's crazy and wages are not keeping up with it, and it's all being propped up by future anticipation of growth and prosperity, and that's why they can justify collateralizing bullshit to justify the loans they give out to people with 5% down payments or even less, all that type of crap. It makes no sense. So I think it's
Well, I
going to
mean,
start there.
Isn't Canada like inch and a half away from communism at this point? Like, I'm guessing that ultimately.
Basically, man, kinda, and I think that's going to somehow tie into it. Some people are worried that they're just going to outright I wouldn't say confiscate, but kind of cool the how do you want to put it, blindsidedly kind of confiscate. People could go up to people and say, hey, I know your house is worth so much and you owe still 2/3 of the value on your mortgage, and oh, don't worry about it, we're just gonna, how about we'll buy your house out with some sort of credit system or some shit, and now your house is free and clear, you don't owe anything on your mortgage, but you rescind full custody of the house type of approach. You know what I mean? It's speculative, but I mean, it's a one-way ticket to off a cliff at this point. So anything goes almost, you know.
Well, Canada is, at the edge of, communism, but we're at the edge of, we can't even say like that something is, or they're trying to pass a law that we can't say something is a pseudo flag. If you get what I'm saying.
Oh, we're on the edge of bankruptcy as far as the federal budget goes.
I mean, all Western countries are, leveraged like 100 to 1, basically, compared to GDP or whatever. Maybe I'm overinflating the number, but it's a preposterous. It's preposterous how lopsided the assets to liabilities balance sheet is.
Yeah, for sure. But then you have to understand, right, that money is all bullshit. Economies are all fake. And the best way
I understand that. It's how you value things. We're coming up with these, fake numbers to, attribute value to things. But in principle or in spirit, if you owe somebody something, right, like that there's a tie to that, right? There's a tether, right? So we just account for it with numbers, right? But it's a sign that, quote unquote, we've bit off more than we can chew. Right, and that in itself has ramifications. However, it manifests. The numbers just kind of indicate that, right? So I agree with you. It's just there's a moral hazard underlying the fugazi that is the number, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, like, let me ask you a question: what is a kilogram of honey worth?
Depends on how how effective is it to procure, right? Like, for example, if it takes one gentleman a year to procure 1,000 kilograms, I don't know the numbers there. So each kilogram is worth 1/3 of a day, right? So whatever it would take to feed that guy and kind of get him by for 1/3 of a day, mapping that to real world resources, that's probably your best metric, right? But we attribute dollar value. That makes sense, but
You're not approaching it from like a reasonable standpoint, but that's not what it's worth. What it's worth is someone is prepared to pay for it, or in the case of, say, like rent on apartments, the maximum that people will pay without being violently, without basically getting violent, when it comes to like necessities like living somewhere or food.
Well, yeah, the 1 kilogram of honey is not worth anything, objectively speaking, but it's subjectively worth what you value it, simply.
Exactly.
It's based on circumstance, context, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, so when people start saying, oh, well, governments and countries owe money, right? Well, that doesn't really mean anything. Because it was bullshit to start with. It's numbers on a computer screen, and it's not even owed for any purpose. It's money on money.
Right.
So,
right. In order for...
But the point I'm getting to is that you can't even tether value to real world goods. And they're trying to tether value to something that doesn't even exist in physical reality. So it's 2 steps removed from being any use to anyone.
Yeah, it's a concept that everyone agrees on.
I guess they are betting on people who throw themselves into debt in order to be hung by it, through the inflation, then getting it or get a hand on whatever they have lent on.
Yeah, and in order for money to be printed, somebody has to press on a big red button, right? So whoever has control over that big red button, has a lot of power.
No, it's whoever has control over the signature of the politicians. That's how money's printed.
Did you understand my analogy, though? Or
no, say it again.
I said money, like, in order for money to be printed, somebody has to press on a big red button. Like, it's just a arbitrary, non-objective thing, right?
Okay, so politicians press the big red button with their pen.
Whoever does it, yeah.
Well, I mean, from the standpoint of banks, you know, who lend money in general,
But you're right, Larry.
they also found themselves. So therefore, whoever is going to lend money from them and maybe not able to pay it back ever, then they go and bring it to the authorities, and they say, well, let's go and confiscate whatever he has, or maybe take more, you know. Then what do you do? So this is the system they are laying expectancies from people in their not knowledge how the system works, right? Uneducated. They don't know how money works around the world in general, unless you have still a gold standard.
When I tell people money doesn't exist, they look at me like, "What are you talking about? I went to the store and I bought, you know, a loaf of bread with my money." But it's like, yeah. But I'm saying the paper.
I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, they have to get deeper into the matter, you know. But usually the people are so much into work and whatever they do that they usually do not have time or even think about this kind of thing, you know. They just click on the TV and let whatever comes from the TV babble to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the paper exists, obviously, but the value that you ascribe to paper is just arbitrary concept, right? So
Right, for sure. Well, it's funny
very
because
basic.
I don't know if they have this in Europe or in the US, but in England they're always talking about this cost of living crisis. But this cost of living crisis never seems to go away, which doesn't make any sense because economies should necessarily balance at some point. They have to, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Like certain things would inflate, certain other things would deflate, and they would be balanced again because that's how markets work. There can't be a perpetual cost of living crisis unless someone's deliberately doing it.
Right.
Well, Arab Spring in 2011 kind of motivated, you know, well, shit, past 100 years have motivated people to move into first world countries.
And the very fact that the thing in contention is not even a real thing, I mean, that alone should already tell you everything you need to know, right? So yeah, it's never going to balance out.
Yeah, not when you operate in a fiat banking system. Right? It is all literally just push of a button, stroke of a pen. Right? They're credit notes.
Yep.
Right? They're that's the whole point. They're debit credit cards type shit. Well, what's the root of the term credit? It's credo in Latin, which means faith. Right? So they're promissory notes. So if you have individuals perpetually promising and don't deliver on it, well, nothing ever cancels out, and then you have what we have today. So the moment that we detach from real world stuff, like someone mentioned, gold standard or a bimetallic standard. I mean, some economies used to run on salt up here in Canada, and I think maybe in the United States also. You know, the Native Americans ran on something called wampum, which is a sort of seashell, if you will. Right? It was a real world thing you had to go out here and create little belts out of. Right? They formed entire. Right? It was a real world thing that kind of encapsulated work, right, exerted to procure the stuff. Right? These types of tethers to reality that we've devoided from. Right? This is what we get.
Yeah, I mean, money, paper money is just a third leg in the system. Usually, all went from trade to trade. The trade system usually is, in essence, an inverted communist system where everyone could have everything and take part of everything. And so, by trading, you eventually are able to collect something that is by someone willing to be traded to you by your work that you put in and hand out, that you can collect whatever people bring to you and offer your services. So essentially, everyone could have everything just by interest in their work.
I can't remember where I've seen it, but I was seeing that like Stinger missiles are like a ridiculously crazy, stupid amount of money. And the only reason they cost that much is because the one company is making them all by themselves, so they got like a monopoly. And if you think about all that kind of stuff that's happening, like it's not just Ukraine and other states, right? It's like the whole world, everywhere is doing the same thing. Like the bankers are enslaving everybody. And it's a brilliant system that, you know, 1 in a million can't figure out how it happens. And if one guy does, they just call him crazy. I'll post that. It's something that everybody has to hear at least once. It's very interesting.
I mean, the people who created the system, right? They essentially are absolute geniuses. And to convince other nations to go with the same flow, basically, and adhere to the system and work by it, and they say, okay, this is what I am offering to you. This is what we want to implement, and therefore, let's say in 200 to 300 years, this will be the outcome of it. Are you willing to do this? And we guarantee you that your generations and families and such have a safe place, basically. So they agree to it. You know, this is what they work on. And eventually, we are now in a state where, okay, we could this year, next year, or in 2 years see the total collapse of financial system in general, because numbers tell us so, you know, and we see what is going on. So essentially, we are basically at their end plan, and it's basically giving fruit and what they hope for.
And people do all kinds of crazy shit for money. It's insane.
So you guys heard the Covenant before? I think is what it's called, the Covenant. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, please.
I mean, our current monetary system is just a more sophisticated version of previous systems that have already been there, right? Like there used to be the feudal system, right, with the kings and nobles, knights and peasants system, which is a different kind of system, but there's a lot of parallels between that and today, even though it's not exactly the same. So there seems to be like a long string between history up until now, in terms of like value systems, aka money, right? So.
I mean, how everything looks right now, and I mean, as a Christian, what is being told that the Antichrist is coming and bringing the mark of the beast, basically forcing everyone to take, or is not being able to buy or sell unless he takes a mark, you know. Basically, the digital system or the credit system, which would then be implemented, but also you have to work towards it. And I guess those people, right, whoever they are, who work in the shadows and let their politicians play in the front, they know what's going on, and they work in tandem with them, or with him, who's to come, right? I guess that unless everything paper-wise vanishes and is not being able to uphold itself anymore, because the exponential curve has been basically in a curve that is you don't have enough paper in order to bring it out again, right? So therefore you have to put it in digital numbers. And so then the Antichrist shows up and says, oh, this is what's going on in this world, and I will promise you this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And then the United Nations or UUs or whoever it is who will be the 10 kings will then give him the power, you know? And then we are fucked, whoever takes the mark of the beast.
Hey, Repcord, did you say Yehoos?
Yehus? No.
Oh, I thought I heard Yehoos as like a pejorative for fill in the blank. Never mind.
No.
Thought it was funny.
So, there's a lot of like private companies that are in the spaceflight industry. Not just SpaceX, like that's a big one, but there's a lot of ones in China now, and in America as well. So what happens when the industry keeps growing and there's just more and more money being privately invested, independent of government money? Like what's the how like are people buying?
Wait a second. What do you mean independent of government money? I mean, the government money is basically our money.
Well, I mean like private individuals or companies purchasing services that depend on being launched into space on satellites such as weather, communications,
Or
satellite.
like a founder, basically.
Yeah, so I
People who
just want
found that individual who is doing this.
Well, what do you mean by individual?
Yeah, the individual, I mean the company that then
Oh,
is able to do this.
you mean like the CEOs of the companies?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, there are a lot of independent people. Like the CEOs are not affiliated with government. They're just like starting their own companies to fill a niche in the industry, right?
Yeah.
Why does anyone start a company?
Say
again?
Why does anyone start a company?
People are. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I asked why. I didn't ask if they are.
Why are they starting companies?
Yeah, why does anyone start a company for the fourth time?
To fill a niche in an industry.
No, it's to make money. So
Yeah.
it's to make money. So they start a company. They decide they're gonna, I don't know, fill it. Well, you're not necessarily filling a niche. You might be filling something that's already being filled by someone else. But fundamentally, what's happening is you're saying, "Hi guys, give me a bunch of money, and I'm going to give you some deliverables." Right? So you're exchanging value for deliverables. When you're talking about tech or sort of tech related, you're generally talking about what can they deliver. And the question is, what are they delivering, and are they able to deliver it? Right? And so then the people investing that money, they're just going to want to see that. Let's just say you're talking about weather balloons or whatever. They want to know that you can deliver the weather imaging to them in the way that they've asked for it. So whether you do that, whether you can do that with or without a satellite doesn't really matter to the investor.
Well, I would say that's one part of the industry, but a lot of the industry now is focusing on small satellites that depend on being in a space-like environment, because if they weren't, then they wouldn't be getting the correct data and they wouldn't be very happy and they wouldn't be giving their money to the private companies,
Well,
right?
do you guys remember I made this argument earlier? Someone asked me why I think the Earth's flat. And I said there's two things. Someone said, have you ever heard of a good globe argument before? And I said, problem with globe arguments is they either have absolutely no evidence to support them, like there's no demonstration at all, or they're also possible on flat Earth. Now, the issue with this argument is I would say it's kind of both, because you can have high altitude planes for years in the sky. You know, Google's had these for decades. well, not for decades, but for a long time. And also, you need to prove to me that there are these satellites in orbit around a planet in the first place. You've just claimed that that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, to that I would say that like the magnitude of the sort of industry and like individual satellites that are in orbit and are being the demand for the satellites and the launch services being provided. It's just, I think it's impossible for it to be all a fake, especially because
Yeah, so your argument lies on probability and not practicality, right?
Well, it's not just probability. It's just an appeal to credulity. He wants to believe it.
And yeah.
I mean, let's
Which
see.
isn't unsound necessarily.
Let's look at Elon Musk for a second again, because of Starlink and such. When he is able to launch multiple satellites to basically fly in tandem around the world, right? So you have basically a chain in the sky flying above, and I'm wondering, could it be that it is a self-piloting drone system or something like that, just for imagination purposes right now, and not satellites who floating in space, just for us flat earthers, for the sake of
It'd actually be a lot cheaper. It'd be a lot
say
cheaper
again?
to just have
Yeah,
planes.
I agree. And the whole internet system is basically the oceans who are and the continents who are connected by landlines and such, and cables going through the oceans and such. This is 99.5%, which makes all the internet. And then I'm asked myself, are satellites real? I mean, the question is valuable because why would 0.5% make internet even possible, if not for the sake of the same system that landlines, for example, for cell phone towers and such work, right? From frequency terms there. Yeah.
You shouldn't bother, would you? You're spending hundreds of millions on a very, very small percentage of data. What's the point?
Yeah. It does make sense. So what's the
I have
deal here? What's really going on, actually?
I have a bit of a question on the whole 99.5% of communications are through cables and stuff. I agree with that. I saw the stat. Though it does seem a little bit strange to me that a lot of people harp on that, simply because the at least I'm assuming here that what they're measuring when they assess that calculation there is traffic in general. Now, as a professional in the field, it is known that there's tons and tons of communications between server to server, right? You have a computer, I don't know, Google computer communicating with the, I don't know, Amazon computer, something like that. And there's terabytes and terabytes of data going between them, right? Just for expediency or whatever, low latency, all that type of stuff. That gets factored into I would assume, into the calculation. So not to dismiss outright the rest of the what was being brought up here. It's just I would assume it's wise to keep in mind that when they what they call communication is not just human to human, right? You have tons and tons of data going between computers, right? So
yeah, and this is the thing.
Relevant or not, I don't know.
When you have a receiver system like cell phone towers and such, it's a different kind of frequency and data that is being sent. which then has to be converted and compromised, and the amount and the speed of it, it's much slower than we have currently running around the world, which is then the 99%, which the converted data is then the 99%. So it takes usually longer and takes much more effort for the receiver to reintegrate it and pack it into the system in order to make the same flow, And this is the reason why I cannot believe that this works really. There has to be something else, unless they use, I don't know, instead of microwave or something like that, then infrared systems, or where they send data or some new type shit, Technically, you can send data over every kind of frequency. You just have to know how to build a device in order to receive it.
So then, I guess like the launch vehicle market as well. There's a couple dozen ones that are opening up now.
What market?
Launch vehicles, so like the rockets themselves. I mean, it's just like it's a really big industry for it to all be fake, I would say.
Yeah, but to be honest, how often do we hear in the news or in general when they launch rockets that the stuff they throw away when they launch and burn through their fuel, the containers that they drop off in the air, they have to land somewhere. Do they launch every rocket over the oceans for the sake of safety?
Yeah.
And not dropping it over the population? How do we know? I mean, if we look at Texas, for example, they have to fly over 1,000 miles in order to reach the first ocean.
So, China actually launches over their citizens because they don't give a shit. So there's been bodies of rockets that have literally landed on villages. Dozens of people died. Huh?
It wouldn't surprise me. They don't seem to give a fuck about anyone. So
yeah.
Question I have though, you said it's a bit unlikely that space is such a large industry when it's all fake. Well, how do you explain Forex and Bitcoin?
What's Forex?
Foreign exchange markets.
So, like trading money trading a country's currency for another currency.
Yeah, that's all fake. That's all bullshit.
Yeah. Well, those aren't really services, I would say.
They are. It's definitely a service.
I guess in a way, but not as like physical as
Well, it's a service it's a service to the market. You're filling. Do you know what entrepreneur means?
What means? Sorry.
Do you know what entrepreneur means?
Yeah, entrepreneur. Yeah.
Do you know what it means in French though, like the literal meaning?
I would assume creator or idea maker. I don't know.
It means something like, I can't remember exactly. But you can look this up. It's something like between the gaps or filling in the gaps, something like this. And so when you think about that in terms of, say, a scalp trader on the Forex markets, they're literally, or arbitrage or tri-arbing or any of these different like ways that you can play with numbers to make money, you're effectively making the market more efficient as a service, and you are taking the money for making the market efficient. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If I may interject quickly, sorry to interrupt. You made me think about something, Mennonite. Yeah, the word entrepreneur I speak French, right? So entre means enter, and prendre or preneur is effectively a taker. So entrepreneur means enter, taker.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Right?
fair enough.
Interesting.
Opposed to the Secret Covenant, thanks.
It means
Okay, thank you.
Are you a native French speaker, Mick? Don't sound like it, but
Yeah, Quebecois. So
He's
French
a
Canadian.
ah, okay. Yeah, you're Canadian. I see.
Yeah, métis.
So, who would win in a fight? 100 French people or 100 Quebecois?
Sorry about that? What was that?
Who would win in a fight? 100 French people or 100 Quebecois?
Bro,
Honestly,
Canadians are too polite.
probably the Quebecois. Yeah, we've got a little bit more of a quote spirit, if you will. A lot of mixed, right? So we've got some Algonquin, Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, all the Native American tribes mixed into the culture a little bit. So a little bit of a lot more stocky, let's say, than the European counterparts. So
I thought the Canadians were too polite to fight.
That's true.
You're too nice, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Canadians,
please stop?
The Canadians did come down in the War of 1812 and kick a little American ass.
Yeah. No, there was a little bit more of that back then than now. But I don't know. I'd rather hear a European French speaker get upset than a Quebecois. Try.
They get upset over everything. But yeah, so enter taker. That's interesting. So I mean that still makes sense. You're effectively making a market efficient and taking a profit as that service, right? So, and that's also the essence of self-employment is that you're entering a gap in the market and filling it in exchange for profit, right? So, but then that explains the forex market, the Bitcoin market. It explains banking, really. Although banking, I think, is actually a forced fake market. It's forced on people, whereas forex is much more. You're trading a market that kind of already exists. But regardless, yeah, there are these enormous industries that exist on things that don't exist. The industry almost exists for the sake of it, for the sake of making money, rather than because it benefits anyone outside of profit. That makes sense?
Yeah, like
cut out.
banks. No, you're good. We heard you.
Yeah,
they don't
trigonometry, man.
exist.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on, Larry. Sorry.
Yeah, there's businesses that only exist in order to make money. They're not really filling like a need. Like Big Weld, see a need, fill a need.
Yeah.
But I would say again that like the services that they are providing are like observed upon by their consumers. So
they're not, though, are they? They actually aren't. The only thing they have is a set of deliverables, and if they deliver them, how they claim to deliver them can be bullshit.
So if I asked for you to send me a satellite up to a certain orbit, to a certain height, and everything, and
yeah, how are you going to check?
The data that I get from the satellite.
So you're getting the data from the satellite that they built.
No, you build the satellite yourself.
No, you contracted them to do that.
No, there's a lot of the companies that manufacture the communication satellites and stuff that get them sent up there. So like communications companies, they make the satellites themselves. Then they ask a launch provider to send it up. They send it up.
Like that Samsung satellite where it was supposed to take a selfie and it turned out to be on balloons.
The satellite that turned out to be a balloon.
Yeah, the Samsung selfie satellite.
Did they claim it was out of?
I'll see if I can find it. Kenny's always talking about it. Yeah, so they were saying it's like a real satellite, but then when it fell, it was a freaking balloon.
Interesting. Because I just want to make sure like the industry I'm planning on going into is like real, you know.
And I found a article so far.
All right.
I'm a Samsung fanboy too.
Are you?
Yeah. As far as phones go.
It looks like it might have been like they were cheaping out where it's not actually a satellite. They were just sending something up really high with a balloon. Like they never claimed it was space.
That's not true. They said it was a space selfie.
Okay, well,
Early Saturday morning, Samsung's Europe space selfie balloon came back down to Earth.
So they themselves claimed it was a balloon then.
After it came down, landed on somebody's farm. Sure, you know how PR works, right?
Yeah. I just don't know if they were like they admitted that it was a balloon before they launched it. This
Did they?
Why would they even let that story get out? It's one huge cover up. Clearly that'd be something they'd want to cover up.
So here's
Guess
like
not.
looks like this was a part of the PR team at Samsung. They're talking about they just it's a bunch of people that really don't know what they're talking about in terms of what it's defined as, and then saying it's space. Like companies do it all the time. They're like, "Oh, we'll bring you to the edge of space with our balloon or our plane," and then yeah, it's kind of just a scam.
It was supposed to remain in space until October the 31st, so it came home early. That's the thing about history. Can't never tell.
Yeah, this is just like really overhyped PRBS. It looks like they're making it sound like it's super advanced to send a balloon up. If you watch the video, pretty funny actually. Like no one's ever done it before.
Back in like 2015, they used to say, there's no such thing as a Satelloon. That's a conspiracy theory. Till we started showing people the photos.
I mean, Satelloons would suck. That's why we don't really develop much of them. We're not putting much development into them because we can just send stuff that stays up there much longer,
Hey, do you know why NASA consumes so much helium? Pressurant, huh?
Yeah, actually, I've had reasons to develop systems that use helium because you use it as a pressurant for pressure-fed rocket engines. Yeah, and purging fuel lines and oxidizer lines. Yeah.
Can't use anything else but helium, huh?
Well, helium's pretty good to use it for. Yeah. You need less volume. It's also a lot better for purging than other things.
What about
Purge
hydrogen?
lines? You use hydrogen to purge lines.
Yeah, so I'm going to use a flammable gas to purge lines.
You know what rockets do, right?
Yeah, I do. Do you understand why you don't want hydrogen in your oxygen lines, or do you want me to tell you about that?
Go ahead.
So you don't want the hydrogen to freeze in the lines.
You're talking about... Sorry, you're talking about hydrogen freezing. What temperature does hydrogen freeze at?
It's like 20 Kelvin.
In English?
20 Kelvin?
Yeah, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit.
I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit either. That's true.
Okay, let me look at
It's plus 273, I think. I'm sorry, minus 273.
I think that
So it'd
gives you
be
some.
negative 253.
Yeah, we use nitrogen to purge gas lines.
nitrogen. That's pretty easy to come by, right? We can
Yeah,
actually make
nitrogen also.
nitrogen now.
Nitrogen oxygen mix, not good. I can just
Gas
imagine.
lines. We
Nitrogen.
purge big gas lines with nitrogen.
And it's also nitrogen. Well, you can use nitrogen for blowdown
Of course you
systems.
can, because
I know.
that's what we use.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
I
on. You
know.
just said it yourself. Gas lines, which is natural gas, which is either gas. Yeah, like so, like things
Yeah,
that.
natural gas, air conditioning, everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like not pure oxygen
Yep.
then, right?
LPG too. Yeah.
So
All
like
that
not
stuff.
Who here
pure oxygen.
thinks the Earth is flat, and can I know why? I'd like to know.
Don't you love these people?
No, I'm asking. I'm not. I don't think
Just
it.
kind of, they can hear people having a conversation, and they just kind of butt
Oh,
in.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, you might as well go now.
You go. Wait, if I interrupted, then go on.
No, you go. Go ahead, man. Must be
No,
important.
the answer, the question I asked is like still.
Yeah, we know.
Like my
Yeah.
question now.
So we observe the Earth is flat. It's practically used as flat. And there's no evidence that it's doing anything otherwise except for what you see on TV and hear about the government going to space.
No evidence
So when
at
you
all,
go
right?
outside, do you experience a globe? Yeah, hold on, bro. We're talking to a new guy. When you go outside, do you experience a globe?
No, because because your perception doesn't allow you that. Like if you know anything about human sight and like perception and depth, you'd know you're not gonna fucking see the curve of the Earth unless you're in a really high spot, like geographically.
Like Mount Everest?
Yeah, if you're gonna be on Mount Everest, you're gonna see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, can you post a picture?
I'm gonna look it up while you ramble about schizo stuff. Respectively, no offense.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
My opinion.
I'm not sensitive. So Neil deGrasse Tyson said that when Felix Baumgartner went to 128,000 feet, he said, you're like an ant on a giant beach ball 6 feet tall or something like that. And he said you wouldn't be able to detect the curvature from 128,000 feet, but you're claiming he's wrong, and we should be able to see the curvature from Mount Everest.
Okay.
So getting back to the helium thing, Helium's lighter than nitrogen, of course, so you can use it, or you can use less of it. And it's also it wants to go in a lot of places, so it's very how do I say this?
Clears out a lot easier.
Yeah. And if you have nitrogen, nitrogen's definitely going to freeze at those temperatures for hydrogen. Hydrogen is very, very cold. Liquid hydrogen.
So helium does not freeze, correct?
Yeah. You don't
Helium
use
actually. Helium
you don't
actually
use
has a
liquid nitrogen though.
helium actually has a lower freezing point than hydrogen.
I'm gonna send it in the chat here. I like if the Earth was flat, then like I'm just trying to like wrap my head around like what use will the government have to lie to us that they're fucking controlling the outer edges of the world or something? Like what? Like what use will I make? Like I'm trying to think of like a
I don't know.
like
Come up.
any point.
Come up with an idea and
I
tell
don't
us.
know. Like I want you guys to tell me because I can't think of any.
Oh,
like
I
what
don't
use
know.
will?
How am I going to get into someone's head?
No, you have to explain to me like one reason.
I don't have to
one
explain
reason
anything.
why the government would like I don't know try to convince us that the Earth is flat. Like what use?
Why do people lie?
To gain power, to manipulate other people. Well, like
There you
I'm
go.
trying
You
to
answered
think.
your own question.
I'm trying to think.
NASA's budget is like $68 million a day. That's just one space agency.
What do you say?
NASA's budget right now is $68 million a day.
Okay.
So if you wanted to launder money from the taxpayers as the government, wouldn't you provide them cartoons and fisheye lens camera like what you provided me? And tell them that we're going to space. We are going to space. And then
No,
take
I
their money.
definitely do think. I definitely do think there's some like truth that NASA is maybe getting too much money, and maybe the laundering part is like scummy. But I don't know. Like some agency would do it, some organization would do it. Like in this case, it's just NASA. Like there's gonna be an organization that's gonna like launder money like NASA, and it's like what I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter that like
You're right.
NASA
It doesn't matter.
like
It doesn't matter. They
yeah.
could go and lie all they want. Who cares what they do and steal money? But the thing is that we're not like NASA, right? With NASA, you have to go to space to see the curvature because, like I said, you can't go 128,000 feet. You're not Felix Baumgartner, right? And if you
Yeah.
did jump, you probably wouldn't throw out the mace or the Satan's horns when you did jump, assuming that you would jump out of a balloon. But the point is that you can go to the ocean yourself, right? Because the claim is, or was, that boats go over the horizon. If that's true, looking across the ocean on a clear, calm day, you should be able to measure that curvature. So when we've done this, and we've done the math and everything, the original claim has been debunked. They used to say that the horizon is 1.22 times the square root of the observer site in feet. So do you see the photograph that I just posted? It's a still shot from a video. Do you see what I just posted on the side chat?
Okay.
So do you see the two oil rigs?
Mm-hmm.
So do you see the horizon in this image? Is it in front of, between, or behind the two oil rigs?
In front, between, or behind?
Yeah, where's the horizon at?
It's behind them.
Right. So the prediction for the globe for many, many years was that it should be at 1.2 miles. So if you look at the original video, it shows you all the variables that you might have questions about the still shot, because I wouldn't trust a random person on the internet either. And we're going to post that video for you. Might take me a second to find it, but before I post the original video, you'll just have to take my word that this was a shot from 1 foot above the surface of the water. And the argument goes, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that's the claim, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, according to you. You said it's behind the oil rigs. Therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. Now this is our argument, but the thing about it is that you see that somebody's posted a GIF below what I posted?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see how one day the same oil rig is covered up by the horizon, and one day it's behind it? See that?
I don't get it.
Do you see the horizon? It's two images. It's a GIF. You see that? It's flashing.
The one below.
Yeah, below what I
The
posted.
oil rig.
Yeah. Do you see the GIF?
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's like blurred. It's just the lens. It can't capture it, I guess, because of the distance. Maybe
No.
it's zoomed in.
No, bro.
And they took it from far away.
It's the nature of the optics, right? How optics work. Because we don't live in a vacuum, right? The atmosphere is a fluid just like water, but it's not a liquid like water. But when you move your hands side to side in the pool, you can feel the water, right, moving across the hair on your arms. But if you do it outside, you can also feel the air moving across the hair on your arms, right?
Yeah.
So the atmosphere is causing this to happen, where sometimes the horizon is in front of the oil rigs and sometimes it's behind it. Now, is the Earth getting big and small? The Earth's not changing sizes, right?
Yeah.
So this is an optical phenomenon. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere, even though that's what they told you since you were a child, and they put a mobile in your crib with the sun in the center and the planets swirling around, and every time you turn on the TV, just about, there's the globe. And in the magazines and the school books, they fed you this globe thing, right?
Yeah.
So if you grew up in Saudi Arabia, you'd probably be a Wahhabi Salafist Muslim, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you grew up in Iran, you'd be a Sunni or a Shia. Yeah, you'd be a Shia Muslim, right?
Right.
Well, you grew up on Earth. They teach this all over the world. Like I don't know of too many places where they don't teach that you live on a ball. The astronauts went to the moon and they turned around, they looked at the Earth, and it was a sphere.
Okay.
Well, the argument is you can go outside and check this for yourself. And once you see the horizon doing what this, is doing, where it moves, then you know that the Earth's shape is not causing it. So if you can't actually see the curvature of the Earth on the Earth and you're never going to space, well, it's a belief that you have. You believe what you saw on TV. You believe the astronauts that went to the moon. And that's fine. You can believe whatever you want. I don't care. You can go here and never think about it again.
The thing is, you're like a person is like extremely small, right? Like a person is so small compared to like even on like Mount Everest. No, especially in Mount Everest, you'll feel small. So that gives you an idea of how difficult it is to like view, like to actually try and view the curvature of the Earth. And I don't know if you see some pictures, I'm gonna try and dig up some pictures.
Well, I just posted a picture for you. And if you look at the second image, it says the Earth is too big to see the curvature. That's the left button. And the right button says ships disappear over the curve. That's the right button. So which one are you going to go with? Can you see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth?
Earth is too big to see the curve.
Okay,
Or ships disappear
then
due
you
to the
can
curve.
then you yourself can never experience the Earth as a
All right, no,
globe.
I
It's only
didn't answer. I'm looking. I'm still looking. Earth is too big to see
Go
the
ahead.
curve, or ships disappear due to the curve. What's wrong with the idea of the ships disappear due to the curve?
Well, they both can't be true.
Yeah, they
You gotta
can.
pick one. Wait
No,
a
they
minute.
can't.
So you're gonna
No,
cherry
it's
pick
not
the
that the
data?
Earth is too big to see the curve. It's not only that you are too small to see the curve.
Then ships
You
don't
can't.
disappear over the horizon.
Well, yes, they do. What?
Oh,
If a
sorry. Let
ship
me
is going,
rephrase.
if a ship is going from the sea, like against your, like to your like opposite direction, you're eventually going to see it disappear.
Why?
It's
Why does it
eventually
disappear?
gonna. It disappears because it moves further down. Like it moves further down and away from your sight. It doesn't necessarily mean.
But why does it
Sometimes
move down?
because the Earth is curved.
Oh, wait, but you just said the Earth is too big to see the curve.
Yeah, but the fact we can't see it doesn't mean that the ships can't go can't go on the curve. It doesn't mean it can go on the Earth's surface which is curved. So then we can't see it. Like, again, we're too small to see it. We're not fucking like 50 foot tall or like fucking 80 foot tall. That we can see it like we'll see it more. If you're like on a skyscraper, right, just next to the ocean, and you see a ship like go away, you're gonna see it way more than you're gonna see like the ship if you're on the ground, like on ground, like ground zero, right? That's the explanation for you. If
Okay,
the Earth was flat, if you stood in the same direction, you would have seen it like the same. Like you would have seen the ship in the same way. Like you would perceive it like, in the same way. But it's not because the Earth is curved. The ship is going down. Like
how do you know
it's
if you're too
going
small to see it?
because you can't see it eventually. If the Earth was flat and the sea was flat.